hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm coverage of the 2023 PsiFest here in Charlottesville, Virginia. I have with me right now Debra Lynne Katz. She is the president of IRVA, the International Remote Viewing Association. This conference is taking place in part with the Monroe Institute, the people who pioneered the world of binaural beats. Welcome to the show, Debra. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for allowing us to come and sponsor this year's event. I was so happy that we actively had sponsorship this year and we're able to come out and interview people and give you guys a little bit of attention to this amazing event that y'all put on every year.
Well, it was great having you last year, and I know we have a lot of fans of your show. So.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's been a great relationship to have. I have thoroughly enjoyed everything I've done with IRVA. And having you on, you wrote the book, Freeing the Genie Within. Let's talk a little bit about that and how you came into the world of remote viewing and IRVA.
Sure. Let's see, where should we start? Well, so I have been involved in intuitive development and intuitive practices for about 28 years or so. And so I had already had interest in really anything having to do with intuition, ESP, things like that. But I really got very interested in remote viewing when I started to do I read a few remote viewing books and started to do informal experiments with my students, and they were having incredible results. And so I knew I had to find out everything I possibly could about the topic. And I discovered IRVA and got involved maybe about 10 years ago or so, and been here ever since.
And now, not many people realize, but there's a world of remote viewing out there. There's not just one practice of remote viewing. There's intuitive remote viewing, there's protocol remote viewing, all kinds of things. When it comes to IRVA and their involvement with remote viewing, which side of the cube do they fall on more? Is there a side of the cube that they tend to go toward?
Well, it really starts with how are we using the word remote viewing? So remote viewing, IRVA is dedicated to the practice of remote viewing, and not every intuitive practice would be considered remote viewing.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone tends to kind of use these terms differently.
It's a catch-all almost.
The catch-all part is hotly debated within the remote viewing community, and because they don't really want remote viewing to be that term to be used to catch-all.
Yeah.
Mediumship is not remote viewing. If we're going to be technical about the language. Now, I'm someone who tends to be flexible, so I look at it as remote viewing a specific definition, which some people say it is. It's comes from a very particular historical context.
Yeah.
It involves within that umbrella term, remote viewing, there's different kinds of remote viewing. So there's more structured remote viewing, which would be controlled remote viewing, or more freestyle remote viewing, extended remote viewing. But there's still some factors, such as it's done in a careful way, using blinding protocols, using structure, reporting in a careful manner. So that tends to be overall what remote viewing is. So you wouldn't call, like most mediumship practices, you wouldn't say that those are remote viewing. And some people say, like even simple clairvoyance, I'm just going to close my eyes and get an impression of something. Some people say that shouldn't be called remote viewing. If you just say, I can't find my keys, let me get an impression of them.
Yeah.
They say even that shouldn't be called remote viewing. Now, me personally, I do call it that, like, I just remote viewed where my keys are. So using it as a verb. But some people will argue with me about that too. So,
did you go through the chart? Did you go through the steps to find your keys? Did you follow the protocols?
Yeah. Or some people will say, well, you already knew they were your keys. You know, you already knew the subject matter you were looking for, and so, you know, that they may say that's just clairvoyance. But you know what? I would say, I sometimes do say I remote viewed my keys.
Sure. Well, and that's an important distinction to bring up, though, because honestly, it's interesting. Lyn Buchanan says all the time that, you know, you can teach anybody to remote view, but you can't teach everybody to be psychic. We all have that propensity to be psychic, but whether or not you're attuned to be able to flex that muscle is different than controlled remote viewing. Controlled remote viewing is, once again, a very specific protocol and a way that things are done. Like you're saying, the fact that you know the object would be why most people would say, well, you didn't remote view it, because, well, remote viewing, you're given something blind. You don't know what it is,
right,
typically.
So we're still being psychic in both cases,
yes,
but just we're talking purely semantics here.
Yes.
But then you said controlled remote viewing, and controlled remote viewing is different from remote view. You know, it's a method within overall remote viewing, but controlled remote viewing is very specific.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, just like any methodology, and
well,
you know, if someone's teaching one way of doing things, and someone calls it something else.
That's just it. When people say that, you know, remote viewing has been proven in lab work, that's what they're talking about, is the controlled remote viewing. The fact that we can statistically show that this is an actual thing.
Actually, no.
No? Okay.
Remote viewing overall, with what you said, that would be true of remote viewing, but controlled remote viewing is a methodology that the remote viewer is following step by step. So it's like it has 6 stages. You do one thing in each stage before you move on to the next stage. There's very particular terminology within that's different than in other parts of remote viewing. So really, controlled remote viewing that term should only be used to describe what a remote viewer is doing if they've been trained in that. You know, as opposed to, say, extended remote viewing, you know, which isn't using those steps, but is within the overall umbrella of remote viewing. So they're all being done like in a careful, more scientific manner than other ways of doing psychic practices, but controlled remote viewing is a very specific method.
Yeah, and once again, statistically, utterly shown in labs. It's been once again the project Stargate. Our government spent millions of dollars researching this literal technology, and once again, the idea that yes, there are natural psychics, you know, Ingo Swans, people like that who have a natural propensity, but there's also that protocol that, like Lyn says, you can teach anybody that controlled form of remote viewing.
Right. And then some people may still more artfully carry it out than others. And Ingo Swan was the developer of controlled remote viewing. So even though he was showing natural talents, he developed himself as well. He initially did not know always how to do what he did. He worked with different researchers. His training was really in the lab with different researchers. And at that time, the researchers didn't necessarily know how to help him, but they just found that if they ran him through different experiments, they discovered learning curves with him. Like Janet Mitchell, who recently passed away, she had worked with him in a lab even before the governmental project started. And she noted learning curves with him. So like with every different kind of target, like if it was a photograph or it was an object, it would he might not do so well like the first couple attempts, and then he would start to do better and better. And by the end of the week, like he was having really great results. And so they were both like, wow, this is interesting, because everyone has been thinking this is just a gift you have or not. But, you know,
it can be honed.
Practice.
Yeah.
Exactly. It could be honed. with some feedback. That's why they found feedback is really important, because I was surprised about this. Like prior to that, they would have like psychic subjects, tune into an object or a picture or something, and they just wouldn't like tell them, what they were looking at. They'd just be like, okay, time to go on to the next trial. And they found you really need to let the person know what was the target. You have to evaluate what worked, what didn't work.
Yeah, a decompression session kind of.
Yeah, and then you learn from that. And so this is really something you can learn. And in addition to Freeing the Genie Within book, most of my other books are on intuitive development and how can you learn those practices. So not just with remote viewing, but I'm also very interested in mediumship and in clairvoyance.
Well, I mean, especially right now, in the last year, having quantum entanglement win the Nobel Peace Prize. That has been the one that I've been heralding since it came out, because that utterly ties into all of this. It ties into mediumship. The fact that two particles, despite distance, can still influence each other. It goes right along with that ninth grade science concept of we're all 90% empty space. I'm sharing an electron show with my brother in Texas right now. The idea that we in and of ourselves are an instrument. There was a study done not too long ago that basically came out and said that the human brain is a transducer. That's what it's made to do. We regularly pick things up. The question is whether or not you've learned to really pay attention to that little kite string that's attached to your belly button, where when you walk in a room, it's kind of like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here.
Exactly.
And you may need to listen to that. Because, we all have those intuitive things that happen to us. And if we learn to tune into that, you'd be really surprised how easy a lot of the hard things in life get. The hard decisions, things like that. They can really be pretty cut and dry once you start to pay attention to that and learn it.
Yeah, and that's exactly where it gets into manifesting, working with the law of attraction. And you put it out there what you want in life. But then are you letting yourself go for that? And your body has a built-in intuitive system, whether it's in the brain, the gut, like your whole body is a sensing system.
Yeah.
And so your brain has said, I want to find a good place to eat for lunch and in this new town. And your body, if you just let it freely go where it wants to, it's going to land in the right place, or even meet up with the right person who invites you out somewhere. But you have to allow for that. And so many people, they have their brain stopping their body, right? Like, I can't go over there. I've never been there before.
It's like the logic center takes over.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're cutting off that intuitive signal that's designed to bring you to what you want.
Well, even to take that one step further, Deborah, the fact is we live 80% of our life in an auto-hypnotic state. We autonomically breathe. Once you know how to walk, you don't think about it. Your body just does it.
Exactly.
And our brain wants those patterns. It wants the freedom to not have to worry about a decision. And if you free it from that, it's amazing what comes out. I've told people for years that one of the things I do to go to sleep is wire cabinets. I build racks of gear and I wire them.
Oh, wow.
That's my counting sheep. But at the same time, one of the only remnants of my actual dream work that I have is occasionally I will build something in a dream. Like just the other day, all of a week ago, I saw a box in a dream. Like a tiny little computer capture box. And I woke up and I was like, all right. And I ordered the project box and I went back to sleep. And when it arrived, I built the box that day. I had all the parts. I had everything. All I was missing was the box.
And what was it for?
It's a portable capture machine for recording and things like that, for events, all that kind of stuff. So I don't have to bring a laptop and an interface. It's all built into one box. I put it down, push the power button, turns on, turn it off, go away. Everything's captured. They sell them for multiple thousands of dollars. I had a tiny computer and a monitor, and I just cobbled it together. But the fact is, I saw that box in my dream.
Wow.
I pulled that out of a dream and actually made it a real thing. And you can do that. It's possible. Part of my dream work used to be going to sleep with intent, going to sleep with the intent of finding the answer to a question.
And the thing is, when you actually follow through on that dream, like it's the follow through,
Yes.
right? And that's sending positive reinforcement to yourself to keep having that happen. What happens for people who don't do that, like, oh, I had a dream about this box and then I just, forgot about
whatever, a box.
Then it's like your subconscious just after a while just starts to feel defeated. Like, what's the use? You're not listening to me.
Yeah.
And the system starts to almost kind of shut down or have a disconnect. The nice thing is for people who have had that happen, it's pretty easy to reverse that. It's just, to make the commitment. And then when you have the opportunity to listen to yourself, you got to act on it.
Well, and I think that might be one of the big hurdles, especially with remote viewing for the common person, is because much like manifestation or prayer, I think people get very discouraged when, like, they pray for something and then what they prayed for doesn't happen. And it's like, well, did you look at all the possibilities around it? Were you even supposed to get that? Or were you supposed to be presented the opportunity and it not be there, so you realize you weren't supposed to have it? Things like that. And I think a lot of people, when they first initially start remote viewing, come up against that barrier of, well, I didn't get this right, I didn't get that right, this isn't the thing. Instead of kind of continuing that karate of, you're going to learn wax on, wax off before you ever punch a bag.
Right. And, sometimes I always say, is the person, what are they really going for? Because let's say there's a job and you think you'd really like it and you don't get it. But like, why did you want that job? Ultimately what you wanted from that job, I believe you will achieve if you stay at it. Maybe that place wasn't going to be the right place for you. Maybe you weren't ready for it. Maybe you needed to work for 5 more years, develop yourself, and then you're ready for it. And a lot of people, I also feel like a lot of times it's just a matter of, it's not that it hasn't happened yet. And people are so impatient. Well, in this society, we have this idea that as soon as we want something, it should be there. And simple things can be there right away. Sometimes really amazing things, but some things you have to be ready for, and you have to be ready for the change and want to deal with what's going to come with it. You want to have a successful business. Well, are you ready for all
the work that goes behind a successful business? There is that be careful what you wish for aspect, because it may just come true. And are you prepared for that? Because that may incur some work on the back end. I think we have definitely created an impatient society. As this came about, remote viewing, things like that, we were right on the cusp of a change in society. Things started that rapidity and that rapid process that we're in now. And to see this art evolve with that, not only as an art, but scientifically evolve with it, is absolutely awesome and phenomenal. It's great to see that the research has continued, that the research continues. What is IRVA looking at for the next couple of years? How are they looking to carry this research forward into the next generation, Debra?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of people operating now, more so than ever before, as what we'd call citizen scientists. And so really it's, so many of us feel that the field of research, remote viewing research, won't advance if it really doesn't explore what the intuitive or remote viewer, who the practitioner, what are they doing on the inside of themselves? What are they doing in their minds? What are they experiencing? How are they, when they have results, how are they getting those results? And so much research up to date, like it seems almost insane that this is the case, but so much research has always looked at the outside of the person, measuring reducing their work down to simple statistics. That's a constant problem in parapsychology. And so I do feel like IRVA just put out a study looking at how do remote viewers know when they're correct or when they're on target.
Yeah.
And it's really just a survey asking them, can you even tell when you're correct, and what's the indicator of that? And so I think there's going to be a lot of research that can build on even that answer. But, traditionally, the idea that you would trust someone who's having an experience or reporting their, impressions, and that would be important to even look at, or, that you're going to trust what they say. Now, if this is just about proving proving the existence of this phenomenon, then you can't just rely on a person to say, yeah, I was psychic, okay. But we're already past that, so we really have to find out what are people experiencing. And the recent survey we did that I'll be talking about on Sunday, we're finding that, yes, I believe it was about 60% of our participants experienced remote viewers do know when they're on target, and so or do know when they have a correct piece of information. But it's interesting because they experience this in different ways. And so we're finding that there is like a broad array of differences between people. And that's why oftentimes there's controversies in on the social media forums, in different discussions. There sometimes
the camps can
really
be rough with each other.
Yeah,
the camps can be rough.
Yeah, and that's because different people experience their abilities in different ways.
Yeah,
and they practice. Some people want more structure. Some people, want more freestyle. But some people are feeling more. Some people are seeing more, and it really helps to understand these things.
Yeah.
So,
and it's interesting the synesthetic way in which remote viewing works. I was talking with Lyn Buchanan at breakfast, and like he was saying, he chooses a remote viewer depending on the task at hand from the client. So if the client wants to know what this thing should feel like, something like that, he will find somebody who has much more of a textural, and that's just it. You get impressions of texture, color, scent. It's literally from all over the brain, from all of the brain centers. It's really remarkable. And to know that, yes, if you dig into somebody's statistics, you can find out if they get more reliable hits on color than shape, if they get more reliable hits on texture than size.
And the reason we need that is because there's always going to be a certain amount of correct and incorrect data coming through. And when you're starting off, you do not want to care about, am I correct or not? You just want to tune into the target and be in the moment and not be worried about that. And so we've had criticism with our recent study from some people, saying you're going to get people too fixated on that. And as soon as they're worried about performance, then they're losing the connection with the target. And I totally believe that.
I could see that.
On the other hand, especially myself as a project manager, sometimes we're using multiple remote viewers, and we might have, say, 8 remote viewers, and 5 of them have information, saying like the missing wallet is over here in the forest, and 3 people might say, oh, it's over here in someone's drawer in their house. And so, what do we do with that? We have to have a way when the data isn't all matching. Of course, sometimes it's all matching, and it's like, that's exactly what we would love to have happen. But some people can be off. They're just going to be off for different reasons.
Sure.
And so how can we evaluate that data? We need to have some markers. So like you've said, Lyn has his database, and he will or may even select the viewer ahead of time, knowing what they're good at.
Yeah.
Because certain projects need people good at one thing over another. But an extra measure could be, asking the viewer, how confident are you about this piece of information? They're not going to be confident about everything. But myself as a remote viewer, the reason I even thought to to bring this to our research group, and then we decided this question was important, was because after so many years of practice, I started to notice myself that I would have moments where the information came in a certain way where I was so positive. I would almost bet my life on it. Like,
yeah, you
I
could
know
feel it.
This
you
is
could
going
feel
to
it.
match my feedback photo. This is whether I could feel it or it kept repeating. You know, that's the thing. What I do personally is I stay in a remote viewing session sometimes for longer than I need to. But what will happen is some data will come up on one page and then I'll kind of forget about it, and then suddenly it emerges again. I forget about it and then it emerges again. You know, so if I saw like water falling or moving 3 different times, you know, that's not going to be happening if there isn't water there. I can, you know, tell my project manager, you know, I am almost positive there is some kind of moving water there. Now, if I, you know, try to identify it as a river or a lake, I might be off on that. So, you know, can't say that for sure. But it is useful to know confidence levels, and not that they're going to always be right. But,
sure.
You know, so it's getting into... This is what I appreciate about like present remote viewers, whether it's at IRVA or just, you know, there's people who have worked so hard on this. And really we're now getting into the nitty gritty of how do we perfect this. Not that it'll ever be perfect, but, you know, so we don't have to keep going back to the beginning of, you know, is this stuff even real?
Yeah.
Which is important for people who are just coming into these topics or the community. You know, that is important to address. But if we always have to stay there at that basic level or questions, we'll never get anywhere.
If we have to preface every conversation.
And that's what's nice about it here. Like, we can go right into these at a conference like this. We can go right into these topics and talks, whether it's in the presentations or, you know, over lunch. And we don't have to go into like, oh, you know, like, do you think intuition is real? Or, you know, we don't have to go there.
This is probably next to MUFON, which is a lot of methodology. Like, the one thing that I love about them is the fact that like the whole first day is a 7-hour-long field investigator training.
I've been to it.
You have no need to go the first day unless you're going as a field investigator. But it's one of the only conferences that I attend and sponsor where a lot of the talk is protocol. A lot of the talk is methodology and method of examining evidence, things like that, as opposed to a lot of Bigfoot conferences, other paranormal conferences that I go to. And I find that is the side conversation here as well, amongst tables and just people chatting just right here is, how do you go about telling that it's a hint or an idea, a hit or a hint? You know, and that verification, that cross-verification between people of methods of how they're doing it. And it's really great to see that community build itself and really have, once again, like you said, that feedback from other people, which is hugely important.
Yeah, and, you know, over the years, like skeptics, which have been there since the beginning of time, they you know, like to say, well, there's a lack of critical thinking by anybody that believes in these things. But one of the reasons why I love doing surveys of whether it's remote viewers or psychics or mediums is what a lot of people don't understand is how educated and professional the people who are involved in these topics, especially when it gets to the people coming to conferences. You know, in every survey, I list out their professions. We have surgeons, nurses with PhDs. We have usually a lot of different kinds of engineers and accountants and architects.
There's a smooth almost 60% of speakers here with letters and commas behind their name.
Not just the speakers, people attending the conferences, people doing remote viewing, and, you know, not that you have to have, you know, any kind of qualifications, but, you know, it just speaks to that this is not just people running around who aren't thinking about what they're doing. You know, even people who don't do formal research or understand it, I'd say anyone that does a remote viewing session and then really, you know, carefully analyzes, you know, what did I get right? What did I not get right? But also, is it possible that, did I talk to anyone who might have revealed the target to me? Or, it's just like going through, did I do this in a careful manner?
Yeah.
And so, people are already like being self-scientists, the people that are involved in this work here. And, that's where there's all these different levels of science, I would say. And, you asked what our vision is for the future, and it is to also like bring more people that are remote viewers, but maybe not formally trained scientists, and get them more involved in research as well. And I've seen a change even in as we've been having different meetings and, just explaining to people, because if remote viewers are already operating in a semi-scientific manner, then if you can just train them a little bit, like, okay, if you do a session, if you're going to make a future prediction, email your prediction to somebody so you have evidence, just like how to take steps. So if you would then want to later report on your work, you can say to someone, it wasn't just, I did this and then said I did this.
Finding an outside person to archive for you, kind of, to be like, hey, hold this. I'll come back for it.
Yeah.
I'll come back to see if that's the valid information.
Yeah. And I always recommend that, if you have a dream and you think it could even possibly be precognitive, even if you're not sure, email it to yourself, email it to someone, write down every single detail, because, it's almost like if you don't write it down, it doesn't count. Just go over the top recording, even if you don't think every detail is going to matter or be relevant, because so many times, whether it's with a dream or it's with something in remote viewing, there's things you might leave out, and those are usually the things that turn out to be the most important. So, documenting and, how do you document and how do you do it in a professional way, and, covering your bases like that. And so, that's what we're all about, is helping people amp up their game and helping viewers so that they could be employable, because how many people in this world are looking for things, need help with their, business decisions, need to know what's going to be happening, in the future, that there is so much potential.
It's interesting to me the actual number of remote viewing consulting agencies that there are out there, and the number of consulting agencies that employ a remote viewer. There's quite a few. There's quite a few.
There's a lot, and there's that number is increasing.
Yep.
But it'll only continue to increase if the outside world, can see that they can work in a professional manner with.
That's right.
With these people, and so that's what we're here to help.
Well, unfortunately, and I've been saying this about a lot of topics. Fortunately, the conversation has been flung wide open in the last few months with whistleblower testimonies, things like that. To hear in the NASA panel on UFO UAPs, to hear NASA scientists say, we have been grossly negligent in our job as scientists. We've been calling this fringe, and unfortunately been kind of disgracing scientists that study the fringe, when the actual job of science is to study the fringe. It's to find out what that, but we know that there is a 3 to 5% unquantifiable anomaly. That's our job as scientists. Like, I don't know a chemistry professor that would let me pass with a 95% remainder of solution. Where'd the other 5% go?
Yeah.
You got to find that 5%. That's the job of science. And now, fortunately, yes, Stargate, right over there in the library, there are 4 3-finger-thick books that are in the entirety of the Stargate archives. Everything that our government spent millions of dollars researching in this. They don't spend millions of dollars researching something that they, A, can't use, and B, ain't real.
Right. And so to still have scientists, and there are still scientists out there saying like, oh, there's no research in this area. This research has been going
voluminous.
on.
Voluminous.
And, there are at least 4 journals dedicated to these topics. The Journal of Society for Psychical Research has been out. Well,
comes out once a year.
And, there are journals that have been coming out now for, over 100 years. And so people just haven't read the research. They haven't found it.
They haven't been exposed to it.
Right. So we have to do a better job of, getting it out there. But at this stage, I'll just say to people, I'm sorry you're not familiar with the research. It's there, so you cannot say it's not there.
Yeah.
And, hopefully that'll start to change.
Well, I think a lot of discussions on these topics in general are starting to change, Debra. The minds of scientists are truly starting to open when it comes to this stuff.
I hope that's true. Because, really, it does come down to just outright discrimination. It's like to call something fringe or pseudoscience or, it's just like calling anybody,
no, it is a ridiculous and ridiculing way to go about things.
And that anyone would think that would be okay to just dismiss an area of exploration you don't know about.
That's not exploration. Literally.
That's what's mind-boggling.
Yes.
Is that people could, still in this day and age want to reject it. But a lot of times...
Well, and I think that goes right back to the beginning of our conversation, manifestation, things like that. Unfortunately, and even with science, if it don't fit in that box of expectation, then it's not. And it's like, hey, just because your prayer wasn't answered in the way you wanted or expected doesn't mean it wasn't answered. Doesn't mean mean that the bell didn't ring. You just weren't looking for that sound as the bell.
Yeah. And it may still be working in you and through
absolutely.
You. It's just not shown up yet in the way you could recognize it.
Precisely. And having that open mind, having that open box, because once again, even at the last whistleblower hearing, the first words out of their mouth was, if you're tuning in for Little Green Men today, you've come to the wrong place. Because the conversation got wider, a whole lot wider. And when they said non-human intelligence, that leaves a whole panoply of things and leaves a whole range where you're not putting it in a box. And if it doesn't fit here, then it's not,
Exactly.
And when you're talking exploration, scientific exploration, you've got to have that open mind. To walk in with an expectation of result is literally what started this science. The fact that when scientists went home and were thinking about their experiment, that they were actively influencing their experiment. That is the research that started all of this. And now, once again, with non-locality and quantum entanglement, that is being proven.
Yes.
It's being proven that, yes, you can absolutely influence that by just thinking about it. You can change it. It's pretty remarkable. Debra, thank you so much for taking the time, especially here at the beginning of the conference. It's fantastic. It's great to see such a huge number of people here. The ballroom is completely full. It's been great.
We have 218 people signed up, and that's almost 100 more than we had last year.
No, it's incredible. It's an incredible growth.
And that's just in person. I think we have about 100 people online right now.
Wow.
So,
incredible. Well, Debra, let everybody know, of course, other than the Curious Realm store, where they can go to purchase Freeing the Genie Within and your other books, and how they can get involved with IRVA, how they can become an IRVA member, become a supporter like me, and how they can even learn remote viewing.
Well, they can check out my own website at debrakatz.com about my books, and they're also available on Amazon. And then for IRVA, just go to IRVA.org. And again, that's the International Remote Viewing Association. We'd love to have you check out the website, become an associate member at least. And, we have a lot going on online, our research meetings, our classes. We have a whole educational program. Mm-hmm. And so, check us out, IRVA.org.
Fantastic.
Thank you
Debra,
so much.
Thank you so much once again. While you are online, checking out everything from IRVA and Debra Katz, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of our content. That's where you can find all of our episodes. That is where you can find our library of books from all of our guests here on the show. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We will be right back with more coverage from PsiFest 2023 with the International Remote Viewing Association and the Monroe Institute. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage here at PsiFest 2023 with the International Remote Viewing Association and the Monroe Institute. We are so happy to be here as not only a sponsor, but a participant interviewing folks. While we were here, one of the vendors who is sharing some stuff is Yaw, and he is with Carbonic Truth. This is a pretty incredible thought form that you have. Let's start getting into this, because one of the things I've talked about frequently over the last year is the recent Nobel Prize for quantum entanglement. The idea that two particles, despite distance, can influence each other. I mean, a particle in the moon could be influencing me right now. So the idea that you have of literally the carbon that we exhale having our vibration in it is pretty fascinating. Tell us a little bit about how you came to this and what it's all about.
Well, yes, my name is Yaw, which means my name is a mirror reflecting the truth of who you are. And who you are is always the extent of what we can learn about others. So in that sentiment, this idea of carbonic truth is eliminating time and space,
Okay.
and illuminating instead as a timeless finished. No need to finish anything, as a timeless finished. There's nothing after that. Timeless being, timeless. This is timeless, this finished. Now, this idea of arriving to this timeless, finished, silence after is when carbon is redeemed. Because currently carbon is a truth keeper, truth of information. Because as we exhale, the carbon is a platform where each of our cells have transformed oxygen into carbon. The function of each cell is to express by resonance its healing and its interrelatedness to the surrounding organs and other cells. Well, for that function to be on time and operating in that ceaselessness, we need to die and be rekindled. So carbon facilitates the information before death. In other words, whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, each time you exhale, each time we exhale, we are dying to its fullest termination of oblivion. And carbon extracts that information through the algorithm generator of the heart, kindling you as information on carbon, inscribing you based on the resonance and communication occurring through this exchange and this electromagnetic field, orienting itself in a way that it can imprint on the carbon as a platform. By the way, carbon is a hexagon, and it's very unique in nature because its hexagon shape can dispense and receive energy at 6 temperament. Other atomic structures, they have, just like this house, dispenses energy of heat equally around its walls. Carbon is one of the unique features in the universe that allows 6 different temperaments, both in receiving and in dispatching.
Yeah.
So a bank is as good as its trust with other people's money, so to speak. A carbon is as good as the illumination of your truth as a dying sequence no longer beyond this, entering the void,
Yeah.
inscribing in the fullest information relevant to universe, by the way. It's very personality-less, of course. So now, that is why we call that whether you know it or not, you're being kindled by the next palpitation of the electromagnetic field by your heart in the outside through the carbon, and the carbon that came from your inside, even though it was one atom of cell and one cell and one molecule to one molecule, now that it's out through its interconnectivity, it connects with all of your resonance of all your cells, as well as all your without, all the interplayness around you. So now you have one atom of carbon holding allness as information available for kindling. That's how your heart's next electromagnetic palpitation emanates a radius, and this radius is algorithmically designed to kindle the relevant information, and that's why carbon is a good dispenser, because it can release energy and release your emanated truth based on a next resolve. So it's algorithmically kindled in a way for your immediate full resolve from the karmic entanglement, if you're there to receive it. Unfortunately, we're not. We're too deep in the matrix. So what happens, we only are given our own truth to the extent we're able to receive it. So this interplay goes until one day, the capacity to shut the perception off in some ways, so that you can no longer perceive separation. And then carbon can be redeemed at that point, which means, it will end all karma in the sense of your proximity to it or your entanglement to it. Sorry if I went without a pause.
No, absolutely. Because once again, I like letting people go because, A, you get the full thought form without being interrupted. B, there is a lot to digest in that. And the concept, number one, of carbon holding information, fully founded. Like, I don't know of anything that we find that we don't try to give a carbon-14 test to find out what environment it was in. It tells us everything about the environment, diet, like all kinds of things. The age of it, the age of when it ceased to be. And that's pretty remarkable. And once again, to know that, to take that one step further and talk about living carbon in that way, and the fact that when we exhale carbon dioxide, that we are actually being reborn with each breath.
We are being reassembled by the photonic dance that occurs by the music of the heart. Music of the heart is reference to an algorithm machine that is here to be the passport agency between death and rekindling. It introduces you cellularly to the cosmos in your path of death 8 times a minute. And then the heart, as a generator of truth, electromagnetically gets the next pulsation, kindling your carbonic vibration or your carbonic truth as information. Carbon itself is just a platform. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It's the 4th element after the Big Bang, but it's the first element that is non-metallic. So it doesn't erode, it doesn't corrupt. I am metallic. I rust or die. Carbon is a good trustee. It is not prone to that, right? So what happens now that the heart is in a dance between being and non-being, now that the heart has learned to be algorithmically kindling a death and reinterpreting a vibration, who comes to the rescue? Water. Water of the cornea of your eyes, they are inversive. Water is inversive, which means it's shapeless, but it holds inversely all shapes and all shapeables, because it's inversely has a memory of all. So the kindling of the heart's electromagnetic, with cooperation of the proteins and the enzymes in the inversive water of cornea, which is the communication to the physiologic, you will be rekindled back to life as perception perceives you. And the mind doesn't allow you to see death, so it will continue to feed you the perception of, hey, there's a life and there's a ticket. The next breath, let's watch to the cinema. Let's
Sure.
go to the cinema.
Yeah, and now when it comes to the idea of non-local consciousness, how this relates to remote viewing, things like that, how do our carbon atoms that we are exhaling and expelling interact with the rest of the world? How do we can we still interact with those?
You know, it's not a matter of interaction. It never is. It's a matter of wakefulness. It's a matter of waking to what is.
Mm.
And a remote viewer or a person interested in accessing information, so to speak, at any plateau, is well served to get acquainted to the fullness of the information that is carbonically through their own exhale available. Because remember, a remote viewer or a person actively connecting to a subject or connecting to information in its tactfulness, what is this person essentially accessing? Is accessing information. Where do you access this information? Is there an absolute information? Yes, it's through carbon. And is that person already vibrating the truth of that tactfulness of that information by simply having been hired, having been contacted, having been reviewing this through their talent and their perception, their intuition? Do they already have that vibration of tactfulness of that information? The answer is yes. So how do you access it? What is the best source of accessing it? The best source of accessing it, if there is one that is idealist, conceptless, philosophyless, without any religion or any kind of ideology, what would be? That might be the most kosher. An immovable piece. What is that? It's so immovable that the neutrons of the atom have essentially are drunk in the bar.
Mm.
And if there's no neutron, if the neutron is cosmically drunk, then you're able to access your pre-actualization of that matter. If you access that, then all actualized matter is there.
Sure.
So therefore, you don't need, it's no matter about accessing, it's a matter of, where is the absolute information of all the days that have passed and all the days that have not yet come, and what is my interrelationship to that allness? It's on carbon. And again, this idea, hashtag immovable peace, because this immovable peace. Now, I also propose this, if I may. Can I say another thing?
Sure.
Without, so here's the thing. We are all aware of the one constant, speed of light.
Yep.
We build our own understanding of the universe we live in based on that foundation. In fact, that's the only foundation that we know from the beginning to this day hasn't changed, which is this idea that the speed of light is this, and whatever it is never going to change, okay? I'm here to tell you there's a second constant.
Which is?
Which makes this the constant that Einstein gave us actually the second, because I'm here to tell you that there is a constant more in front of our eyes, more available, more true. And the constant that is more available to us is the intensity, the intensity of a photon to return back to the immovable piece, to pre-existence of actualized matter, is constant. In other words, this speaker, as a light, as a photon that has traveled eons and eons and have come to evolve to what it is at this point, is able, no matter how much time the photon at this speed of its constant has traveled, it's able to go back to that immovable piece, to the location, so to speak, because it's not a removing, it's not a returning, it's a wakefulness. The intensity to awake to the fact that you are still in non-actualized matter is constant. That's right in front of us. When we access that, we don't lose our actualization of who we are. We just realize that we are the move, never the movement.
Yeah. Well, and if you look back to early science that we all learned in school, we'll probably recall the fact that we're all 90% empty space to begin with. The idea that this table is actively real is kind of funny. It's really much more of an agreed upon illusion. And like Lyn Buchanan said at breakfast this morning, it's not only that it's an agreed upon illusion, but it's, do we need the table? And not just that, but does the table need us? And that's pretty wild when you start quantally thinking about that in that philosophic way, because yes, we are all intertwined. And like you're saying, our carbon, when it exhales from us, is literally us. It is carrying our frequency. It's carrying everything, which makes us up at that moment. So to know that tomorrow the carbon that I expel will not be the same carbon at all, because it's not me. It is me. I'm just a different me now, because things have changed, things have moved forward. But the one thing that is constant is the fact that, like you're saying, my light of being here and being in this agreed upon illusion is faster than the speed of light. Exactly. And it's pretty remarkable to think about that, because yeah, it is all the speed of thought. That's quite literally what this whole conference is about the idea of non-local consciousness, the idea that we can exist in numerous places at the same time.
Yes.
And how did you come about this information? How was this information revealed to you? How did you come to this hypothesis?
I have been doing a lot of meditation, soul searching. There are obviously prerequisite path that the path itself lays out for you. I'm not here to say there is a path to follow. No, I'm here to say that the path will always lay itself in front of your feet if you're willing to walk, if you're a seeker to the higher sentiments and essence of who you are. So in that sense, I was blessed with a situation where I can only describe as a termination. It's beyond death. It's termination. This is a place where there is no more reincarnation. Okay, it is completely termination. And through that termination, a rebirth of some sort, with the same harmony of the termination procession, rekindled this atomic vehicle. I call this at this point a diamond biovehicle.
Yeah, right?
Because before I am tuned into my human frequency at this point, and any point of my noticing and wakefulness, I am aware to the fact that I am a vehicle, a biological vehicle, and I'm carrying carbon because I'm transporting carbon and oxygen, I'm transforming them. And the heart is the music between the cosmos. The real dance is between oxygen and carbon. If you look back, even our evolutionary progress, it's always been between, as far as our essence of knowing who this essence is this dance. And the heart's the music, right? So when you reduce yourself to that, suddenly you embrace death. Suddenly death defines life. So suddenly you become that. So in a sense, I can say through that experience, this rekindling brought me aware, because I was able to notice myself manifesting in the exterior of physical limitation. And I didn't want to adhere to ideas, philosophies. I had already studied them. So I became a seeker as to what allows me to manifest in the exterior. I was able to manifest on the actual air that traveled through my own lungs. So I've been inside of my own chest. The mansions and so forth I can describe with detail. I've manifested. So I'm like, how does this happen? And then I, through this seeking process, was able to essentially integrate the Akashic file that has already, through termination process, through crossing over had already bestowed. So through that process, I came to recognize that actually the non-ideology, non-philosophy thing that I've been searching is very much it's a gas. It's primordial.
Yeah.
And the carbon suddenly illuminated, and now I am now a frequent carbon illumination traveler, so to speak, and the multiverse. So essentially, when you realize that, what's the difference between a diamond and a charcoal? The difference.
Time and pressure.
Exactly.
Time
right?
and pressure.
When you're in the
nothing else.
When you're in the matrix, but when you exit the matrix, when you deny the matrix, what would be the difference? Wakefulness.
Yeah.
So if you awake to the fact that the carbon dioxide is actually diamond dioxide, okay?
Sure.
And what does diamond do? Pure diamond doesn't steal heat. The light travels, let's 100%, everything, every other atom steals a measure of heat, a measure of light for its own resonance, its own spark,
That's
so
true.
to speak.
Yeah.
But pure carbon doesn't. Now imagine if every time you purely consider the carbonic diamond biovehicle that you are,
Yeah.
you then, in a way, denying the matrix. And in that denial, some space opens, and that space always gets filled with consciousness. And that consciousness orients you to the truth. And that's how any constellation works.
Well, and I'm even the concept that this hypothesis is tied to your breath. Like I was saying earlier, so many things when it comes to meditation, connection, oneness. The big movement right now is people trying to find their zen, I guess. And yeah, it all comes down to breath. It all comes down to controlling your breath, being focused on your breath, and actively taking part in that process. One of the things that we've talked about a couple times on this show today is the idea that we go through most of our life in an auto-programmed state. Our body doesn't think. Like, our brain thinks about things, but it would much rather think about things than actively do something. So it autonomically breathes for you. We take advantage of that, but the problem is by not focusing on that, we're missing something of ourselves, and we are letting an intrinsic part of ourself go without consideration. Even the idea of being present in the moment and focusing on the now, that starts with noticing that you're breathing. Notice you're here, notice you're now.
Yes, and I may invite your listeners to focus on aspect of a breathing in particular, which is the aspect that they own. The part of the breath that we truly own is the exhale. We have no idea if the next inhale actually comes. We also are usually completely in procession of some sort of a matrix we call life during the between the inhale and the exhale. So you're still missing out on the truth of who you are. So now what does it leave us with? It leaves you with the out breath. If you were to tell me you're about to vanish and you're never going to even be seen, you're going to vanish from this earth, you're going to die, give me your last possession. The only possession that I truly would have would be my last exhale, right? Now, I have to remember my exhale is CO2, which means 80%. I'm now breathing 99% saturated oxygen. I'm using 19%. I'm returning 81% oxygen along with 19% carbon that I transferred it and used it.
Yeah.
You're breathing my oxygen.
Yeah.
If I'm inflammating this oxygen because I'm stressed, I'm anxious about tomorrow, I'm poisoning your oxygen. It's not a matter of whether I believe your ideas or concepts. It's a matter of, our vibration gets imprinted on any,
I don't have an applause button. I wish I had an applause button right now. Because we talk about that on this show all the time. The fact that you are responsible for every vibration that you drag into a room. And once you're aware of that, it really changes your awareness to the world around you and
may
your
I
place
scare
within
your
it.
listener? May
Oh
I
God,
scare
please.
Because it's not only, it's more than that. It's the building material for your next reincarnation. So this oxygen, not only you're breathing, I'm breathing, and my heart algorithm can only kindle me to the bricks I exhaled for construction me, to reconstruct me. So if I'm inflamed through my carbon and
Your next incarnation will start inflamed.
immediately
Yeah.
in the next inhale
Yeah.
through this
you're-
inversive canal.
Yeah, you're starting off contaminated. Wow. And that's an amazing and beautiful concept to once again know that you are reborn with every breath, that you have a new chance. I mean, it even says right here, like a redemption tool is one of the last points. And it's
Yeah.
the fact of we carry so much with us. And willingly so.
Yeah.
Willingly so, Yaw.
Yeah.
We choose this, and that's a concept that I bring up all the time, is the fact that at any point you can revoke your consent from that system. You can choose whether or not to give that negative energy to something. It costs you more energy to give negative energy than it does to actively not care.
Your listeners are lucky today, I tell you. Your listeners are lucky today.
90% of it, folks, much like your body going on without you, like Yaw says, we have control of that exhale. Try controlling the inhale and see how long your body lets you do that. Eventually, it's going to gasp and go, no, dude, you're awake, breathe.
Exactly.
It's going to make you do that.
Yes, because you're a resolver of karma that the cosmos needs to untangle itself from. So, cosmos needs you with your authentic nature as much as you need the next inhale.
That's right.
So it's an it's an interplay.
It is.
And if I may go back to one of the points you
Please.
made, you referenced that you're reborn, but I wanna properly go back and say it's more like a reincarnation.
Sure.
Because because you connect to the state of existence where you had never even born yet.
And you're bringing information in with you as
You're
well.
awaking to the information that is already you.
Yeah, precisely. And that is remarkable thinking and really, really beautiful and a great way to give people that mindfulness. That I think that's what is missing a lot. We have a very harried society, y'all. We didn't used to be that way. All of 100 years ago, we were not that way. 50 years ago, we were not that way. It's hard for us. Our brains learn more from negative reinforcement than positive reinforcement. We'll learn faster that fire burns you than you will to build a fire to keep warm and make food. So it's hard for us not to dwell on the negative.
Yes, but you know what? I wanna invite your listeners to beyond all of that. Beyond polarity, because at this point, what I'm here to tell you, nothing compares to this immovable piece. Meaning what? Meaning the photon, who is in movement with its neutrons and electrons and protons all in a proper motion, searching for actualization, the path of crystallization, the path of complexification of atom is what has brought us here. And this complexification is being led by omega, so to speak, is one way to put it, meaning there's an omega force pulling this path of atom towards complexification. And through this complexification, I stand here, I sit here and talk to you. And I'm here to tell you that I've come as a photon, as a moving photon, emanating light and continuing to emanate and dispense energy and move away from my source. This is demonic. This is actually satanic in comparison to the intensity of returning to my immovable peace, where the neutron is actually enjoys a cosmic intoxication at the local bar of its wherever it is, without any more movement. So the new agenda for our consciousness, the new food, so to speak, that our inner consciousness wants to be served, is the food of immovable peace is, I go as far as saying on the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo tried to say that. He showed an image of man who is a photon, who never is sitting down, who's supposed to have a momentum of a constant movement, is positioned as an immovable being, as an immovable. So a human has uses active force to bring himself to this immovable, passive force. And that is where the creative force emanates out of yourself. The background of God supposedly creating Adam is a brain. And the brain background facilitates that the only creative force is within as well. So how to access that is put your active force towards your most passive state of existence, and suddenly you will see an impulsion of your multi-existence, your accessibility to multiverse through that liquid, immovable peace.
Wow.
With that, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you for that. Wow.
It's a revolutionary form of thought. It's a revolutionary form of thinking. Not many people are willing to take the time in our modern society, sadly enough, to slow down, to unplug, to get away. It's hard. We, as vibrational beings to begin with, are swathed with vibration. It used to be all of 50, 60 years ago, we had one really big form of vibration. We had the sun like 100 years ago. That's it.
Yeah.
Now we have everything from our phone to lights to electricity. Everything around us is humming and buzzing in some way. So to be able to find your own frequency, to be able to find your own calm amidst all that can be very, very hard, Yaw.
Yes,
it can be very hard.
It's very hard if you're trying to do it with the brain that you currently have, that we currently possess, and with the tools that we currently are using. Because the mind that uses time and space to get to an immovable peace is not equipped to ever experience immovable peace. The mind that will connect to the immovable peace is a mind that is no longer is denying time and space. Because the immovable peace is exactly where you are. Whatever you are, because you become completely a mirror, you become Yaw. You become, as I am Yaw, you become Yaw. And in that, your interrelatedness based on your to the surrounding, every particle, every atom, every wall, every gesture, every molecule is then suddenly casts its light on your canvas of emptiness. Suddenly you are projecting the truth of yourself as you are emanating outside and being experienced through that resonance outside of your physical limitation. And then suddenly you realize, oh, I'm an immovable piece. I don't need to go nowhere. I'm being moved by the isness. Look at me. Wow. And I'm dying every time I'm being moved. So I am move. I'm no longer in movement. Previously, I was in movement. I was lifting my legs, stepping on, and I'm part of the matrix. And every time I'm actually adding to the matrix, I'm adding karma. But suddenly, the intensity of this photon returning to this immovable piece where I am the move becomes tangible. I'm not selling you a book, although I have a book published in Japan. It's a poetry book. You can go to journalinglove.com. So I'm not selling a philosophy. I'm not, telling you go read a book or go
come to my workshop or anything like that.
Just connect to your exhale. It's there.
And once again, an incredible truth to share, Yaw. I overheard you talking about it a while ago. I saw you at your booth, and I was like, I've got to learn more about this. And then we talked, and I was like, well, I've definitely got to have you on the show, because once again, it's an incredible form of thought. It's an incredible way of thinking to connect yourself to the world around you and to yourself and your future self all at the same time. Let everybody know where they can go to learn more about Carbonic Truth, where they can go to learn more about this and where they can go to get in touch with you, Yaw?
Thank you so much. This information, was released 2 months ago, so it's in the development. But certainly we have a website. It's Carbon Certainty or ccertainty.com. Either way, carboncertainty.com or ccertainty.com. But also you can follow hashtag Immovable Peace. You can also follow hashtag Diamond Biovehicle. You can claim to be those things. You can claim. These are, the reasons I developed like these, I should say, the reason these hashtags were waiting for emanation through this particular entity is your viewers. Is that. So for that, with the intensity that has been bestowed, I invite all of your viewers to visit their Immovable Peace Lake in this no man's land, and in fact, stay there for a while. See what emanates on the surface of that water, because if you go to that immovable lake, you will see on that liquid light of that particular lake, it reflects allness. It reflects all the stars that has ever passed, because the inversive water will keep the memory of it. All the depth of this water in the lake, the rocks, the thing, every light that ever shone under it is there as liquid light, unactualized. This is your lake. The intensity of you wanting to go to that lake is bestowed. The energy for you to go that day, you don't need to stop at a gas station. Yeah. It's bestowed. It's like your phone that runs out of battery, but 911 works somehow. Why?
Yeah.
Because it's just programmed that way.
Yeah, it's programmed to always have that percentage to be able to use for that. We are programmed in so many ways. Yeah. And once again, our layer of consent allows us to be programmed in horrible, horrible ways by the world around us. And unfortunately, those ways become normalized. Yeah. And that becomes the norm, and that becomes our expectation now. Yeah. We can change that. We can change that. And with every exhale. With every exhale, we can change that.
And thank you, and thanks to your I thank your viewers, because every time they try to manifest an immovable peace during the exhale, this is the only way you can hack the human frequency, because we are a radio. We're not that particular classic music called human existence or human frequency. We are the radio. How to upgrade yourself from that particular program on the radio to the radio itself?
Well, we are a receiver. You just have to learn to tune the receiver, because otherwise you're going to get a bunch of static.
You don't want that.
That's what it is. You got to learn that fine-tune knob that used to exist on a radio, where it's like, oh, there it is, and it got rid of all the static. So, thank you so much for coming on. It was more than a pleasure. Once again, look right there at our audience. Let them know where they can go to find out more about Carbonic Truth.
The first thing is to know the truth always illuminates in front of you. So without you going anywhere, you already know the truth is right in front of your eyes. Don't be the fish who's looking for the sea because you can't see the allness of what is in front of you. So number one, the truth is right in front of you. And if it happens to kindle you in a way that is carbonic, and you want to connect to this idea of we are gas before we are human frequency, then you can go to Carbon Certainty, you can go to ccertainty.com or hashtag Immovable Peace. You'll have more of these talks. So we're expanding this to every which way. If you are interested to collaborate with us, we are collaborating with sports people in golf. We're collaborating with app developers for softwares that is going to help these ideas. So we welcome collaborators as well.
Well, fantastic. Beautifully said, Yaw. Thank you so much for your time.
Care,
while you were online checking out everything about Carbonic Truth at ccertainty.com or carboncertainty.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That is our website. That's where you can find our store at curiousrealm.com/store. Do not forget about the Knowledge Vault there, where you can find all kinds of declassified government documents, archives, things like that. Stay tuned through this commercial break. When we come back, we will have more coverage from the expo floor here at PsiFest 2023 in Charlottesville, Virginia. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia, with the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. Our guest in this segment, is Julia Ann Mossbridge. She is a researcher in the world of remote viewing and precognition. She is the founder of the Mossbridge Institute, co-founder of TILT, the Institute for Love and Time. Welcome to the show. I had a chance to see you speak last year and was fascinated by your research. I was very disappointed that I didn't get you on last year, but very happy I have you on this year. Tell us a little bit about how you came into the world of researching remote viewing, because it's an odd field for somebody to just start researching as a scientist. But one of the conversations we've been having is it's interesting to see more scientists starting to look at things like this, paranormal, UAP, and the tie between all of them. It's pretty remarkable. So
yeah. You know, when people ask me, how did you come to do the thing?
It can be tough. It can be tough.
It's tough because the assumption is that something in your past was pushing you towards the future. And I think about time differently. So my assumption is everything that's happening in the moment is both a push from the past, but it also results from a pull from the future. And so I can tell you like half the story.
Okay.
But I don't know about the other story.
Because you're still in the midst of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So in the past, I have two sort of things that are true about me that are usually considered opposing. And so the first thing is that I've had these experiences since I was a kid of predicting future events, both in dreams and in sort of waking experiences, or knowing experiences that are very detailed. So just knowing something that's very detailed and is, you know, again and again shown to be true. And so when I was a kid, I would get like a dream journal because I had this very scientific family, and I thought, well, I want to make sure I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
And so I got a dream journal. I would write down these experiences, and so I could check, did I misremember thing, right? And so that made me think, all right, you know, there's something going on here. And I had enough data by the time I was 12 or something to know that we don't think about time the way that time actually works. Because I knew, I mean, there was no question that was true. But I had a scientific mind always. And so I have these experiences, but I want to understand them. And I want to discover what's going on. There's this mismatch between how time works and how we perceive time. And I want to study that. So that's how I came to study, especially precognitive remote viewing, and specifically precognition in all its forms.
Yeah, precognition is interesting. And so is the world of remote viewing, because like Lyn Buchanan says, we can't teach somebody to be psychic, but we can teach them to remote view, even though everybody has psychic qualities.
For sure.
And the idea, even now, of non-local reality, things like that, and the idea that we're a constant. We never go away. Energy cannot come or go. It just changes form. Right. So the idea of us having been and going to be is there.
Yeah.
Why we ignore that, I don't know.
Oh, I've been doing a lot of work on that because when I try to talk to scientists about this, or I try to talk to lay people about it, or I try to talk to psychics about it, doesn't matter. There is this fear of, I think it's a fear of loss of identity. I think I've got it down to loss of identity. Like, if who we are is our story about our history, and then someone comes along and says, actually, who we are is this thing that also includes this future that you don't know, and actually you may not even really control.
Yeah.
That's a little terrifying.
It can be, because it revokes some of our power to an extent. It feels that way. But in all actuality, it actually frees you from
in all actuality, you're no
lot.
longer. Yeah, you're just not as concerned about personal power.
Yeah. And your control of a situation, because you realize you can control your reaction.
Yeah.
That's about it. You can control your state in a situation. I can't control you. I
don't know. So let's talk about control.
Yes.
I don't know that you can control even your reaction, because if we think about all the factors that are going into that, like, what did you have for breakfast? Did you have caffeine or not today? Yeah. Are you sleepy? What are your genetics like? Are you addicted to anything? That's going to change your reaction. Are you a woman who's going through menopause? That will change your reaction, I can tell you. And And so,
Yeah.
like, these are things that you can't control, or maybe you can control what you have for breakfast, but you don't know if there was something in there.
Yeah.
Then there's in the moment when something happens, you're consciously aware of it after it happens.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about what you have control over, the big question is, who are you?
Yeah.
If we're talking about your conscious mind, you have control over nothing. That's like a movie that happens after the thing happened, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if we're talking about you as the greater you that includes all of your unconscious, your body, sort of your spiritual self, and maybe even like cosmic consciousness or whatever you want to call it, then sure, you got control because you're including all of this. You're changing your definition of who you are.
Yes.
So when people it's so fascinating when people want that kind of power, like I want to control everything. It's like as soon as you realize the only way to get that kind of power is to identify with the whole universe.
To release.
Now you have no personal power, but you don't care because now you're this thing. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, and the concept I discuss with people, it's when you learn your place as an atom within the molecule.
Yeah.
And realize that, like, oh, wait a minute. I am an intrinsic part of a system and a necessary part of a system.
Yeah.
And everything I do affects that system.
Or even
my coming and going affects that system.
Even an electron in the atom or a photon that's being exchanged.
Yeah, precisely. And when you look at these things scientifically, especially the way that we think, like you said, the way that we perceive time, we have a problem with putting things in a box, even with science.
Yeah.
Like, well, it's got to fit in this. And it's like, but it does it? Because, we gave time its definition. We decided that it was 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour. Yeah. Like,
it's very useful. It's not that it's
great.
not useful. It's totally helpful. I want to be able to meet someone on time for dinner.
Yeah.
Right? That's cool. We want to share the same. Time is a language that is shared throughout the entire world. It's the only language.
Yep.
The people all over are using seconds and minutes and hours. It's fantastic. So actually, come to think of it, I've been thinking lately that time is the universal language that if there were another species that were trying to contact us, they would speak to us in units of time, because that is true for everyone on Earth.
Yeah.
Right? So time is really valuable that way. And, to think that part of it is cut off to us just because our conscious brains are going in one direction is just uninsightful.
Well, that's a very good way to put it. Uninsightful, because there is a large quantitative part of our brain that is active that we are not aware of.
Most of it.
It's shown by the fact that 80% of what we do is autonomic.
Right.
We don't think about it. We don't think about breathing.
Right.
We don't think about moving once we've learned to walk.
It's
something that we take advantage of.
Yeah.
The last guest that we had on was talking about how we are connected to the carbon that we exhale, and the idea that we change every time we exhale, but that's really the only part of our biology that we control.
Yeah.
Our body automatically, try to keep yourself from inhaling. Your body will tell you no.
Yeah.
Well, it will eventually make you gasp for air.
Try to keep yourself from exhaling eventually. Yeah. I mean, again, this thing about what we control is it reminds me of the argument about, that's what makes humans special. Over the decades, there's been this sort of, that's what makes humans special, and that's what makes humans special. It's knocked down.
Yeah.
Oh, we use tools, and other animals don't use tools. No. We use language. Other animals don't use language. No.
Every bit of it that makes us special.
It's all about, like, what can we do to stroke our egos? And it's like, maybe just
we have a unique genetic code. No, we're three parts away from an earthworm.
Yeah,
not really.
No.
No.
It's just like, maybe we just need to be less insecure.
Or maybe a little less haughty.
Yeah.
Because once again, there's that means of control. We want control.
Yeah.
And that's part of the scientific endeavor, of course, is to understand things.
Maybe that's what makes us different from other animals. We are into control and we're arrogant.
Well, yeah. Every other animal, they said it in the Matrix, every other animal in the world finds stasis in its environment. Not you. Not you. You come in, you destroy, everything. Like, that's just what we tend to do.
Yeah.
And it's strange. Because,
Chris, can we turn down my
you bet.
my headphones?
Absolutely.
Okay, Phil. Oh, wonderful.
There you go. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
When we are, let me see how I can phrase this. When we are I guess, searching for that control, especially whenever you're talking about something like controlled remote viewing.
Yeah.
There are many different styles of remote viewing, and some of them are much more protocol driven. Some of them are more intuitively driven. When it comes to quantifyingly studying that in a lab, which side have you done more work toward? Have you done more work toward the intuitive side, or more work toward the studied, measured side of, protocol remote viewing?
Yeah, so both.
Okay.
I'm one of those unusual people, I think, that I have a gift at analysis, and that's why I do the science stuff, but I also have this intuitive gift. And I really like using them together. So I like studying remote viewing, so I've done a couple papers. You can, where would you find my papers? I think I have a tinyurl.com/precogpapers 2023. I think you can download a bunch of papers there. Done a bunch of scientific work. What I've found is that on average, I haven't found anything new. That's not true. I've backed up what other people have found, which is that on average, people can do this at a rate above chance, and that there are some people who are gifted at it. So that's what I've found. The new thing is that unconditional love, or the experience of love without constraint, that is, it's non-romantic. It's more close to like a cosmic love, universal love, divine love, agape. Yeah. That, when you're in that state, your capacity to access this information is increased for whatever reason. And I've shown that twice now. The second paper is under review. First paper's out there. And that is, to me, the best scientific work that I've done in that area, because that's a key insight that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
In terms of the application side, I run a team. I worked with John Vivanco for a while. We had a team that worked with atmospheric scientists to try to figure out address some issues with climate change. I really enjoy working with scientific innovation, cryptography.
Sure.
Because I'm a scientist, it's like, might as well use my analytical and intuitive skills
Absolutely.
together. So now I have a team called Intuitive Forecasting. So it's called intuitiveforecasting.com. You can find it. And what we do is we largely do science and technology projects. We do some pro bono missing person cases or perpetrator cases. But generally we do all what I call operational precognitive remote viewing, OPRV. So this is a sort of it's not a method, it's more like a framework or a context for remote viewing. So everyone can use their own method.
Sure.
Whatever they want. But there's two things that make this the context. So OPRV, the two things are, one, everyone does their work before anyone knows what the tasking is. So you have a transcript that's done, and you set it aside. And it could be months or years before the tasking happens. So you just have a stack of untasked things. And then what you're doing is, in the future, something happens where someone calls us up and says, we're trying to crack this particular encryption or whatever. And so then you pull the done sessions and you use intention to associate in the present a particular tasking with what's going on in the past when the person did that session. And it's a clean way to get an unbiased set of sessions. Yeah. So that's one aspect of that makes it OPRV. The other aspect that makes it OPRV is we use unconditional love intentionally in each session. So in each session, we're going into it with unconditional love. We are
starting with like a mindfulness meditation or something
everyone
like that?
starts. Some people start with rock and roll or cleaning their house.
Okay.
No.
Okay. No.
So you can start with whatever they want, but within the actual session, we're basically intentionally sending unconditional love to everyone involved, because the theory is things are going to go well with unconditional love. People aren't smart enough to figure out. No one is smart enough to figure out the right thing to do in any future situation.
Yeah.
Right. We know that. We should know that by now. And so, if we bring unconditional love into the mix, at least it mitigates some of the mess ups that could occur.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So that's what that is.
One of the things we talk about regularly on this show is the haze in which we live in society now. And yes, at one point, especially go back to my great-grandparents. I'm almost 50. So go back 50, 100 years. And we were a totally different society. We were connected together in a totally different way. It didn't matter what our political beliefs were. If you needed wood in the winter, I gave you a cord of wood if I had it.
Yeah.
If I needed food, you gave me some rabbit.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
we took care of each other in that agape way because we knew that we were connected in that way.
My neighborhood is like that. I sought out my neighborhood to be like that.
Awesome.
But it's unusual, and I think we need to get back to it. I just wrote a class on Insight Timer for detaching from social media because and reconnecting with your community because
That's a hard piece of Velcro to pull.
I know
hon. That's a hard
it's more
one.
addictive than cocaine. But no, it really
It
is
is
more addictive than cocaine.
It is a dopamine hit every second.
Yeah.
And that was fully metriced out when they launched it.
Oh, well, yeah. No, I mean, I talked with some venture capitalists about a project once in Silicon Valley, and they said, "Oh, this is really cool. What's going to make it addictive?" And I said, No. See, addiction's bad for people.
Yeah.
This is about wellness." And they're like, "Yeah, we're not interested."
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
If we can't addict them, we can't sell them.
Yeah.
We can't
it doesn't
sell
make
to
the
them.
bucks.
And it's interesting because one of the things we talk about regularly on the show, I did a lot of abnormal psychology study in college, things like that. And our brains are wired for negative feedback.
Oh, wired for all kinds of feedback.
They have been wired for millennia to pay attention to your surroundings, to live in a slight state of panic and awareness. And
You're looking for threats and opportunities.
that can utterly be hijacked.
Oh, that is hijacked,
It is
exactly. That's what
hijacked
they're
all the
doing.
time.
Yep.
And that's just it. And I remember when I was 12 and I had to ride my bike to the library to read things about the Monroe Institute. I could pick up a device and sit there for 10 hours now and read things.
I know.
It was at one point the
And
fact
here's a question for you.
What's that?
If you do that, if you do the 10-hour scroll thing down the rabbit hole, does it make you feel good? Right?
Research-wise, yes.
Well, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it stimulates your mind.
Productivity, thinking-wise, yes.
But in terms of like your whole body, no, it makes you feel like crap.
Exhausted.
It's exhausting.
It is exhausting.
It's draining. And then the next day you're like, I can't function.
Well, and it's quite literally because of the fact of our brains are wired to see at 30 frames per second. We're now feeding them that 4 times as fast in 120 hertz.
Yeah.
You know, so your brain goes into the zombification 4 times faster.
I'm trying to keep up.
It gets tired 4 times faster, which means now it can receive that negative input 4 times faster.
Yeah.
Which,
Well, and it's receiving other people's information and other people's thoughts. I'm really concerned about us. I call it the great cognition heist. I'm really concerned about technology basically doing our thinking for us.
Well, the issue I think that we have is the fact that our brains are a big sieve.
Yeah.
They're made to filter and sort information. That's great if you've got a decent amount of water coming. Now there is a deluge of information.
Yeah.
And like any colander that you put underwater, if there's enough water going, it will flow over the sides. The colander will not filter it.
Which actually, by the way, brings us back to remote viewing because one of the amazing that remote viewing as a sort of spiritual practice or as a personal development practice is the experience of being able to pick and choose. Like, what does it feel like internally when I take this piece of information?
Yeah.
You know, like getting into that state of where you're just really more aware of what your internal information processing is, which doesn't have to go at that rapid speed. Is it's very calming.
Well, and once again, like you said, very meditative. The way I love Lyn Buchanan's example of this is a martial art.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
It's being a psychic in a martial art.
Yeah.
This is a martial art. This is a way in which you train your brain to think in a certain way.
Yeah.
And in the way it naturally thinks. Like our brains will naturally associate things. It'll naturally we're transducers. We constantly pick up signals all the time.
And the big question, it seems to me, is now, great, so we can do this. We know we can do it. Scientifically clear that we can do it, at least to the people who read the literature. So what can we do with it? What good can we do in the world with it? Like, let's do some good.
Yeah.
Like, I get kind of irritated with the experience seeking and the, oh, well, I remote viewed this thing that you can't check out and that's not helpful or whatever. And it's like, oh, you know what? I don't care.
Thank you. Because I belong to a lot of communities with this show, Julia, and it's hard for me sometimes. I've lived the better half of my life behind a lens or an editing desk, editing audio or video. Don't bring me your anomaly, please. I'll probably break your heart pretty rapidly. But there has been this issue going on amongst paranormal communities, things like that, where, there's a group of people out there like remote viewing a supposed Bigfoot attack in 1965 and things like that. And it's like, okay, well, I guess technically there's a problem there when you're talking remote viewing, because now you're talking about, like, here's an incident that happened and here's how it happened. Go remote view it. Is that remote viewing?
Sure it is. But the question is, what's the goal? Like, so it's all about intention, right? Because I could imagine a scenario in which remote viewing that attack actually helps someone. Like if someone was the person who got attacked and they're traumatized and they actually need validation about what went on, that's a scenario in which it would be incredibly life-affirming to remote view that. And then there's a situation where people
that being the actual victim, being able to remote view that.
Or even people like hiring a team of skilled remote viewers saying, like, I need validation for this. Here's the date, you know.
But would you give them the date and the circumstance?
Oh, it doesn't. It depends on how you're doing remote viewing. You might give them. I give everyone nothing because it's all in the future.
Sure.
Right. So I would personally, if I were talking with that person who said I need validation, I would say great, and then I would just give my team like yet another tasking, pull out what they already did, and answer the question the next day. So it's like, that's fine too. I guess I want to say, there's a room for it all.
Sure.
But I just want to draw attention to this idea of intention.
Yes.
Like what matters is, what is the intention? If the intention is to like feel good because you have cool information, that just gets old fast.
Yeah.
I've been there, but it gets old fast. And then another intention is to feel grateful that you have this gift and want to use it to help the world. Now that intention doesn't get old ever.
Sure.
That feels really good. That kind of self-transcendent intention.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the one I'd like to raise as like, hey, in what way is the work you're doing, whether it's remote viewing, you're a medium, what you're a
intuitive
dreamer,
work,
whatever your work is, how is that working with an intention of love, and how are you avoiding the
negativity?
Well, not even avoiding the negativity, because sometimes things are negative, but like, how are you avoiding the human sort of behavior that we call sort of ego propping?
Yeah. No, absolutely. The self-aggrandizement and pat on the back that you
can get sucked into that.
You can. So, and even the validation from other people.
Yeah, that could feel good. And that could also be really important at a certain time in your life. So none of it is like absolutely bad. It's just always checking in with your intention.
Yeah. And how is your work received by other people in the scientific community?
It depends on the work. Like most of them don't know about that I am a remote viewer, right?
That's epic. Yeah. I love that.
So I just talk about it in this third person thing,
At the third dinner?
After the wine.
Yeah.
I don't drink, but like they're all drunk.
Yeah.
But so my experience with the scientific community is largely that when I get to talking to them and when I present to them, two things happen. One is people can get upset. So one response is real upset, real anger. They're angry at me. Don't you know about the second law of thermodynamics? Yeah. Like turning red anger. And then I just sort of say, I do know about the second law of thermodynamics, but let's talk when you've calmed down. Yeah. Because your emotional state is not helping.
It's not receptive.
I just like to call it out, for what it is. And then the second response is they come up to me after a talk and they go, Julia, I need to meet with you privately. And I'm like, I know exactly what's coming. They had some experience they can't explain and they're scared that they're crazy. They don't want to tell the other people, but they'll tell me because I just talked about crazy stuff.
Sure.
And so many people at so many institutions have had those conversations with me.
Wow.
High-level scientists who are like, I'm scared. That we ended up writing a paper about exceptional experiences of scientists and engineers.
Well, and the phenomenology of these things, especially now with the UAP whistleblower hearings, things like that, I think it has really, really changed the conversation in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Well,
in a lot of ways.
I was on
a lot of topics.
I wanted the whistleblowers. I really think Ryan Graves is a great,
he's awesome.
He's just fantastic.
Yeah.
I wanted him to speak more about the phenomenology, and he did talk a little bit about the science, and I know that wasn't the goal. But I work with an organization called the Scientific Coalition of UAP Studies, or for UAP Studies,
wow.
SCU, you know them?
Yes, I'm very familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to have you on to talk about
Well, so
that.
they're neat folks, neat people, and they're being very responsible. And I'm talking with them about, can we talk more about the phenomenology piece?
Yeah.
Because there is still a belief, in that world that if you start talking about anything that isn't sort of nuts and bolts,
Hard and concrete.
science, then that is too woo-woo. But in fact, we have to admit that we have human experience. That is not material.
That is what I loved about the NASA panel. I don't know if you got to watch the NASA panel, but that was my favorite thing. That was one of the first things that they addressed was the fact of we have been woefully irresponsible as scientists. Our job is to study that 3 to 5% anomaly.
Right. That's how you make progress in science is you study the anomaly.
The example I've given on my show the whole time is I don't think I'd ever pay a contractor for 95% of a wall.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have ever gotten an A in chemistry for 95% of the solution.
Yeah.
Did the other 5% go to gas? Did it become residue? What happened to the other 5%?
It is only the crucial piece.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that tells us about our reality.
And they were literally like, as scientists, our job is to study the 3 to 5% phenomenon and figure out what it is.
Well, there's a new paper a new article that just came out about that from one of the scientists saying, this isn't very scientific. It feels like it's still in this old paradigm of we have to show that this isn't extraterrestrial. And it's like, no, actually, folks, we barely understand.
Drop the ET, man. Yeah. Drop it. Get rid of the little green man.
Yeah.
Please. It could be something from another dimension.
It could be us from the future.
It could be us from the future. And that's why I loved the NHI concept. The idea that just opened a panoply of
if it's us
concept.
from the future, it's still human intelligence.
It's still us. And it's still technically extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Because it's from a different Earth.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, right.
Still extraterrestrial.
It's sort of like the past is extraterrestrial. I like that.
Still within it, because we get hung up on these things. Like UFO just means an object in the sky that's moving that you don't know what the heck it is.
It's not always in the sky. It could be under the water.
It could be.
Yeah.
But that's just it. We get caught up in this paradigm of, well, it's alien. No, it's just unidentified.
Well, but we're not that smart. I mean, that's why. I mean,
God, I love you.
No, I mean, like humans, we
get hung up.
We don't handle uncertainty well.
We don't.
We just have this issue with uncertainty, and I get it, because in order to survive, you kind of want to know, is that like a lion that's going to attack me or not?
Like I said, our brains are wired in that survival instinct, and that is very easily hijacked with the news that we read, everything else. Like you were saying, that social media engine that's in front of our face, it can be hard to see a positive in your day.
Yeah.
It can be hard to have that agape love for your brother when all you're doing is reading what red versus blue is doing.
Right, and what's fascinating is this is on my social media detachment and course and connecting with your local community. When I was doing that course, I was like, oh my God, it is so real. Like I needed the course too. It is so real that when you actually look around you and you realize like you're always looking for threats and opportunities.
Yeah.
When you look around you put down your phone and you look around you, there's so many more opportunities than threats.
Than threats. Thank you.
But when you look at your phone, there's all of a sudden more threats and opportunities.
We're cortisol junkies, man.
It'll kill us.
Like,
I mean, it's really, really bad.
It's horrifying.
Yeah.
And trying to find a way out of that, trying to find a way that you see. One of the things I brought up regularly is I can't grasp the concept of saying you hate somebody that you've never met or shook hands with.
Right.
Maybe you don't agree with their point of view, their politics, what they do in life, whatever. But to use that 4-letter word, hate,
I know,
with somebody that you've never mutually spent time with or shared space with, there's a psychology there that is...
But it makes sense, because one time I was on a bus at a scientific conference being bussed from one place to another. And the bus driver was playing this talk show host that I totally disagreed with politically.
Oh.
And I'm not going to say whose name it was. But anyway, was playing that.
Alex Jones.
I'm not going to say whose name it was. I'm not going to even pretend that I heard that. So I had this thought, and I wanted tolerance, and I have a relationship with God. Not everyone does. That's fine, but I do. And I was praying, and I was saying, could I just like, I just want to like get to the place where like there aren't like I could send love to like the bus driver, but I can't send love
through the radio
to this radio person. And the response I got back was, really? So you can't send love to the ones who need it most? Ooh, I know.
Wow, you're cold as ice to yourself.
Yeah, well, it wasn't. I don't think it was myself, or maybe it was my higher self. Maybe it was God. I don't know. But it was very clear. Like I was ruthless with myself. Like, oh, so the people who need it most are the ones who you say you hate. Why do you hate them? Because you need love. They need love.
Yeah,
that's the equation.
Yeah,
so it's just a simple equation.
Absolutely.
As soon as you find yourself hating someone,
it is a 1-to-1. It's a 1-to-1.
They need love.
It is an utter reflection of self. Yeah. Absolutely, and that's a hard bond in your mind to break and to let loose of. I spent my first year in college as a seminary for the Catholic Church.
Oh, wow.
And many years after as assistant youth minister, working in ministry, and everybody has a different spiritual journey. And for a long time, it was hard for me as someone who felt as though they were called to look around at a bunch of people in church. Yeah. And then one day, much like you, where my higher self just kind of kicked me in the back of the neck and was like, hey, that's a little haughty. Like, we all experience things at a different level, at a different rate. Just because somebody doesn't have that direct connection doesn't mean that they don't have faith, doesn't mean that they aren't connected. Like,
who knows?
That is
they
us
could be more connected than you, but you don't recognize it.
And it's us putting our paradigm upon somebody.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's what comes back to the unconditional love.
Exactly.
And I think the reason why, sort of my explanation for why unconditional love opens you up to information from the non-local world, or this world, non-locally. I guess non-local access to information. Sorry, I have to be precise with the language. It's okay. Anyway, I think the reason that unconditional love opens us up to that is because judgment is like a block.
Yep.
And
it's a brick in a wall.
Yeah. And without the unconditional love, you're automatically judgmental.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. You have these rules that I would love that person if they changed in this way.
Well, it's the fact of we're having the conversation on the way to the table.
Yeah.
We're in the car.
Yeah.
We're literally going over what we're going to say and what they say in return. Like, you haven't even hit the table yet, Jack.
Yeah.
Put it in third gear and coast.
Yeah.
And get to the table.
Yeah.
Get to the table. Wait till the conversation happens.
Yes, I have this mentor who once said to me.
And I'm not saying that you're not maybe being precognitive, folks.
No,
However, are you imposing that upon the situation? And even whenever you're looking at, all of this research with remote viewing started about the fact of we can impose our will upon a situation, whether we don't realize it. Yeah. Scientists going home and just going, did I do that right? Did I do it right? Did I get that number right? And because they're thinking about their experiment, they're actually affecting it in the lab miles away. So we can utterly.
It's kind of sad.
It is to an extent.
It's sad. It's sad.
But
it's sad when. What am I talking about? It's sad when the obsession is about control. I totally understand that. I've totally been there. Yeah. And I'm not saying I won't be there again. But I think less so, but I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, when the obsession is about control, you don't notice all the other things. And that can get you in big trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And with your work with Tilt, that concept of spreading love, that concept of helping people find that frequency of love, what can they do in their daily life? I know right now is the time of mindfulness. We've gone through many times of philosophy in our lifetimes, but right now we are in the world of mindfulness. It's interesting to see people coming back to this concept of slowing down, being present in the moment, being here and now.
Yeah.
Don't worry about later. Like literally there is nothing you can do about that. You can prepare yourself. That's it. So what can they do in their daily to help lift that agave and kind of stamp out the negativity?
Well, again,
aside from getting rid of social media, of course.
I The negative, you've got to be careful with negativity because life is full of things that are positive and things that are negative.
Sure.
And no one's immune. I don't care how much money you have
That's
or how
right.
enlightened you are. Everyone has experiences that they would wish that they didn't have.
Sure.
The key difference is suffering.
Yeah.
So like there's pain. Like I break my leg, I would rather not have broken my leg. The key is, are you suffering?
Yeah.
And that's different from the pain, right? And so that relates to tilt. So the suffering is sort of this opinion that things should have been differently, should have gone differently. Guilt around if I had done something different, it would have been different. Shame around that, or pride that things I did went really well, and that's why things are great, right?
Yeah.
And so it's this attachment to your control that creates the suffering. And so what TILT is about, the Institute for Love and Time, just so that I can say the acronym, is about using unconditional love in the context of holistic time thinking.
Okay.
And so we call that structural love. And so people have talked about structural racism, structural hate. This is structural love. And it's this idea that we are actually living in this matrix of love. I'm not talking about romantic love.
No.
I'm not talking about love in a pizza. I'm talking about this kind of agape, this kind of divine love, or this cosmic universal love. We are living in this matrix of love. And what we can do is embrace it throughout time and get really conscious of that. And that solves this suffering problem. So if you break your leg and you're all attached to like, I should have done this or whatever, but you have a practice of connecting with yourself over time, past versions of yourself, future versions of yourself, and you connect over time in a space of unconditional love, then that is extremely healing. And actually we've shown that. So we created a technology. Do you know this?
No.
Oh, we created a technology.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, it's called Time Machine. It's you can just find it online at timemachine.love.
Okay.
And it takes you through.
I love it.
It's free.
That's epic.
It's free, and it's for everyone. And we tested it with 97 people over 26 days. About half of the group of people had been really traumatized as children, and about half were less traumatized. The reason I say that is because the people who came in the door who were very traumatized as children, their overall well-being was lower than people who hadn't been traumatized. Self-reported.
Sure.
Now, the reason I'm telling you that is because that's what you would expect. People who've had rough childhoods tend to have overall lower self-esteem as adults. Not self-esteem. Well, yes, also self-esteem, but overall well-being is what I meant to say. And then over the 26 days, they both groups improved, but they met up so that at the end of the 26 days, they were at the same level of overall well-being, which is really tough to do with this population.
Remarkable.
We are very excited about that result. And so I'll tell you what the technology does.
Yeah.
It's simple as could be. It's so simple. It's not addictive in any way. And so what it does is it asks you to open up your time machine, which is this really cool graphic that Amber Williams on our team made. You go in there and it asks you to record a message to your past or future self. You can have a minute to record the message with your voice, shuts it down, and then the next day you get an email saying your time machine has a message for you. And 100% of the time, as far as we can tell, you have forgotten what your message was. Wow. So when you go to the time machine, you're like, oh, that's what I was thinking yesterday. And it's really cool, and you start connecting over time, and it challenges you to connect with yourself with love, to listen to your voice with love. So the first step is really listening to your voice with love and learning to connect with yourself over time with love. And then it moves into these has other features where you could do meditations and stuff like that. But that's the main one.
That is remarkable, because I can totally see how you can really begin to build some personal empathy that way. Yeah. And because one of the examples I use on my show all the time is Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Yeah.
His speech, leaving presidency. I don't know how many times I have heard that, A, in my broadcast career, B, just in life. Don't trust the industrial military complex, things like that. Yes, those were there. But if you go back and you watch that whole speech, you can almost hear him starting to cry.
He was touched.
You can feel it. And just recently did that resonate with me in that way where it's like, wow, you can actually hear the fear in this man's voice. You can hear his emotive quality that he's scared for the future here if we don't call a halt to this.
And that's so important. So we tend to focus on the text words, and people keep asking me, when are you going to make a version where we can text ourselves? And I'm like, no, we're used to text being, it could be from a machine.
Yep.
But when you hear your own body,
I tell people that all the time. I would love to help my wife and I when we reconnected on Facebook.
Yeah.
Sorry. But granted, it was back in the days where you actually had to know each other from college.
Yeah. That's how you met.
That's how we met.
Yeah.
It was like, oh yeah, I remember Amy. But she was having an issue. I've always been considered a confessor to people for some reason. People just come to me
your
and
priestly nature.
They just bare their soul like strangers. It's weird.
That happens to me too. I totally get it.
And I'm down with it.
I'm on the bus
down
and
with
like
it.
someone's like, here we
my
go.
wife will be like, wow, that went deep in a line for a soda. It's like, but she called. We were messaging back and forth. And finally one day I was like, listen, I would love to help you out with this more. I can't do this.
Yeah.
I need to hear your voice.
Yes.
Unless I hear your voice,
That's exactly right.
I can't tell the tension. It's not the comma where you're putting it ain't giving me the tension of your life right now.
The voice is so key.
I need to hear your voice to understand your emotion, to lock in to how to help you.
Yes.
And that began our first phone call. But that was literally the conversation. If
It's
I can't
the essence of the soul. You know, I had a voice teacher who told me, my only voice teacher is fantastic, Heather Arani. She says, you know, the voice is actually physically at the center of your body.
Yep.
Like all the way down.
Yeah.
And all the way up.
Yeah.
And so, of course, it's going to reflect all the things that are going on with you in the past, in the future, and the now. Well, it's so telling.
Well, yeah. And I mean, think about it, folks. How many times have you gotten an email and just gotten enraged, and then you get on the phone with somebody and wow, I totally put that on the whole situation. Yeah. Same thing with the text. So many things can be missed out on.
Yeah. We lose our compassion.
If you actually take a minute and a half out of your day and make a phone call, there won't be a miscommunication. Yeah. You'll understand the unction and urgency behind somebody's voice and understand if they're mad or maybe frustrated instead of mad. Yeah. They're two different things that are kind of associated, but one's anger, one isn't. One's anger, one's fear. They're two different things, and if somebody's frustrated and fearful, you can help them with that.
Yeah.
You can't help them with anger. Like you said, like, I'm sorry, you're angry. We need to have this conversation
Another
later.
time.
You built the wall before I got here, buddy.
Anger's a whole process. Yeah.
Let's start working on removing mortar, then we can talk. And it's interesting to see that relation and the idea that we need to hear ourselves from the past. Like physically hear ourselves.
Oh, I mean,
and hear our worry. With things.
We had this amazing program, Amber, the one I mentioned, who made the time machine visual. She had this idea of bringing it into she lives in Chicago, bringing it into Cook County Jail and working with the inmates with this thing.
Beautiful.
It was frigging awesome. And so she's talking to them and she's telling them about this idea of like you exist over time, and even though we just see the now, that still exists in the future. And they're like, really? And so they did their first recording. And they kind of, we had one account for all of them, and they kind of shared who talked. And it was really touching. I was able to witness them listening to the recording from the week before, and them going, that was me. I was there. I said that. Like really, like, look, I really exist because I exist in time.
Wow.
And it's so strengthening, and they got so much power out of the experience.
No, I was just about to say, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Because, yes, it is so empowering to yourself to know that, yes, you can fix your problems.
Yeah.
Yes, you were worried about that yesterday, and now you
God
aren't.
Plus everything else.
Well, sure. Yeah. You plus extenuating circumstances, but it starts with you.
Yeah.
It starts with you and your consent into the system.
To say, I exist and I'm real. And I was here yesterday, which means, by the way, I'm going to be here tomorrow, and I'm going to have to start thinking about how I'm treating my future self.
That's right.
Which became the topic of conversation. Well, how are you going to treat your future self?
And that's just it. The whole idea of self-love. And don't get me wrong, help people. Help people, folks. Help people. But make sure your cup's full. If your cup's full, how can you give water to somebody if you've got a half-empty cup?
I mean, and so you may think you're helping people.
Yeah. And really what you're doing is making people projects. at that point.
And also, they end up having to help you.
Yeah,
Without you
precisely,
realizing it,
precisely. And it's hard for us to keep a cup full in this day and age. It's hard for us.
This bucket's got a hole in it,
It's
as they say.
Thank you so much for your time. It's been so fantastic to have you on. I'm so glad that we got to connect and have this conversation today.
I loved, first of all, just the freewheeling conversation, but the tone of your questions and your experience with spirituality and your relationship with God and all these things. I know they're not shared by everyone, and that's okay, but it's also really easy to talk with you about it. So that's really nice.
Thank you. My life is lived in the depths of things. I want to explore and get curious.
And you do.
Because
in this realm.
The day we stop questioning is probably the day that we've joined the great beyond and the atomic universe, like that's what I've always said. You should be questioning till the day you die. You should be questioning something.
I think we should be questioning after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let everybody know where they can go to learn more about the Institute for Love and Time, where they can go to learn about the Mossbridge Institute, everything else.
Should I look at the camera? Hi, everybody. So you see my profile this whole time? Mossbridgeinstitute.com, intuitiveforecasting.com, loveandtime.org. What else? thepremonitioncode.com. That's my book. What else do I have? Oh, those are the biggies, I think.
Okay.
Oh, my Insight Timer channel. It has a ton of conversations, classes like my social media class. So just go to Insight Timer and search for Dr. Julia Mossbridge.
Awesome. Great.
Easy peasy.
Thank you so much for your time in this very, very busy PsiFest 2023.
That's a blast.
Absolutely. While you were online checking out all of the amazing work from Dr. Mossbridge, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That's where you can go. CuriousRealm.com/story is our experiencer page. If you're an experiencer of the paranormal, if you're a remote viewer that's had an experience, if you've had an experience with ETs or extraterrestrials, or if you're a whistleblower, stop on by, fill out our form. We will try to get you some answers from our experts. Stay tuned through this commercial break. We'll be right back with our final bit of coverage for day one of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia, with the International Remote Viewing Association and the Monroe Institute. We'll be right back after this, folks.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to our final bit of the first day of coverage of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia, with the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. Our guest in this segment is the indomitable Lyn Buchanan. He was one of many and one of the progenitors of the government Stargate program. Welcome back to the program.
Yeah, not the progenitor. Actually, it had been in existence 10 years before I got there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, last time you were on the show, we were talking a little bit about some of your remote viewing courses, things like that.
Yeah.
We had a great conversation this morning at breakfast that I've referenced more than one time.
Oh, really?
Today.
Okay.
Specifically the fact of you can train anybody to remote view, but you can't train everybody to be psychic, even though everybody has psychic qualities too.
Well, that's it. Well, the thing is, as you train them to use what psychic ability they have, they're going to automatically increase in their psychic abilities. It's like any learning, you do make new synapses. But also, since they haven't been using it before, and now they're using it, they feel that you have made them psychic. And there are a lot of teachers out there that are trying to sell on that, get money.
Yeah.
And say, I will make you psychic.
Yeah.
It's not true.
But because you're already psychic.
You're already psychic. Yeah. You've already got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You just need to learn to flex the muscles. They may be atrophied, or you've just never flexed them before.
Like the old saying, if you've got it, learn to flaunt it.
Yeah. Well, precisely. And let's explore that for a minute, because the idea of non-localized consciousness, the idea of all of us being a subatomic engine to begin with, that makes us all interconnected already. So the idea of being able to transverse space to see something doesn't seem like that far of a leap for the imagination at that point.
For the imagination, for the conscious mind, it's a great leap. Yeah.
And how do you, I guess, first steps, how do you start releasing somebody from the fear of that leap, Lyn?
Okay. Now, for a lot of the remote viewing and the psychic courses and all that, I'm not sure how they do it because I've never really been exposed to those.
Okay.
I was exposed from the very beginning to the Inga Swan method.
Okay.
And the Inga Swan method is more of a martial art than anything else.
In what way?
Well, in that it's physical.
Okay.
We start you off by saying, okay, here's a pen and paper. Give me the simplest graphic representation you can of water. People will go waves, Okay, now then, the most simplest graphic representation you can of motion, and they go zoom like that. Okay, and then we practice that over and over. It's the equivalent of wax on, wipe off, wax on, wipe off.
Yeah.
And one day in the martial art, somebody comes around that swing without thinking about it. You wax on. Okay.
Yeah, it becomes a muscular memory.
It becomes a muscular memory. And so once you've given them these what's called ideogram drills,
Okay.
over and over and over. I think mine was 2 months before they would go on, but it became solid muscle memory. And one day they said, okay, we've got this envelope and there's a picture in it. What's it a picture of? And my hand went like this. And I said, I don't know what it's a picture of. He said, well, what did your muscle say? Well, it said there's some land and some water. They opened it up and it was a beach. Simple as that. And by doing this, it's a lot of work. Okay, it takes tons of practice. And yet, your subconscious already has the ability to know what's in the envelope. It also has the ability to know what's going on in what's written on a sheet of paper that's in a safe in the Kremlin. It has that ability to know. The thing is, your conscious mind doesn't have a way to access the subconscious knowledge. And so if you develop that way of having your body tell you, that's stage 1, okay? You get into stage 2 and you say, okay, you say there's water and there's land. Describe the land. Haven't opened the envelope. I don't know what the land is like. Okay, well, rub your hand across the paper. What do you feel? It feels gritty. Write it down. Feels wet. Write it down. Okay? Now then, describe the water. I don't know what the water's like. Well, what impressions are you getting? It smells fishy.
Sure.
Yeah, salty taste.
And I think that
is physical.
Yeah, I was going to say that is one of the most fascinating parts of it, is the synesthetic part of remote viewing.
Yes.
And it's not necessarily that an image just pops into your head, but
controlled remote viewing.
Yeah, precisely. Controlled, and we should make that distinction because that is specifically the remote viewing that you practice.
That the military used all the time too.
Yeah. And that once again is the highly drilled form of remote viewing.
Absolutely.
Sure, you were using your intuition, things like that.
Right.
But it's not necessarily like mediumship or clairvoyance.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And this is the controlled remote viewing that was trained by the military and trained me. And the fact is that just like you can become a black belt in the martial art, you can become a black belt at controlled remote viewing.
Sure. And much like any black belt or any karate class, there are people in the class who will attain that rank
Absolutely.
and that belt slightly faster. They will learn katas a little bit faster, things like that. Same thing with this, very much so. You know, you may have 3 different students come in with literally the same education level.
That's right. Yeah.
2 of them will excel. One of them may peter for a little while, you know.
And the general rule about how fast you're going to get it is, do you wax on, wipe off? You practice.
Yeah. I was going to say, how much work are you doing? Because much like, hey, you could wish and manifest all day long, but if you're not putting the work in to help that manifestation, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
You've got to still do the work.
With CRV, you can sit back and intend all you want. If it didn't wind up on the paper, you didn't do anything.
Yeah. Where's the trail?
That's right.
And now, when you started in the program, how were you recruited into Stargate? Let's hear that story first for many of the listeners out there who may not be familiar with your
If you've seen the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, okay? I didn't kill the goat. I killed the computers. But this incident happened over in Germany, and I got flaming angry at a person while I was giving a demonstration of a computer program I had written. And he had intentionally hacked it, messed it up. And here was 12 commanding generals from 12 different countries. And I was giving this presentation, and I hit the enter key, and it went blank. And they all started laughing at me. And I looked up, and here was this other sergeant who had wanted the job of writing the program. And he said, "Gotcha," and turned around and walked off. I got flaming angry, and when I did, the field station went down. The entire field station went down.
Wow.
And I've had this PK ability all my life that I've had to fight. Well, the information about that got back to General Stubblebine, who is head of the Intelligence and Security Command, and he had been looking for people to do this. And
had he heard stories about people who could do this?
Oh yeah, he was.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And he brought me back to D.C. Initially, he thought, well, put him in the remote viewing unit, but he wanted me to start a unit that would learn to destroy enemy computers.
Target.
Yeah.
Specifically
Yeah.
targeting.
With the end goal of not destroying them, but controlling the information in the enemy computers so that we could make their missiles drop into the sea.
Sure.
Or just mess up their computers and all that.
Yeah. Haywire communications, what have you.
And Congress said, that sounds like mind control. Congress had been caught in the 60s doing mind control, and they said never again.
Oh, yeah.
And so they wouldn't fund it.
Wow.
So Bert, General Stubblebine.
So MK Ultra actually put the kibosh on things to begin with.
A lot of things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And because they got caught.
Oh, yeah, like pants down, red bottomed.
Oh,
they
yeah.
got caught.
Oh, yeah.
Hard.
And
Well,
so anyway.
I mean, it was a telltale thing whenever the CIA bought up all the LSD in the world.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
That should have been clue number one.
Yeah. Should have been something strange.
When you buy the whole
here.
world's supply of a chemical, maybe there's something there.
Yeah. So anyway, he took me out to the remote viewing unit, put me in there, and when I first went in, I really didn't know anything about the remote viewing unit. And so they read me on, which is where they give you a sheet of paper that tells what the unit really does instead of what they tell the public they do. And you read it and you sign it. And when you sign it, that says,
Mum from this point.
Mum from this point, or it's 10 years in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I signed it, and I thought, this is stupid. I'm on candid camera. This is a joke. But over the next few weeks, I saw the people doing it, and they were doing phenomenal work. And I took to it like a duck to water. I mean, this was the most fascinating job I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
And so over the next couple of years, I wound up being the trainer of the unit. And
Now, during this time, did anybody know the purview through which you were brought into the unit? And this the hopeful
I think
the hopeful end goal of you being there, the fact
director
that
did.
a weaponization of
yeah,
this.
the director did.
Okay. But
Yeah.
but none of your fellow remote viewers.
I don't think they were told about that. No.
How do you think they would have felt about that if they would have found out that they were trying to? I mean, I guess you're in the military. You
Well-
can't assume that they aren't weaponizing something.
Well, I think they would have. I think they would have not liked it because we had the edict that we were never to do active mental work. What's now called remote influencing.
Yes, exactly. And I was
we
just
were
about to
only
say
do passive mental work,
that.
collect intelligence, and
So watch how they are influenced.
yeah.
So
And
that
if
so
they
that
had
maybe
known
even
that I was there, selected originally to do active mental work, I think they would have been very cautious about it.
I would tend to think so. I mean, most people who have the skill set
Yeah.
and come like you do with an innate skill set already, they are connected to things in a different way.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and there's a heart the size of Texas in
Oh, yeah.
most people that are intuitive.
Yeah,
And
it
yes,
really
they
is.
don't. It's kind of like I've never met anybody that uses
Yeah.
their mental ability to go out and hustle poker, things
yeah.
like that.
Well,
because,
you know, that's why. Yeah, I admit I killed the computers.
yeah.
I could.
You
never,
weren't trying to kill the computers, though.
No, I
you were
wasn't.
just angry.
Yeah, but I could never have brought myself to kill the goat.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and
Even for
and
Cabrita.
people say, "Oh, well, George Clooney played you in the movie." The movie character Lyn Cassidy was actually a compilation of things that happened over 20 years to all of the viewers,
Yeah,
and my part of it was killing the computers and other parts of it through the movie. So yeah, he played me in the movie, but the other incidents, he played other people.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And they, like you said, kind of enwrapped all that together in one person as
Well,
the
they
head
had
of the
to
unit.
wrap
But,
20
yeah.
years of stories into a
Yeah.
2-hour movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to do that. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's hard not to conglomerate those things. And of course, that leads to a lot of, I guess, historic confusion for some
Oh, yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Most definitely. And especially, once again, knowing that you went into the program with the intent of them weaponizing some of this through you.
Well,
but also not.
weaponizing the PK.
Yeah, the PK.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the idea that they didn't want you to do remote influencing.
No, they didn't
is-
want the remote viewing unit
Yeah.
to do the remote influence.
Well, sure, yeah. Because they're two different tasks, of course.
Well, yeah, one is mind control.
Yeah.
The other
Now,
is
granted,
gaining information.
and I could
Yeah.
see exactly why the CIA would want their hands on this method, because not necessarily even in remote influencing status, but in the fact that you could remote view how somebody is influenceable. you could remote view somebody to see how they are prone to things.
We wouldn't do that.
What their habits are, what their addictions are, things that would make them a good asset.
We did a lot of personality profiles, a lot of plans and intentions.
Yeah.
Get into plans and intentions
once
of the
again,
next day of battle.
Those are the beginning steps of, can we make this person an asset from the other side? Can we?
That was not our purvey.
No, but that's absolutely what's being
to
set up.
somebody else, and what they did with it, we had no.
Precisely. But it's a great way to be able to immediately tell if somebody is maybe coercible, in some way, or maybe has a pressure point that you can lean on to move them politically.
Let me give you one example of how we sort of almost crossed the line. I almost crossed the line, and almost dangerously so. There was this one facility, I won't tell what country it was in, and they had some kind of protection on this highly classified facility they had. They'd had remote viewers who just couldn't get into it. So came my turn, and I couldn't get into it either. But I found that there was the director, and so I thought, well, maybe I can get into his mind and get the information.
Sure.
I couldn't. And so I found out in that process that he had a young son that he was proud of, and was really disappointed in the fact that he couldn't tell his son what Daddy does. So I, at this point, shouldn't have done it, influenced him to get to daydreaming about what he would tell his son if he could. And he sat there in his office daydreaming, telling his son in his mind all about the facility. And I was at remote view. I was at Fort Meade taking notes. And so that crossed the line.
Yeah.
But we got the information.
And
Yeah.
is that the only time that you ever crossed the line, Lyn?
Well, of course.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that.
All right.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure under orders, things like that, you did whatever you were tasked
You
to
do what you do. You do what you need to do to get the information, because it's going to save not only U.S. lives.
Yeah.
But the lives of British soldiers, Russian soldiers.
Well, yeah, because I mean, you guys were finding POW camps, all kinds of things.
We saved as many Russian lives as we did U.S. lives.
Wow.
Simply by stopping battles.
Yeah. That is incredible. That's incredible. And to know that now, when you're viewing, Lyn, when you're in the middle of a session, of course, we were talking about synesthesia, the idea that smells, colors, textures, things like that. That was part of our conversation this morning, was the fact that, whenever you're tasked by a client, that you have a database of people that, hey, this person senses color more vividly than this guy. Like, this guy sees things in black and white.
Yeah.
How do you go about finding the proper person in that way, and how do you go about identifying the fact that they are better at, let's say, feeling a texture than somebody else?
Fred Atwater covered that this morning in his lecture. They said, first of all, do you have the clearance? If you didn't have the clearance, you never got into the unit.
Sure.
Do you have an acceptance of psychic phenomena? If you didn't believe in it, then they weren't going to spend a year convincing you. And they did with me, because General says, take him.
Yeah. We saw this happen.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And so there were certain criteria mental stability. In order to get into the unit, we had to go through some really rigorous stuff to mentally stable. They didn't want mentally unstable people in there, and also just the ability to understand things. If we task you with certain equipment, okay, can you understand enough what's going on to report it?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sure.
And by that time, before General Stubblebine got me brought into the unit, by that time I was a Russian linguist specializing in Russian technology and advancement. And that was my job at the field station. And so as part of that, when I came into the remote viewing unit, it was with that knowledge and that ability to understand all of the technological stuff the Russians were doing, and of course other countries too.
Yeah, what their current capabilities were, what they were working toward,
and
things
so
like that.
In the selection process, they also looked for your abilities outside of any psychic functioning,
Okay.
So it was a very strict, and a lot of people have since said, "How do I get into the unit?" You don't.
Yeah.
Don't call us.
Yeah.
We'll call you.
Yeah. We probably won't call you. It may just be a van that shows up.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, I've always said, to remote viewers, if you do a session, you turn it in, and all of a sudden, these black vans come racing up to your house. They come crashing into your house and take all of your computers, all of your paperwork and all that, and cart it out into their black van and drive off down the street with everything you've ever done. You know what the proper response is? Damn, I'm good.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely. And, when you're viewing, Lyn, what comes through more for you? Is it audio, smells, textures?
By this time now, I've been doing this for 35 years.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Okay.
In the very beginning, of course, it was colors and smells, and that was basically it. The rest of the time, I just had to rely on the physical response.
Okay.
But first of all, my strength was colors and smells. Okay. And then as I practiced, which I did 8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Then the other things developed too. And this is the thing about controlled remote viewing, that it's not so much your psychic ability, it's your practice. You don't practice, you don't get good.
Yeah. And with that in mind, take us through a generalized remote viewing session.
Okay.
How do you start with the target? How does a client come to you with the target? Things like that.
The client comes to your director or to somebody else, not the viewer.
Sure.
And that person finds out, narrows down the questions that the client wants answered. They take that and put it into a format that can be, this is question 1, question 2, question 3. And they then look to see who can do the best job on each question. Okay? And that's in the database. We rely heavily on a database. And then you sanitize the question and you give it to a monitor. This is the ideal session, okay? You give it to a monitor, and let's say they want to know where something is in the world, okay? And so they say, over in such and such country, we've lost an atomic warhead and all this, okay? And so then the director gives to the monitor the question, the target is a location, describe the location. The monitor tells the viewer either the target's a location, describe the location, or he may say, this is project 2704, question 3, what's the answer? That's it.
Oh.
And in fact, he may not even say that. He may say 2704-3, view it. The more information you can keep from a remote viewer, the better they're going to do.
Really?
Yeah, because their conscious mind isn't there saying, "Ooh, I know where the target is."
Well, yeah. You don't have the presumption at that point. You don't have the pre-construct.
You work clean.
Of something. Yeah,
you work clean.
And that's just it. We were talking about that earlier today about the the idea of. I'm not saying you can't remote view into the past. I'm not saying you can't remote view Mars. Yeah. Absolutely. But to remote view a specific incident.
Yeah.
I find some of that troublesome with, at least with controlled remote viewing.
Yeah.
In the world of controlled remote viewing, it's problematic.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you're revealing location. You're revealing something like the example I gave you was the Bigfoot case from 65 where people were attacked. You're giving a lot of information there that is narrative.
You make sure you never give that to the viewer.
Yeah.
You may give it to the project manager. You may...
Well, so that they can verify hit, non-hit, things like that.
You may at some time even give bits of that to the monitor so that he can tell whether the viewer's on target or not.
Yeah, so he can pull more information out of it.
Never give it to the viewer.
Well, yeah, because much like a hypnotist, there's a difference between coaxing a client to give you information and leading a hypno session and leading somebody to an answer. And you could very easily as a monitor lead somebody to an answer if you're not careful.
You've got to train the monitor. I think the monitor gets trained more highly than the viewer does now, because they have got to stay neutral. Even let's say I have a target and you get a really successful description of it. If I feel pleasure that you did a good job, the pheromones in the room are going to pollute your session.
Totally.
And so you have to train a monitor to where they cannot react.
Yeah, to where they have no emotive response.
That's right. Yeah.
Even if they are dead on 120% right, there can be no emotive response from the monitor. Yeah. Now, is it helpful or hurtful in a session if the monitor is a remote viewer?
Oh, the monitor needs to be a remote viewer.
Okay.
A trained remote viewer.
Okay.
Because they understand what's going on. They can look across the table and see your micro movements, see when you're physically responding and not writing something down. And then they can say, what was that you just got?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
it seemed like you just got a hit.
It wasn't anything. I don't care what it was. Write it down.
Yeah. For you, when you're in a session and when you're viewing, I don't know how much viewing you personally do anymore. I know most of your work is now in passing it on to the next generation of people, which is a topic we talk about regularly with MUFON.
Oh, yeah.
People like that, even the Bigfoot community, it's the fact of most of the people that generated and started this work, folks like you who came in even 10 years after the program started.
Well, I realize I don't have that many years left.
Where's the next crop? Where's the next instructors? And we have to be bringing them up. It's fantastic, and it's great to see this conference this year because last year there was a very distinct age range.
Old fogies.
This year we've got like 20-year-olds here.
I know.
It's beautiful.
It's great.
awesome because it lets you know that this research can carry on for another 30 years now. If you've got 20-year-olds interested, they ain't going to lose interest.
Right.
This isn't a topic that you lose interest in.
No, it
doesn't get boring.
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
It's not like reading Anne Rice.
Unless you give them boring targets.
Sure. But it's the fact of moving forward with it and the fact that it will still be an evolving science.
That's right.
Because it is a science. There's a science to
it
this.
is evolving.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have developments in the process of my group. We have been learning a lot by being contracted by space research people.
Yep.
By medical people.
Wow.
And police departments and R&D people. And so each one that contacts us to do work, we learn what they need as opposed to what everybody else needs. And we have to develop some new tool for that specialty.
Yeah.
And so more and more people are getting lawyers, doctors, everybody, and we have to expand our tools so that we can meet their needs. And once it got out of the military and into the civilian arena, it has been growing and developing.
I could see numerous industries that would use it as a consultant source.
Yeah.
And would use it as a consultancy, absolutely.
Not only a consultancy, but I have non-disclosure agreements, so I can't go any further than this.
Yep.
Companies are interested in developing their own remote viewing team, just like the military had.
Sure.
And
sure.
I've been instrumental in doing that as well.
No different than developing a good algorithm team that can do predictive algorithms.
Now, the thing is,
things like that.
Their work is going to be specialized in their way.
Yeah, precisely.
Toward
using
their company.
Yeah. And even, to say that you can take this and gear it towards something specifically and train those viewers in that specific way is awesome. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Now, let's get into your system for a little bit for the last couple minutes here because we're getting ready to go. We're getting ready to go to dinner.
Okay.
I don't want you to give away a lot of proprietaries, but
no, I won't.
How does somebody begin the process of remote viewing? How do they step into the
You mean
world?
a viewer?
Lyn? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You get coordinates. 270804-3. Describe it. And so the initial stage one is, I don't know what it is. Oh, what'd your hand do? Oh, well, there's water and something man-made and there's some land. Okay. Stage two, describe the water. Now, once you do that, describe the land. And so that stage one not only tells you the basics of what's at the target, but it organizes the session. So you're not like a psychic where it's just all over the place. Tell me about only the water. Tell me about only the land. Now, tell me about the man-made object. Okay? The man-made object is big and square and metallic. Okay? Tap on the metal. What kind of metal is it? And you can take each descriptor they give you and ask for more descriptors of that descriptor, and pretty soon you wind up with what's written on the side of the machine.
Wow.
Wow. And so by doing it that way, that stage one organizes the rest of the session so that you can just branch out on each descriptor you get and find out tons of information on each thing. It's red, okay? Oh, tell me why it's red. Oh, well, it's red. It's dangerous. Oh, how is it dangerous? Oh, you know.
Yeah.
And by doing this, a remote viewer can sit there in session in an hour and draw the floor plans of a place where a hostage is being held so that you can go and rescue them without getting them killed.
Wow.
We've done that. Joe has often, one of Joe's first sessions was the M1 Abrams tank. And they were saying, okay, we've got this classified project, describe it. And they expected to get maybe it's a tank.
Yeah.
No, he drew the inside of it down to the straps for the seat, down to the dashboard, everything.
Wow.
And at that point, they said, send out the black vans.
Yeah. We have a special chair for you, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Come here. We have some questions.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could see how that could definitely make somebody in the ranks sweat bullets.
Oh, yeah.
When you're talking about a closed door SAP,
That was
special access program.
At the time, that was the highest classified thing in the U.S. military.
Yeah.
And he just,
Wow.
yeah.
Now, are there materials that block remote viewing? Are there things that you can't get through, Lyn?
The Ingus One technique. I would say no.
Okay.
In fact, one time there was this ship. They suspected drugs. Okay, and I was the monitor for this, and the viewer had described a ship, and I said, okay, board the ship. Tell me about it. Well, I can't board it, and I can't get to it. And just out of, just happened to occur to me, well, if you could, what would you find? Oh, well, if I could, I would find, and they described everything on the ship. We found the drugs. Over the period of years, we found that just about, I would say every means of protecting a target, we can get past it.
Wow. Wow.
And when it comes to protecting a person, we have found that if the person puts up a ball of white light to protect themselves and all that.
It's like a beacon?
No, not so much. What happens is their belief that they have that protection lowers their natural ability to protect, their tendency to naturally protect themselves. And it actually makes them an easier target to remote view using controlled remote viewing.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it basically makes them like a beacon. Like, it makes them almost easier to find.
It makes them invisible. And,
man.
Yeah, and, invisible, we can see anything in them. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That is intense and wild, Lyn. What's the most remarkable thing that you have remote viewed before we let you go?
Oh, I would have to pick from hundreds
I don't
of
want
targets.
you to. I don't want you to talk about something that you're still read on to.
Oh no.
Anything like that.
The
But
two that mostly come to mind. One, Saddam Hussein had a thing that had a plan. If he had been successful at the plan, right now, you and I and everybody in this place would either be Muslim or dead. He would have succeeded, and he would have wiped out the United States, period. There's no way to stop him.
wow.
And just by accident in a session, I found the key component to his plan. We were able to stop the plan, and I think that was the most important session I'd ever done because it changed history.
Yeah.
For me, the most important personally was a practice session. I had been tasked with the plans and intentions of foreign leaders and Saddam Hussein repeatedly. The man was crazy.
Oh, he was
And
Special.
and you get into somebody's mind like that, you have to be careful you don't bring it back with
I was
you.
just about to say, is it hard to get their mind out of your mind once you're in there?
There's a detoxification process. You can spend an hour in a session and spend 4 hours detoxing from it.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I'd been given all these miserable leaders and you know, and I went in and I said, look, this is wearing me down. I can't do this anymore. And the director said, do your damn job. You're a soldier. Do your job. Get out of my office. And so anyway, about a week later, it was a practice session. I didn't know that. Went over with a monitor, and he said, okay, this is a personality profile. That's where you don't get into their mind and find their plans and intentions. You just stand off and describe a person.
Yeah.
And so I started working, and I almost immediately said, oh, you gave me the wrong target. This is a good guy. And so he said, go ahead and do the session. I did the session, and by the end of it, I felt like I was just glowing. I had never met a more perfect, wonderful person in my life. And so the end of my session, my summary was, whatever evil you think this guy did, he didn't do it. And so the monitor ripped open the envelope. The director had taken a sheet of paper and written on it in handwriting rather than a typed thing, Jesus.
Wow.
And I know that I never met Jesus, okay?
Yeah. Sure.
I met Jesus. And it changed my life.
Wow.
Everything I'd ever learned in Sunday school that was wrong, I suddenly knew it was wrong. Everything that was right in Sunday school, I suddenly beyond knew it was right.
Wow.
And it changed my life.
Wow.
It really did.
That's beautiful.
And for me, that was the most important session. The most important session I think I ever did for the military unit was that one where I found that one piece of...
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it hadn't been for that session, we would not live in a free country now. I can guarantee it 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. The things that you must have seen and viewed over the many, many years, Lyn, I can only imagine. The conversations that we've personally had have been eye-opening to begin with.
Listen, the Chinese curse is, may you live in interesting times. I have lived in interesting times, and I loved it.
Yeah.
It's the most exciting, most interesting job anybody could ever have.
Yeah. I
loved
imagine.
it.
I
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah.
Lyn, before we let you go, look over here. Let everybody know where they can go to find your work, where they can go to get your amazing book, other than the Curious Realm store, and where they can go to find out about lessons and remote viewing classes, because you have a fantastic university, things like that online.
Oh, online, yeah. I teach classes online now, and that's at crviewer.com, crviewer.com. CRV plus viewer, but I just used one V.
Totally.
The thing we're establishing for development is called Remote View Ranch. I bought a ranch in the middle of nowhere. It's in a no-fly zone. It's basically surrounded on 3 sides by government land for dozens and dozens of miles. There's no development. On the other side, it's 5 miles from the nearest little oasis town. And the first thing you get when you get there to the land and get out of your car, the silence and the peace is so loud you can actually hear it.
Wow.
If you've never heard the sound of silence before, it's just astounding. And the peacefulness out there. And so I'm building a facility out there for the research and development and training, further training of remote viewing. But we've also got all kinds of other projects going for space development, medical developments, and so on. So
Wow.
we're doing it.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time once again. It's always a pleasure talking with you anytime we have you on
thank
the
you.
show, Lyn.
Thank you.
It's always great.
I enjoy this. You're a good host.
Thank you. I enjoy the conversation. It's all about how we grow together as a humanity, man. And if we're not talking, we're 10 steps behind.
Oh yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
It all starts with words, man.
Yeah.
So once again, thank you so much. While you are online checking out all of the amazing work of Lyn Buchanan, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That is where you can find all of our episodes. That's where you can find our store to be able to buy Lyn's books, all of our researchers' books. Stay tuned after this commercial break. We will be coming back with day 2 of our live coverage from PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm lucky I remembered Charlottesville.
We'll have you remote view the place.
That's right. Yeah. We'll be right back after these commercial messages, folks.
Good.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our second day of coverage of the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Conferences, or Monroe Institute PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia. Our first guest today is Angela Thompson-Smith. She is the author of Tactical Remote Viewing. She is also a former research head at Bigelow Institute. I did not realize that you worked at the Bigelow Institute.
Well, I was not the research head.
Or not research head,
coordinator.
sorry. Research coordinator.
And yes, and was there a couple of years.
Wow.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
I actually co-sponsored the International Association of Near-Death Studies with the Bigelow Institute last year.
Yes.
That was a fascinating conference.
Yeah, when I worked there, it was the Bigelow Foundation.
Okay.
And that was functioning for a number of years.
Yeah.
And then they became NIDS, the National Institute, Discovery Science. And there's several other headings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Now, let's get into how did you come to the world of remote viewing, Angela?
I had been skirting around the field of anomalies for many years. I had OBEs as a child and many intuitive experiences as a young individual. And but then I went into more conventional areas, nursing, social work, medical research. And it wasn't until around the 1980s that I realized I was sort of abandoning a part of myself that was more intuitive, getting more into the practical research areas. And I saw an ad in an old Omni magazine. I don't know if you remember Omni.
Oh, I miss Omni.
Yes.
My God, I miss Omni magazine.
Great magazine. And there was a lab in Princeton, New Jersey, near to where I was working in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Okay.
With research. And they were looking for subjects for Gansfeld research.
Wow.
Yeah, they had a Gansfeld lab, which is a sensory deprivation setup so that people could more easily pick up telepathic information from, another shielded information location.
Yeah.
So I went, wow, okay, that sounds interesting. I called them and I went through their vetting process and then I went down to visit. And I did my first Gansfeld, which was they put you in this meat locker type of setup in a comfortable chair, and you have all of your senses sort of dulled in a way because you have ping pong balls on your eyes, headphones on, a darkened room, and then you listen to some music over the headphones, calming, gentle music. And then after a while, the researcher who's outside says, okay, an individual now in another shielded room will be watching a video on the TV. Your job is to describe
what they're watching
or what you're picking up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And all of this was all sort of set out in the preparation and but nothing about what we would be seeing.
Sure.
So I'm starting getting these images flashing in my mind, and the instructions start to talk out loud and just describe what it is that you're going through your mind. I was getting all these images, and then towards the end, the lights came up and 4 pictures flashed up on the screen in front of me, and I had to decide. I'd make a decision: first place, second place, third place, fourth place.
Relation to what you were seeing.
Yeah. And I saw this picture of a woman with her hair on end and the space scenes behind. And I thought, that sort of really matches everything I'd been saying. So I chose that. And it was what the woman had been watching, this picture on a screen in the other room.
Wow.
And it was like a beginner's luck kind of a thing.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Angela. And I make binaural beat music, and one of the things I speak about regularly when I'm on shows talking about my music is that before I found binaural beats, I had found the work of Gansfeld.
Yes.
And found
Charles
that. And I was probably in my teens when I actively spray painted a pair of safety goggles baby blue. And just used a pair of headphones like this with nothing in it to mute the world around me. And started seeing geometric patterns in front of my eyes and things like that. And that was really the first thing that I ever found that was like, there is something else going on
there
in
is,
here.
and the Gansfeld research is still being carried on, like the Rhine Institute and other places.
I did not know that.
Yeah. But after a while, I'd been going down to this lab on my days off and taking part in their, the studies. They did other stuff as well. And then their funding was starting to dry up. So they then they said, why don't you go over to the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab at Princeton University and offer to volunteer there. They're doing some interesting parapsychology research in the basement of Princeton University. But, wow, okay. And that appealed to me because I was already working in a university setting.
Sure.
So I called up and I got a response saying, yes, come on over. Couldn't find the lab at all. Nobody knew where it was. It was down in the basement of the engineering school.
Right next to the janitor's closet.
Well, almost. So I found this door. They said, go to the orange door, and it has a trident symbol on the door. But actually, it was just the shadow because the university had made them take it off. So it was just the shadow.
Just the shadow of the glue?
Of the glue, yeah. So I went, okay, this looks promising. So I knocked on the door. And they invited me in very warmly and explained. They took me on a little tour. Not a large lab. And when you walk in, there was a big orange couch, and then opposite was this huge pinball machine on the wall that took up the whole wall with these not ping pong balls, but metallic balls. And that was for testing random patterns and human intention on the random patterns.
Okay.
So they'd set it going, and all these balls would come tumbling down like a pinball machine.
Yeah.
And the viewer's job was to
try and influence them one direction or another. Yeah.
So I met Brenda Dunn and Robert John and the staff, and they were very eager to have a new volunteer. And they were doing random number generator work. So they had a computer set up that generated random numbers and displayed as a graph on the computer. And they didn't call us subjects, they were operators, because it was not a psychology lab, it was an engineering lab. And so we had to sit in front of it and try and shift the distribution of the zeros and ones that came out of the computer.
Okay.
I was fascinated with this.
Yeah.
And they were very, very welcoming.
Were you able to shift the ones and zeros, Angela?
I was.
Wow.
Over time, because it's a statistical process.
Okay.
So at the end of each session, you'd get a score, and you had to record it in a book. And, it had to be very, very precise. So you had a set of instructions that had to be adhered to. And So on my days off again, my holidays, any free time I had, I'd be going down to the Pear Lab, as well as doing my research with moms and babies in New Brunswick. And eventually I learned that the funding, our funding grant at the lab was coming to an end. And so I started looking around for another research job. And Brenda Dunn came that Christmas and said, I had a small party at my apartment, and she said, how would you like to come work with us? So I was like, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'd love it. I took a big leap of faith.
Wow.
Yeah. At my regular research job, when I told them I was leaving and what I was going to be doing, the professor in charge went ballistic.
Oh, I'll bet.
And he said, you will never, ever work in academia again. You are ruining your career. I mean, he was just almost leaping
This
up
is
and
part
down.
of the problem. This is straight up part of the problem.
Yeah. So it was a little...
I'm glad you were no longer part of the problem, Angela.
What's interesting is all of these people who work in academia, they also have private interests like numerology, runes, tarot, but they absolutely would never admit that in the academic world.
And it's interesting. One of the things I've been talking about over the last many weeks is the recent NASA hearing.
Yes.
The NASA panel that happened. And the fact that the first scientist that got up to talked about how woefully scientists have not been doing their job.
Yeah.
They've been poking fun at people that research the 3 to 5% anomaly, and I'm pretty sure that's the job of scientists, is to research the 3 to 5% anomaly.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have ever passed chemistry with a 95% remainder and a 5% unknown quantitative.
Right.
I don't think that would happen. So why are we not exploring these 3 to 5%?
Well, it was taboo. It was
absolutely.
really taboo.
And still very much is. And what's really interesting, what's wild is that this field, I go to a lot of paranormal conferences. I sponsor a lot of paranormal conferences. This field, more than anything else, has so many people with letters behind their names, Angela. So many people that are psychologists, psychiatrists, physicists.
Yeah, and I had my master's at that time.
Yeah.
I went on to do a PhD later.
Well, yeah, you were a nurse for years.
Nurse, social worker, researcher. Yeah.
Yeah.
And but I really wanted to do this, and I was so excited about going to the lab, and I ended up staying there 5 years. And I was basically, first of all, an assistant to Brenda, to the lab manager, and then all of the staff were also operators. We all took part in the research as well.
Yeah.
So every time a new experiment came out, they had a crystal pendulum ball in a case, and the operators had to try and affect that.
Yeah.
And then there was also a down fountain of water that was in a sealed box that you had to try and affect what they called the laminar flow to,
make it wobble
or decrease or increase according to a protocol. So we were all beta testers.
Wow.
Yeah. So lots of different, maybe about a dozen different studies.
Now, let me ask you, you were mentioning earlier that when you were younger, you had many OBE experiences.
Yes. Yeah.
One of the issues that a lot of people have attempting OBE, attempting astral projection, is getting past that feeling of falling almost, that supposedly comes just before leaving.
Yeah.
That where you're drifting off to sleep and suddenly you're slammed back into your body and jerked awake.
Yeah.
And it's the fact of, if you can get past that, there's a whole world of exploration there.
Absolutely.
How similar were your OBE experiences? And do you still have OBE experiences?
I can still go OBE if I choose to, yes.
And that's separate from your remote viewing
Absolutely.
practice.
Although I do incorporate some OBE work sometimes into my sessions.
Sure.
And when I'm doing CRV in stage 4, there is a place where you can bring in more sort of stream of consciousness type of remote viewing.
Okay.
So I'll do that. But as a child, initially they were just spontaneous.
Okay.
And I would be put to bed. In the summer in England, it doesn't get dark till about 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So you're put to bed as a child and it's still light.
Still
you think,
daylight.
I wasn't fair. And so I would just lift up and I would go sit up on the roof, and I knew that I was awake. And it was very natural. And I'd go visit my grandmother's house. I'd visit my head teacher's house that I was very fond of, and wander around the village where I lived. I lived in Sharhampton, England, in Bristol, just outside Bristol, England. And wander around and go down to the fields, and then I'd go, okay, I'm feeling tired now, I'm going back to bed to go to sleep. And I would go back to my bed, come back in, and I didn't have the jerking, the slamming in, because it was so natural.
Sure.
And then as I got older, I was able to control them and decide where I was going to go, have adventures. And for me, I thought everybody did this.
Sure.
That it was like dreaming, but I knew I was not asleep, because I'd come back to bed and I'd decide to go to sleep then. And I thought everybody had them. And I told my mother at one time, and she said, "Oh, you've got a very good imagination." And I said, "Well, isn't it like dreaming?" And she said, I said, "Everybody dreams." She said, "No, you're just having imagination. Everybody dreams." And then when I started talking with other folks, they said, "No, we don't do that." And I discovered that very, very few people had out-of-body experiences. And it wasn't until my 20s and 30s that I really began to research and find out what it was about. And that it wasn't just imagination, really was. Because as a child, I said to my head teacher's house, and I saw this beautiful crystal cut glass. And when I was talking to her one day, I said, and I told her I dreamed it, because that was what my mother was telling me. It was a dream.
Sure.
But I knew I was awake. I said, "I dreamed I came to your house, and I saw all these beautiful vases and cut glass and crystals." And she said, "How could you know that?" And I said, "Oh, it's just a dream." And she was open-minded enough that she didn't poo-poo it. But I knew at that point that what I was doing was
something
real.
different.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's remarkable. I for years did dream work. I would go to sleep with intention to find something.
Okay.
Go down my path to my meditation guide, and we'd go whatever.
Yeah.
It's much harder for me to do that now. My brain is so busy for some reason, and I've been trying to calm that down. But even in those times where I was doing that, yes, like you're saying, there was a very definite differentiation
It's very
between
different experience.
that and dreaming.
Yes.
And even though I knew I was actively dreaming, and yes, able to influence those dreams, able to wake up, go back and continue a dream.
Yes. Yeah.
But to know that experience is different than the OBE
it's very
experience.
Different. Yes.
In what way? How do you differentiate? Is it a physical feeling for you, or emotional feeling?
It's similar to a lucid dream.
Okay.
Because in a lucid dream, you can control the dream, but you know you're in the dream.
Yeah.
In OBE, you know you're awake and that you're in your mind going somewhere, and you can choose where to go. You can choose to change directions. You can go fly over things. You can go down. Yeah. So there's a lot of self-direction in OBE.
Okay.
Some people, when they're just beginning it, just go where it takes them.
Yeah.
But because I'd been doing this for so many years, but then in the teens, I started perceiving in these OBEs events happening to friends and things I saw in the newspaper the next day. So the psychic stuff started kicking in.
I remember in college, I had numerous dreams about friends that I told them about, like, "Hey, man, watch out for this."
Yeah.
Like, "I had a dream about you last night. Look out for this." And every once in a while, I will still have a dream
I
about
do
a good
too.
friend.
Yeah.
And I will call them, and they're like, oh, what's this about? I'm like, I had a dream about you last night, man. Just making sure you're okay.
Yeah. But this scared me as a teenager.
Oh, sure.
Because I thought, well, perhaps my dreams, I'm causing something to happen.
Yeah.
Because as a teenager, I was still exploring all of these events. And,
Well, and you know,
Yeah.
that is definitely a possibility because there is that concept of manifestation.
Yeah,
There
but-
is that concept of,
yeah,
Yeah.
but I totally suppressed my OBEs. And every time they started, it was like, no, I'm not doing it.
Oh.
And it wasn't until my late 20s, early 30s
that you got back to
that
the
I got back
practice.
to it. I was at Manchester University. I had finished my undergraduate degree in Cardiff in Wales, went to Manchester University, and I was doing a research project and doing my master's. And they had some after university, after hours classes. And one of them was the outer limits of the mind.
Ooh.
So I was like, okay.
That's
this
cool.
is interesting. Yeah. So we were all sat around in a circle, and the topic was OBEs. I didn't know the term out-of-body experience. I just knew that I had those experiences. So they were going around, and one person said, oh, I was in this accident, and I saw myself above, floating and looking down, and then I slammed back into my body. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. And another person said, well, I had a fever, and I was out of body, and I was just wandering around, and I could go where I wanted to go to. But then when I got better, it finished. And I thought, these people have had just one or two. I've had hundreds. You know,
On purpose.
On purpose, purposefully. Yeah, I'm going to go now over there. And I thought, how do I talk about my experiences without invalidating their one?
Yeah.
So, because as a nurse social worker, you become compassionate and, you know.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to invalidate somebody's truth with your truth.
Right. So when it came to my turn, I said, well, I've had these experiences since childhood. And I didn't elaborate a great deal on numbers and things, but I told them a couple of them. And I said, I'm able to do this now by choice, that I can go and travel around. And it turned out there was a young man there in the class who'd also had multiple out-of-body.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we, of course, paired up and shared experiences and compared experiences. Yeah. And from there, there was a group of the people who'd attended. We formed a small group, a sort of a research group, informal. And when they went off on travels or to vacations, I'd say, okay, when you're there, can I sort of come and out of body and observe and write down what I perceive, where you are, what you're doing?
And then you confirm it.
And then
whenever
when
you
they
do that.
came back,
Oh,
that they
cool.
would tell me, and we would share information. And I began to realize there was something very real about this ability, that I could pick up information about a couple on vacation. I'd see the black and white dog that they saw every day. The scene where they were. I had no idea where they were going. They didn't tell me beforehand where they were going. So I was picking up information, valid information about where they were and what they were doing. So that
is phenomenal.
sparked my interest.
Wow.
And I found a book by one of Robert Monroe's first books, before he actually started
The Monroe Institute.
how he'd spontaneously come out of body, and it piqued his interest. And how do I generate that?
How do we
be
make
consistent?
that repeatable?
Yes, yeah. So that really piqued my interest, and it was like, oh, here's somebody else who can do this. And so I went from there, then, working in Manchester University, and I came over to the States in 1981. And I was married and divorced. It was a total mistake. But I stayed, and I got my citizenship, and ended up in, doing medical research, and did a few jobs before I got there. I worked in a lawyer's office as secretary for a while, and finally got back into the research field. And that's where I found then the labs at Princeton. So, there they were actively studying Princeton, the PEAR lab, the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab with Bob John and Brenda Dan. They were studying precognitive remote perception, which was basically OBEs for a purpose.
Yeah.
And so I acted both as a sender and a receiver. And the protocol was when somebody went on vacation at a specified date and time, somebody at the lab, somebody connected with the lab, would do an exercise where they would try and perceive where that person was at that date and time, anywhere in the world.
Sure.
Unknown. The idea being that not only would they try and pick up information about that person in the at that location and that time, but it was done precognitively. It could be done a day before, a week before, a month before.
Yeah.
The person actually went to the location. And it was totally random.
Wow.
And what PEAR found was regardless of the time the perception was made of that distant event, before it was even decided where the person was going, it was significant, irrespective of time and distance.
Wow.
So it didn't matter how far it was, it didn't matter, the time didn't matter, just the data.
You could precognitively know where the person was going.
And it wasn't just me,
go.
it was a whole bunch. I mean, it was a big database of individuals.
That is remarkable.
Yeah.
That is remarkable. And at what point, I guess that would have been your first intro into what would be considered remote viewing.
Formal
yes.
remote
viewing.
Yeah, but it was called remote perception.
Yeah.
But we did know about, at the lab, about the work at SRI, Stanford Research Institute, with Russell Targ and Hal Podoff and Ingo Swan. And in fact, Bob and Brenda had been out and visited that lab. And, to just as collegial kind of a thing.
Sure.
Yeah. And then around that time, I had one of my jobs was before I went down to Princeton, one of my jobs was in the research world, the medical research world, was perusing through what we called current contents, which were little booklets that were put out once a month with all of the current research that was going on.
Yeah.
And I happened to come across the IEEE paper written by Russell Targ and Hal Podoff. And I thought, okay, so I sent off for a reprint to America. And it finally came back actually while I was down in Princeton. And there was, it was a revelation for me, because their quote in the beginning was what we used to call traveling clairvoyance, exteriorization, astral projection, etc., we are now calling remote viewing as a neutral term, free from associations.
Yeah.
They wanted something scientific.
And isn't it funny how now it has so many associations?
Right.
But it
yeah.
Once again, to those who are uninitiated, there are many blurred lines there.
Absolutely.
And I could see how you could see remote viewing, even in its controlled sense, as clairvoyance.
Yes.
As
precognitive,
something like that, which controlled remote viewing is not about precognition.
Unless it's precognitive remote viewing.
But controlled remote viewing, the military form,
the very
things like
formal
that, the very
protocol.
formal scientific protocol of things, is not about that. And
they try and stay away from any connotations of paranormal or astral projection, or because it's the goal was to be as scientific as possible.
Absolutely.
So it was accepted by the scientific world.
Yeah, precisely.
And I've trained in many different methods. So,
on that note, because you have trained on so many different methods, let's start getting into tactical remote viewing in the book, because it's remarkable how many companies employ remote viewers. Like, you may not know this, audience, but like major corporations employ remote
But they do
viewers.
not talk
Oh,
about
they don't
it.
talk about
No,
it. They don't talk about it. But some of the contracts that I know people have are like,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It is really remarkable. There's even a person here who is a sponsor that they use remote viewing in the world of high electronics and new emerging technologies with power
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah.
So it has numerous applications.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was approached in 2003 by a businessman in New York who was he had a company that was sharing information to hedge fund companies, and they also managed emerging technologies, and a very forward-thinking CEO. And I can't say his name, and it's not anybody we know in the current world of business. He's passed away.
But you still have NDAs that you've signed. So
Yeah, there was lots of, there was a lot. And this businessman, he was going to work with another remote viewer in the field who actually dropped out of the field. She just got spooked, with some of the Prudence Calabrese. You may not have heard of her with transdimensional systems.
Ooh.
And she just dropped out and decided she didn't want to do remote viewing anymore.
just too much.
It was too much. It was overwhelming. And so she recommended me, thankfully, to this client, and also for a conference that was taking place over in England, which I attended, which was good, the field. And so I had a call from this businessman, and we discussed, remote viewing, etc. And he said, I'd like to try a couple of sessions and just to see the quality of my work.
Okay.
So that's fair. If you hire somebody, you want to know
sure.
because I had a reputation anyway.
You've got to quantify the reputation.
Right. So I did a couple of projects for him, and he was pretty happy. And I said, I also have a team of other viewers that would be very happy to contribute. It's called the Nevada Remote Viewing Group.
Okay.
And they were very happy, they'd be happy to contribute as well. So for about 6 months to a year, we worked as a team. So he would send me, I would be the tasker, and I would do my session first, blind. I never knew. He would just give me like a heading of what he was looking for. And then I would go in, get the data. Most of it, I thought it was totally unrelated, but then I'd send it off to him, and he would say, wow, that was so helpful. And the data that was coming in from the other viewers, the Nevada Remote Viewing Group, was helpful to him. And eventually he said, I only want to work with you, to me. And he said, the other people I'm going to cherry pick who I wanted to work with, because he was evaluating them too.
Sure, depending on task.
Yes. Yeah.
Task and talent.
So I ended up working for him for 9 years.
Incredible.
Yes, yeah. I was not only a remote viewer, but I was also a sounding board to him, because I was non-judgmental, and this was unrelated to the remote viewing, because those he gave me blind.
Yeah.
Mostly blind, with just a minimal upfront. So then the recession came, and I had remote viewed that. This was like 2007 at that time, around that time, 2009. And I said, I told him about the recession coming, and he didn't believe me at first. He said, no, everything looks healthy so far, but it happened, and he was even more convinced then, that remote viewing worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we helped him through the recession, through later on the selling of his companies, because he had multiple companies. And then, I would guide him. What he would say to me was, tomorrow I'm going to a business meeting with the banks. I want you to go and remote view that meeting and come back and tell me what things I need to look out for, what I need to say, what I need,
what are the
decisions,
curveballs?
Yeah. So I would do that for him. I mean, he really broadened my remote viewing repertoire.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, because that remote viewing delves straight into precognition.
Yes.
That is straight precognitive remote
across
viewing.
the board. Yeah.
And once again, there are numerous types: associative remote viewing, emotive remote viewing. All of these fall under an umbrella that is just. It's an incredible science.
Yes.
And I can't describe it as anything but a science. I'd love to say it's an art.
It's very formal. It's very controlled. And as I said, I worked for him for 9 years. And the book covers, in the beginning, I give some of the early work we did for him just to show perhaps a new company that's wanting to hire remote viewers,
Sure.
the kinds of things that you can give remote viewers. And then the rest of the book was the client's personal interests.
Well, I'm sure it is very much in the realm of where we are with AI right now.
Exploratory.
Where it's like, what would I use that for? You would be surprised.
Yeah.
You would be honestly surprised what you're like. I'm very good friends with the owner of Blueberry Podcasting, Todd Cochran, and he is one of the people that puts on the podcast, the People's Choice Podcast Awards.
Yeah.
And this is the first year that and as any voted award show would like to do, which votes are valid, which ones aren't, who's using a spoofed email, who isn't. Is somebody coming in and using 18 Gmail addresses and voting their show 18 times? They were for the first time ever. That was when you're talking 2-3 million votes for a show. That is a mountain of information to pay somebody to go through.
Yes. Yeah.
They gave it to AI, 3 hours.
Wow.
3 hours.
Yeah.
They knew exactly which shows were voting for themselves.
Yes.
They knew,
Yeah.
it dug in. So once you figure out what to apply the technology to,
Yes.
world's open.
Yeah.
And fear drops. You
Yes.
know, because once
Yeah.
again, he could have hired a team of 20 people and spent $30,000.
Right.
He purchased a piece of software for a few hundred. And it did the work of 10
Right.
people for $30,000.
Yes, yeah.
A remote viewer can quite literally do the exact same thing as a team of
Absolutely.
researchers.
Yes.
A single remote
Yeah.
viewer.
But you have to find a researcher that is not only trained, but also practiced.
well, and you
and skilled.
yourself, and much like them, they have to task the AI properly.
Yes.
Your
Yeah.
client has to task
he
you
learned
properly.
how to task
Yeah,
me.
and you have
Yes.
to kind of coach them and how to task you.
Right.
How does that work? How does
Well-
that process of coaching somebody who isn't a remote viewer?
Because the
lead a
client
remote
came
viewer.
and spent a weekend with me. I was teaching remote viewing at that time.
Okay.
And he and his wife came for the weekend, and they spent 3 days trying out different methodologies, learning about remote viewing, what it could be applied to, what it might not work with, and actually doing remote viewing. I took them through CRV,
Oh, that's great. That's
right
great.
up to stage 6.
Well, yeah,
and they did well.
Well, and like we have quoted Lyn Buchanan, I don't know how many times in this series of episodes. Anybody can be taught to remote view. Not everybody has
Most
everybody has
people.
the psychic
Yeah, there's
propensity.
the occasional psychically
Yeah.
blind person.
Well,
occasionally.
what he means is controlled remote viewing.
Yes.
Anybody can do
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
Everybody has a psychic propensity. Whether or not you can flex that muscle is a different story. You know,
Yes, yeah.
If we all walk, we can all run. I may run faster than you naturally. It doesn't mean that.
Yeah, but there's
through
still the ability
It
to
doesn't
run.
mean that through training,
Yes.
I can't run as fast as you.
Yeah.
So, and that's just it. It's interesting to know that you can take almost anybody
Yes.
and teach them to do that.
Yeah, because they just came. They had not done any
Yeah.
kind of intuitive work before.
barely knew this stuff existed.
Right, and came in, and they were like kids, you know. They were on vacation for the week.
can only imagine.
For the weekend, and came and trained, and they,
Yeah.
as I said, they did very well.
Yeah.
But it gave the client an understanding of what you can and cannot do with remote viewing.
Well, yeah, precisely.
Yes.
And what boundaries they can take you to,
Yes.
and which ones they should really stay away from.
Yeah.
Because it may lead to falsified information. It may lead to a false hit. How do you personally know the difference between a hint and a hit?
I don't always.
Okay.
I just trust the process.
All right.
And I go in with a tasking, which is usually just a coordinate, which is an alphanumeric address of the target, ABC 123.
Sure.
If I'm doing CRV, and I'll just launch into CRV and trust the process that my subconscious will go to that address and get the information and relate it in the session I'm writing. With ERV, sometimes there's a little bit of front loading. For example, when I did the Rings of Saturn, I knew I was going to the Rings of Saturn, but to look for anomalies. And what I found was a lot of anomalies that nobody knew about, but later when the probes went out there and started sending back data,
Like what?
that there were these anomalous bodies within the rings. I perceived them as sort of mining craft.
Wow.
And that was how I described them, that they were scooping up the debris.
Chunks of ring.
Yeah, chunks of ring, basically, yeah.
Wow.
Since then,
Wow.
those are all documented in my other books. And I don't think I put the Rings of Saturn in that. They're not in Tactical Remote Viewing.
And, this brings us to a conversation that I have regularly on the show. I belong to a lot of communities because of this show, Angela.
Yes.
A lot of fringe communities. And one of the things I've seen regularly here lately is people remote viewing past events. Specifically things like a Bigfoot attack.
Yeah.
These people were attacked by a Bigfoot. What happened?
Right. Yeah.
How does that work? Because I guess my question is, was it an event?
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And I guess that's part of their remote viewing process is to go and see, like, did this event actually happen?
Yes.
But when you're tasked with something that you already know, like you said, the Rings of Saturn.
Yeah.
Knowing what the target is, how is that different from the controlled remote viewing process for you?
It's similar. What I have to do when I get some minimal front loading is to set that aside.
Okay.
And say, okay, I know where I'm going. I know the address. I know where I'm going. But I'm looking for new information.
Okay.
Unknown new information.
Okay.
That's my goal.
Yeah.
And so I exclude everything else that I know about that target.
And preconceived notions.
Any preconceived notions, any thoughts, it's just, okay, clean. Go to the target.
Yeah.
And
the
get
only
data.
thing in your mind is target.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And that takes discipline.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah.
I imagine so. It's much more different than, it's different than controlled remote viewing, which, as you said, is a process. And when you trust the process, it works.
Yes.
Follow the process. ERV, ARV, these other things are different. They're a different animal than the controlled.
Applications of remote viewing.
Yeah, precisely.
Yes.
They're different applications of the same tool.
Right.
And now, as we wrap this up, where can people start, Angela? It's a nebulous world, the world of remote viewing. Like myself, I think I'm finally interested in taking the step.
Yeah.
Finding an instructor, finding a teacher. How does somebody find the right person to work with? How do you find the right student to work with? How can somebody prepare themselves to be the right student?
Yes, yeah. One of the major things I think people could do is, I'm one of the original founders, part of a group that founded the International Remote Viewing Association.
Yes.
So go to IRVA.org, IRVA.org, and there is a wealth of information there that will educate the first-time viewer that has an interest. There they will find the recommendations for trainers, the work of trainers. Not all trainers are on there, but join the community, explore the community, and find people who've trained. Don't just go with one person. Say, who did you train with? And we, of course, have the national conference once a year. So come to the conference, meet people, ask them, who did you train with? Did it work for you? And try and find a trainer who fits your personality. If you're more a relaxed kind of OBE-er type remote viewer, go with somebody who trains in that kind of format. If you're a more analytical-minded person, go for controlled remote viewing, which is a little bit more formal and focused. And
does one maybe lead to the other?
You can
one open the door to another?
Of course, you can go train in all. I've trained in many different methods.
Sure.
And I apply the method according to the tasker. If someone tasks me, I'll go, okay, I'm going to use a more stream of consciousness remote viewing for this.
Well, even the fact of if they slip something in their tasking, well, I guess I'll be an ARV today.
Yeah.
I'll still do the task, but I guess I'm going to use this form of remote viewing today because of how
extended remote viewing, which is a stream of consciousness.
Because of how you've tasked me. This is now how I'm going to do it.
Absolutely.
Even though they didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I want to thank
you. You have to educate your client.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. Like you said, to train your client to understand how to task you.
And not to front load you, overload you. And, they might give this is a location, go to location, describe.
Yeah.
Or this is an event, go to the event and describe, which is very non-leading, but it gives you something to latch on to.
Yeah.
So minimal front loading is allowed sometimes.
Yeah. Angela, I want to thank you so much for taking the time during this very busy PsiFest 2023 to come and talk to us. I've got to have you on more regularly. This is an amazing conversation.
Yeah.
And I've found the world of remote viewing when I was in my late teens, early 20s. I am almost 50 now.
Yeah.
It's taken me that long, but I think I got the tape from the videotape from SRI years and years ago, whenever I first heard about things on Art Bell, and they'd run the ads for SRI, and I was like, well, I'm going to call that. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And I think I still have the videotape somewhere, which who knows how much that'd be worth now. I could probably eBay that for thousands. But to know that it's taken me this long to finally be like, yeah, I think I might want to delve into that.
Maybe something to this.
Don't let it take that long, folks. Seriously, get into it if you are interested. I myself last year became a lifetime supporter of IRVA.
Thank you.
I am a sponsor of the conference. That is how much I believe in this work.
Thank you.
I love what you guys do. It is absolutely amazing. The work of all you guys is just phenomenal, and it's great to see eyes turning to it.
Good, yes.
It's really great.
Thank you to you for putting the information out there so other people can become educated about remote viewing.
Absolutely. Yes. If it's the only way people find out is to have the conversation. I mean, that's why I have these conversations.
Yes.
That's the only way we grow as a humanity.
Yes.
Is to sit back and listen. So, let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of Tactical Remote Viewing.
All of my books are on Amazon.
Okay.
Some of them are out of print. They will gradually be rewritten. But the majority are there with Tactical Remote Viewing, Remote Perceptions, Seer, and other books that I've written. They're all there on Amazon under Angela Thompson Smith, editor, author. I have several titles. So author, Angela Thompson Smith, author, or they can contact me at mindwiseconsulting@gmail.com.
Fantastic. I was just about to say, if somebody was interested in procuring your services for remote viewing, or if they are interested in taking courses, where would they go?
Be very happy to. And I have a website, mindwiseconsulting.com.
Fantastic.
They can go and look at that
Fantastic.
too.
I will definitely throw some backlinks on my website to your website.
Thank you.
I am all about that, so that people have resources and a place to be able to find things. Thank you so much for your time today, Angela.
Thank you.
While you are online getting your copy of Tactical Remote Viewing by Angela Thompson Smith, Make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can follow, like, subscribe. That's where you can find our store and actively buy Angela Thompson-Smith as well. Stay tuned, folks. After these messages, we will have continuing coverage of the second day of PsiFest 2023 from the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our continuing coverage of PsiFest 2023 from Charlottesville, Virginia, here with the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. Our guest right now is the indomitable John Knowles. He is the author of Remote Viewing from the Ground Up, as well as numerous books. He was here giving a presentation on remote viewing of UAPs, UFOs, things like that. Before we get into that very, very hot topic right now, John, how did you come to the remote viewing world to begin with? Because I always love hearing people's journey, especially to a topic like this.
Sure.
It's such a mind-opening topic, and such an open-minded topic.
Right.
So how did you find remote viewing to begin with, and how did you get involved with the field?
Yeah, I was in a bookstore and I saw a book called Natural ESP by Ingo Swann, and I bought it and took it home, read it, and I thought I'd try it. A remote view. He didn't call it remote viewing in the book, but it was basically remote viewing.
Sure.
So I tried it with my daughter and son, and it worked right away. But then I set it aside, the topic, for 10 years because we had young kids and the family, job, and everything. And then in 1999, I went to the New Science and Ancient Wisdom Conference in Berkeley, and there was a speaker there named Prudence Calabrese, and I heard her present on remote viewing. She was offering a course. I decided to take it, a 3-day course, and then I took a second course from her and joined their Banana Slam program, it was called.
Okay.
Yeah, and went through that very intensive 6-month course with remote viewing every day, repeatedly.
Wow.
Including for some actual client work. And then eventually I became the training coordinator for transdimensional systems, which had a successful business early on. This is like 1998 to 2003, approximately.
Okay.
And then they shut down in 2003, so I went on to other things in remote viewing.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. And were you ever... Did you ever consider yourself within the psychic realm in your life? Were you ever an intuitive or medium?
No, but I did have 2 paranormal experiences.
Oh, okay.
I would say.
What were those?
Okay, so the second one, which is easier to say, is that I was with a friend in their apartment, 2 friends, and they'd been trying to fix me up. I was a single man. And one of the fellow came home from work and said, "Oh, I saw Aggie today." And when he said the word Aggie, the walls started to vibrate, the ceiling started to do all of this, and I felt really small, and like something big was happening.
Ooh.
So I said, well, is Aggie a man or a woman? And he said it was a woman. I said, well, that's good. And so I've been married for 40 years to a woman named Aggie, the same one, of course.
Wow.
That he was referring to. So that was one paranormal experience.
Literally saw the earth shake
from a word.
From a word.
Yeah, not even an image or anything,
Wow.
just a word. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Yeah. The other experience was I was a youth, and I may be misremembering this. I'm not sure. I was just 5 years old, but I somehow remember it. And I was at a picnic with my parents, and there was a culvert with water in it, and I got in and started exploring, and it got deeper and deeper. And then I realized I was sort of bouncing up and down, and this is not good, maybe I'm going to drown. And what I remember is a woman in white appeared under the water and directed me up back to where I came from, and then my father reached down and pulled me out of the water. So again,
Wow.
who knows if that ever really happened, but it sort of made an impression on me.
Was that something that you carried your whole life, or was that
Yeah.
something that you remembered later?
No, I remembered it all, you know. I don't remember
Wow.
much from my childhood, but I certainly remember that.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm from a very materialist background. My parents were social liberals, to put it mildly. And so I was raised up in that materialist tradition of politics and spent a lot of years as a leftist political person. But in the last 25 years or so, I've been all about remote viewing.
Yeah, and do you think that your experience when you were younger with the paranormal, unrelated to remote viewing, kind of opened your mind, so to speak? Was that something that... were you curious about paranormal things like that throughout your life because of that experience?
I don't think so because of that one experience, but I was always open to, when science fiction was in its heyday in the 1950s and 60s, I was a teenager. I read all that stuff. There was the flap over Washington, D.C. in 1952.
Thank you. I bring that up all the time because people always say, it'll take a UFO landing on the White House lawn. I'm like, how about a fleet of them flying over it?
And reported. I didn't see them, but it was just reports.
They were all over the news. It was
Yeah.
that was one of the things that made national news across the country. Headlines, front of papers, because the Air Force was on alert for weeks. Because of that. And that was square in the middle of Cold War. We didn't know what was going on with that.
That's right.
And only about 15 years or so after the famed Battle of Los Angeles, where the military was literally shooting shells at a craft for hours. For hours, shelling this thing. And it's remarkable to see the change in attitude toward things, especially from the government.
Oh, my God.
And to see the want of accountability for this. One of the conversations I've had with numerous people is, and we were talking about this morning, to get away from the idea of little green men. Let's talk about accountability of our employees.
There you go. Right, the government.
If you
the US
found out
government,
your
right.
employees were shifting money around since 1939, you'd just be okay with that?
Right.
Because that's what it's really about here. But when it comes to paranormal, and especially when it comes to UFO UAPs, a lot of the study recently, especially Hal Puthoff last year, spoke a little bit about that and about frequency shift and the idea of somebody being in a different frequency state may be what allows them to see it and not the person next to them.
You're talking about a blue shift or something of some kind.
I mean, even body vibrational shift. And I talk to a lot of experiencers on my show. And that is one thing that I bring up is many people come back with a different aspect, a different look. Some people come back with psychic powers, things like that. And when you're talking about that kind of high technology, things like that, you're talking about vibrational shift technologies. So if somebody's in that field, surely they would be affected by that field,
absolutely.
by all means of physics.
Right.
So how does remote viewing relate to the field of UFO, UAP, John?
Well, in my presentation, I stressed a couple of things. One, that there's just an incredible number of remote viewers who've had UFO experiences, from abduction to seeing objects, to seeing lights in the sky, to getting burns. I just met a fellow this morning. I never, not in Joe McMonagle got burned.
Wow.
Joe McMonagle, 1965 or so, was on duty in the Caribbean, I believe it was. Anyway, there was a UFO overhead. He suffered minor burns. I guess his companion suffered more serious burns. And I met a guy this morning here at breakfast who said, I've never talked about this. Me and my wife, she was here too. In Belize, we had UFOs, that orbs and white balls that followed us around for 5 minutes. We got a video of it. So you talk, just scratch a remote viewer and you're going to find a UFO experience almost.
And even the work of Kathleen Martin with MUFON's Experiencer Resource Team. She is the niece of Betty and Barney Hill.
Okay, right.
She has worked with MUFON for years. Even her aunt, one of my favorite conversations with her is her aunt told her, like, this ever happens to you, honey, keep it to yourself.
Right.
This ruined our life.
Yeah,
and
really.
that's just it. Just about anybody coming forward with a report of that. I have a lot of books. I talk to a lot of people. It's rarely a good experience when it starts. You know, it can be frightening. It can be scary, as can an out-of-body experience, astral projection, anything like that. You know, we were talking earlier about that realm just before astral projection, of that feeling of falling, that panic feeling that some people get as they're drifting off to sleep and like you're jerked awake suddenly. But if you can get past that feeling, that's where the astral projection starts. That's where different things can start happening. Is it that way with remote viewing, do you find? Are there barriers that get in the way?
Well, there are lots of barriers, I think, psychological barriers, traumas, and so forth, as well as just mainly your belief system. I mean, so many people, particularly from when I was a leftist, who just don't understand this stuff at all. And they just have a barrier, just like so many scientists have a barrier about it.
Yeah.
And I never had any barriers. I don't know why. Always, as soon as I learned about remote viewing, as well as UFOs, they made perfect sense to me. They're real. Let's explore it, you know. So I probably have my own barriers, but I'm not sure what they are yet, as it were. But absolutely. So there's people in the field who try to remove barriers, psychological barriers. There's, of course, past life regressions, all kinds of stuff that people do of mixed quality and value, I think, you know.
Sure.
So, and there's other barriers, like some people for a while were saying you really have to learn CRV, that's the only way to go. But now, fortunately, everybody's recognizing that any of the different methods, transdimensional systems, scientific remote viewing, TRV, anything like that works. But there's still a question of the definition of remote viewing, and I'm going to address that tomorrow in my second presentation.
Well, I don't want to ruin it for anybody that's here. Well, anybody that's here will be seeing this Tuesday. But let's get into that definition for a minute, because so many times, semantics can get in the way of understanding, but it can also get in the way of figuring out which form of remote viewing is for you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the definition, those of us who've been around like to focus on the protocols. First of all, it has to be intentional. Whatever you're doing has to be intentional. It can't be a spontaneous OBE or astral projection or something like that. It can't be some guy on the left side of my head who's telling me stuff, which a new person just said the other day. Is that, am I remote viewing? You know, no, it's got to be intentional.
Yeah.
And traditionally in remote viewing, it also has to have a remote viewer, of course, who's tasker, and we have to have feedback. And then how blind, that is, how ignorant of the target is the viewer and any monitor to be. That's where it gets a little tricky. There's some people used to say, you have to have a viewer. It's intentional, of course. You have to have the viewer blind. Anybody in the room has to be blind, and you have to have feedback. Otherwise, it's not remote viewing. I think that's dead wrong. That's a narrow definition that some people held. The actual practice of remote viewing is what should determine how we define it. And all definitions, by the way, of course, just extract a few words from vast experiences.
Absolutely.
Right? So that's why I suggest that we tell folks new to the field who think that astral projection or scrying or anything or runes is remote viewing. No, it's the protocols, and only the intention and is the one that's required. The other three you may not get because it varies with the lab and in operations and so forth and in training. So that's what I'm going to address tomorrow.
Well, and I think especially here with, we were just talking about this with Michael Green, the bookstore guy, we have so many under 30s here at this conference. It's so amazing to see so many young people.
It's great.
And that has been something I brought up at so many conferences. MUFON.
Are they getting younger people too?
They're starting to.
Oh, good.
They're starting to.
Finally.
But like the example I give is, I'm a 4th degree Knight of Columbus. When I walk into a Knights of Columbus hall, I am treated like royalty.
Yeah, right.
It's like, look at this young blood. Like, young blood, I'm almost 50, Jack.
Right.
But I'm young blood to them.
Right.
You know, and introducing this to new generations, that is what's going to carry the research on, because this is one of the few fields in the world of parapsychology, paranormal, that is quantifiably proven.
Yes, absolutely.
Through statistic, through lab work, there's 4 3-finger thick books over there of government documents that show this works.
We don't even try to convince the skeptics, right?
You can't not convince them.
Do your reading, do your homework, and then let's talk.
Yeah, exactly. And and the one thing that I keep hammering home is, don't forget, quantum entanglement is it's the new
agnostic
stuff.
On that.
The idea that two particles can influence each other despite distance, that's quite literally the root of how put-offs work, just about, that begat remote viewing. The idea that we can influence something even though we're not there.
Yeah, maybe, but there's a lot of debate about whether quantum mechanics really applies.
Sure.
And Hameroff and Penrose, have the views about tubercles, microtubercles, and all that.
Yeah.
But others, physicists say no. There's too much decoherence. It's in the human body. It's not going to happen. So I'm just agnostic until I, see facts and stuff.
Yeah.
It's suggestive, certainly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, correlation is not causation.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's some pretty good correlation there. It's pretty interesting to see. And now, to come back to the idea of UFOs, UAPs, how do you? Because of course, like you're saying, there's feedback involved.
Yeah.
How do you handle the feedback part of a remote viewing session when it comes to something like UFO, UAP?
Well, when I was in transdimensional systems, for example, my teacher, Prue, said, why don't you remote view this particular UFO target? I said, well, is there any feedback? She said, no. I said, I don't want to do it. She said, what? So what I did do, though, in Oakland, California, in the 1890s, there were these flyovers, UFO flyovers, and the library had records of that stuff. So I'm going to look at the records. I'm going to assign some remote viewing tasks and see if we get some correlation there, because we have newspaper reports. We got,
Sure.
In other words, there was some feedback. Feedback.
There was concrete evidence
as
there.
opposed to just talking to someone who says, "Oh, I saw lights in the sky." So that's when a few remote viewing UFO taskings I've done have been of that nature, where there's some kind of feedback. And if you don't do that, then it's all speculative,
Yeah,
So,
precisely. And I've discussed it a few times on the show. As with you, I have some problems with some of that kind of remote viewing, where somebody is given a scenario to go view, and it's like, how blind was that?
Yeah.
How blind was that? Because you're talking a lot of detail, to go view something. Like, you're talking the circumstances of an incident, and I'm going to go view it now.
Yeah. But even Ingo Swann admits that he used front loading quite a bit when he was working with Harold Sherman, the psychic there. And others have said in operations there can be a lot of front loading. For example, in Russia, they had a remote viewer who used to sit in a tank, and other remote viewers were on the battlefield. So clearly they're front loaded with all kinds of stuff that's going on there. It's not like just saying the target's an object, describe the object, or the target's a location, describe the location. We're in a battlefield. We want to know, I guess, what the enemy's doing.
What the troop movements are,
stuff like that.
Yeah, where's the command base.
Yeah. So there's different degrees of front loading,
Sure. And explain front loading to the audience who may not understand what that concept is when it comes to remote
So front
viewing.
loading is when information is imparted to the remote viewer about the target. Ordinarily, the viewer might just get a TRN, a target reference number, like 5732-8199, and that's all the remote viewer gets. So
or a set of coordinates, for example.
Set of coordinates, that's the same. Or geographical coordinates is how they did it in the early days in Stanford Research Institute. But if you also, so that's how the targeting is done, and I'm forgetting what else you wanted me to address there. So
well, the front loading of information.
Oh, front loading, yeah. So that's what I said. That's if you get information other than saying, well, if you say the target, there's a target. The target's a location. Describe the location. That's front loading of a course. Of course, if you say the target is the Golden Gate Bridge, that's total front loading and ridiculous.
Yeah.
And some people even object to saying the target's the location. Front loading that way. So when we worked in transdimensional systems, we were just given the target reference number. We were given no information but in operations it can save time to tell them, hey, there's a troop movement here, we need to know about the troop movement, in actual operations. So
Sure.
Yeah, so there's a variety of front loading. And in operations, it's very useful. In the lab, you probably don't want to have front loading. You want to have the viewer blind and also the experimenter blind. So,
Absolutely, because at that point you're setting up for the full-on classification of that data at the end of it,
right?
Which is fantastic. And once again, there are reams and reams of data on this that statistically shows beyond chance.
And I
that
just
this
spent
is
a week at the Stanford, the Edwin C. May Archives in Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Which are only there a few years ago. And there's 54 boxes of stuff, and we went through a lot of that. And plenty of it's not on the CIA online files,
Yeah.
They've released a ton of material.
Yeah, much of the work of Jacques Vallée is going to be going there. And it's really interesting to see that it's the Religious Studies Department of Rice University that started that archive.
It's Jeffrey Kripal, the guy who's been behind it.
Yeah, and just the idea that, we've left this to a religious studies group because we're talking about information from all over the world, and when you're looking at it, it's going to be something that changes humanity in that way. There's a reason why NASA brought aboard 12 theologians and paid a group that had them in it to discuss the impacts of UFO UAP on humanity, because it will be a truth-changing thing. It will be a paradigm-changing thing.
Once this recent UFO stuff, if we get some real knowledge that they're here, but both UFOs and remote viewing go back in history. Nobody's saying that this is all original stuff.
Yeah,
humanity's dealt with both of these subjects for
millennia
under names.
Absolutely. And with that in mind, what have been some of your experiences when remote viewing?
Some of my experiences. Well, I've had a lot of different ones. I've done hundreds of operational sessions and thousands of other ones. So,
what's been your most interesting session you've done?
Most interesting session?
The one that resonates with you the most, that you carry the most.
I don't think I have one. I sometimes say, what's the most interesting target that I've been a project manager on? And I sometimes say it's the Oak Island situation, because that's been done by a bunch of different groups.
Okay, I can't let that go now, John.
Right.
I can't let that go. I talk with researchers from Curse of Oak Island on my show regularly, people like Gretchen Cornwall and things like that.
All right.
So what did you see when you went to Oak Island?
Well, these viewers have different takes, but there's, for example, Daz Smith, who's one of the best remote viewers, did a session where basically he's drawing the pit, and he's drawing the layers, and he's drawing what's in there. And there's a variety of data. Like some people say, well, there's pirates involved. Others say the King of England. A few people say Shakespeare and all that. I mean, it comes out in the data too. But it's clear that something really happened there that was not just a hole in a limestone-based island, which has lots of limestone there, right?
Yeah.
So, and of course now they've dug it up so much that God knows if they're ever going to extract something. But
well, and I belong to a lot of online communities, and I belong to a few acorn communities, as they're called, Okies. Acorns.
All right.
And a lot of people are upset. Oh, they're never going to find anything. It's like, I think you've missed the gold they have found. Like, the things they've found have actually changed the history of the area.
Well, they found a Maraveda coin, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But that could have been through the trades,
It could have been, but it's at least showing the fact that the layers of earth it's in, that's somebody was there with that kind of coin in their pocket that long ago, where you were knocking a piece of silver off an ancient Roman coin. There's been lead that traces back to France from the 15th century, like time of the Templars, and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
So it's been interesting to see the changes of that, and it's remarkable that you were one of the individuals that actively remote viewed Oak Island. That's pretty cool.
Well, I try to find projects that like that are topical and that people are really interested in. Yeah. Some people have been remote viewing a little bit this Skinwalker Ranch, but I haven't heard the results of that.
I would be interested in that. One of the things that we have a large community of folks who listen to this show that are targeted individuals, as they are called, people who have reported Havana syndrome type
God.
symptoms for
Wow.
decades.
Oh.
Claiming to be gang stalked by people, claiming that things on their computers are changed, all kinds of things, to the point that it affects and ruins lives,
Wow.
John. And that's been one of the things I've been considering is let's start tasking some remote viewers with a couple cases to see maybe if we can find out some of this technology that's being used. Maybe we can find out a location that targeting is coming from. Things like that. To try and find any kind of... I mean, one of the things I try to do with this show is, A, diffuse misinformation and misunderstanding
Sure,
about
yeah.
topics like this,
Yeah.
you know, and separating the difference between psychic and remote viewing, between clairvoyance and remote
Right,
viewing,
right.
scrying,
Yeah.
like you're saying, and
Yeah.
remote viewing, because they're very similar. There's some similar aspects.
Yeah.
You know, getting yourself into the meditative state, things like that. Even when you talk about Nostradamus's practices and how he did it, a candle in front of a water bowl that he's tapping with a stick to create ripples. Like,
really? Okay.
That's going to give you the same visual effect
I didn't
in your
know that.
brain as a
Yeah.
binaural beat. Like, it's going to transfix you and change your brainwave pattern watching that, you know? So interesting to see some of the similarities, but it's totally different. It's entirely different.
Well, the protocol makes it different. And
Yeah.
what the saying in the field is, you know, I don't care if you stand on your head and whistle Dixie as your method. That's as long as you're following the protocols, you're doing remote viewing.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, whatever it takes you to get there,
Yeah.
whatever, as long as you're following the protocols along the way. And once again, I think your talk tomorrow is going to be very important in that way, especially for a lot of the folks that this is their first conference, this is their introduction
I hope
to
so.
remote viewing,
Yeah, I
you know?
hope so.
Because that can be very obfuscated and it can be very confusing and it can actively, unfortunately, discourage some people from wanting to take part in remote viewing or study the science.
Yeah.
You know, because it is a science.
Well, no, I don't think it's a science.
You
yet.
don't think so?
No. Somebody, has this so-called scientific remote viewing. I think the way to put it is that a lot of scientific experiments have been done at Stanford Research Institute. But because we don't know the foundations of this science, we don't know how it works, really. We don't know how
guess
we get
that's
the
true.
information. So that's why I refuse to call it a science.
I could
It's
see
heading that way.
I can see your reasoning in that because unless we know unless we know force equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah, something like that.
We don't
right.
know the causality behind what's happening.
And we ain't got none of that yet.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll be getting there through some of the new things
Hal
that are coming
Puthoff
out.
was once asked, do you understand how remote viewing works? What's your best guess? He said, my best guess is that I don't have a clue. So
Yeah.
if he said that, the guy who ran the Stargate
the
program for 10
progenitor of
years,
things.
and a physicist, so.
Well, and that's one of the things I've been bringing up regularly is this is one of the fields where you see a lot of letters. See a lot of letters and commas behind people's names in this field. As opposed to a lot of parapsychological fields, a lot of paranormal fields. You don't see as many doctors in a lot of those fields as you do in
Oh, I
this
see what you're
one.
saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Somebody was
academia.
commenting on the people here, yeah.
There is a lot of academia involved in this field, man.
Like the guy who was leading the conga at the party last night has a PhD in physics from Michigan. So
exactly.
Who knew?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely. And to see people of that academic ilk
Yeah.
looking at this as not fringe, looking
Right.
at this as not pseudo, that
Absolutely.
this is a statistically provable thing, and it is fascinating.
We're also getting a flood of people finally coming into the field after 20 years. For example, discourse on Reddit.
Oh,
Discourse.
yeah.
So Reddit has now 60,000 people who join. Not that they're all going to become remote viewers, because most people who get into the field, even if they train, they just drop out because it does take time. And then the discourse within Reddit has 2,000 members, and there's 2 Facebook groups with 10,000 and 5,000 members. But so finally we're getting traction, I guess you could say.
Yeah. And as we kind of wrap things, because I know I'm just keeping you here for 30 minutes, you've been very busy talking with folks, things like that.
I appreciate it.
What can people do? Because the one thing I've heard from people that I know that have studied remote viewing that left was they got very discouraged.
Yeah.
They got very discouraged with their results, and maybe they did not have a good coach. They may not have had a good tasker in that right? Somebody who can really give them good feedback?
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. I know that is hugely important. What should somebody who is looking to study remote viewing be looking for? Because there are tons of online courses. There's tons of video series and everything else. How can somebody avoid the snake oil out there, John?
Well, I'd say a few things. First, if you're really seriously interested in the field, check yourself. Do you really have an intention that you're going to be able to devote months to this, not just a few days?
Yeah.
Recognize that perhaps 1% of the population can get really good at this, just like piano. Everybody can play the piano a little bit, but very few people can be Liszt or somebody, Chopin. Recognize that that's a factor. Motivation and intention is just central to it. There's something called remoteviewing.link, a website, remoteviewing.link, which has all kinds of websites to go to get background information, the lists of trainers, targets, all books and everything. I recommend going to that. Try out some of the different trainers in terms of looking at what they do and their reputations before you sign up with one. You can actually train yourself in natural remote viewing, but if you try control remote viewing or any of the offshoots of that, then it's better to have a trainer. And fortunately now remote viewing is spreading into like Germany and South America and other countries. The International Remote Viewing Association is finally taking up the task of making the I in their name international real.
Yeah.
So that's happening too. So if you're in a foreign country, check out, see if that's starting to happen. And just go by reputation. There's a lot of people who've discovered remote viewing now and say, "Oh, I can teach that. Maybe I can make some money."
Yeah.
So you have to avoid new people if they don't have a track record. Make sure they have a track record in terms of maybe publishing books, training, students who vouch for them, and so forth. So there's maybe 6 or 7 trainers that are worth training with.
Yeah. And where can everybody go to not only get your books, but where can they go to follow your work, keep up with everything that you were doing, John?
I have a portal, a website that has a portal to my books and so forth. It's mprv.com or .net, I forget which actually. And also in my books, there's other indications of where to. But I'm not super active right now. I'm writing books. Yeah. I'm pretty old. I'm sort of retiring, on the verge of retirement. So I'm sort of try to help younger folks to get acquainted with the field and
exactly,
stuff like
exactly.
that.
It is hugely important, and that's just it. Once again, the idea of new blood, bringing new people in, passing this on to the next generation who will take up the torch of Hal Puthoff, Lyn Buchanan.
Yeah, because they're all getting older.
It's moving on in all of these fields.
UFOs
even in every one of them, it's got to be passed on to the new interested investigators and
finally
scientists.
We're getting some of that.
And it's nice to see it. It's fantastic to see it. It's great to see a conference that is about 3 times larger than last year.
Oh, was it?
Oh, I mean, it was well attended last year, but the facility here is much more amenable and fits a lot more people. And it's a full room in there.
It is,
and
it
is wide ranging in age. It's fantastic. So, John, thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. While you were online getting your copy of Remote Viewing from the Ground Up by John Knowles, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. CuriousRealm.com/store is where you can find all the books from our guests. CuriousRealm.com/story is where you can share your experience of the paranormal or remote viewing session. Or if you are a government whistleblower, you can contact us there. We will present your case to our experts and try to get you some answers. Hold on through this commercial break, folks. When we come back, we will have the conclusion of our second day of coverage live from PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia, with the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of PsiFest 2023 from Charlottesville, Virginia. We have with us right now Michael Green. He actually runs the bookstore here and you've been running the bookstore for this event for years and years.
Since 2002, Chris.
Wow. And you travel all around doing bookstores for various different events. But the one reason I wanted to have you on is, we always have great side conversations while things are in session, stuff like that. But you've been working with this community of people for years. You've seen this event grow. You've seen the community grow. You've done some remote viewing yourself. I know you've taken part in a few of the activities here. Tell us how you got involved with this association, Michael.
I actually was connected to this through a publishing firm that's local. Years ago when I first came to Charlottesville, I was taking my son to Sunday school. One of the principals of Hampton Roads Publishing's child was in the same, I don't think they were the same class, a year or two difference, but, attending these Sunday morning events before the Sunday school began.
Sure.
And Bob Freeman and I'd go out and have a cup of coffee. We'd chat. I discovered what he did for a living. I said, what a coincidence. I'm in the book business. I kind of fell into that in 1996. I brought some books to the Arizona State Bar Convention. I was a former attorney out of Tucson. And I had accumulated a number of collectible law materials. When I went to law school, there were a couple of classes I wanted to take that were in the catalog that just never happened. Law and literature, law and art, history of law were things, like I say, they were in the catalog. I thought, as electives, these are things I'm looking forward to taking. And just for one reason or other, they just never happened. One instructor left, another one on sabbatical,
Yeah.
So
Doesn't get approved for curricula next year, what have you.
So it's kind of like if I wanted to take a fourth year, I could pick most of the stuff up. So I started reading in those areas, just on my own on the side, and accumulated a number of books I liked, and sometimes extra. I actually wound up with my own law office, a building I bought, kind of a fluke. I fell into that, and I wanted to decorate, and I'm going, I'm not going to put up an abstract or some other thing. I want something related to law. So I started looking for art material that had of a legal nature.
Okay.
A great trial or something of that nature. It turned out I had a
trial
friend.
sketches, things
exactly.
like that.
And I had a friend that was actually a printmaker in the Tucson area that was doing that stuff for Lex Law. And at the time, I didn't know it.
Oh, wow.
But we're having a conversation. Next thing I know, I have some of that. So I accumulated some extra things. And by 1996, so 15 years into the practice, more or less, I decided I had so much of this stuff. I'm going to take it to the state bar and sell it.
Yeah. Set up a booth.
Right? I have enough CLE for the year exactly. What's going to happen? And Morris Dees, the Southern Poverty Law Center, was a speaker. At the last minute, I'm thinking, maybe I could do a book sale. I call his office. No, we don't do that. His office has been blown up twice, the house once. His wife's left him. We don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Okay? So, but the last minute, I said, what the hell? So I ordered like 48 copies of his book. And it shows up. He walks through to speak at the luncheon, takes a look, said, are you the guy that called us? Yes, sir. You're an attorney? Yeah. I said, well, I'll sign your books. And, he was done speaking. The books kind of just disappear right off the shelf. So that was kind of my first entree into working an author event or a conference.
Yeah.
And next year, I don't mean to beleaguer it, but Ralph Nader was showing up. I was asked by one of my friends. We were in a trial together, waiting for a verdict. We're in a bar on a Friday afternoon. He said, hey, Michael. And his name was Michael, too. I said, yeah. He said, hey, Ralph Nader's coming in June. Why don't you do another book sale? Yeah, why not, Ralph Nader? And so he gave me some information. I made a couple of phone calls. Next thing I know, Ralph will sign your books. So I worked with Ralph Nader, who, and this is kind of funny. I'll have to relay this one. So I do this event I introduced myself to Ralph. He's at a panel. I told him where I was set up, if he'd care to pre-sign some books before he speaks to the group at lunch.
Sure.
That'd be cool. He said, yeah, he's happy to do that. Comes out after lunch, sticks around, and he says, how long you been doing this? I don't wear a watch. I gave it up when I got out of the Navy. I said, I don't know, about 2.5, 3 hours. He starts laughing. He says, best goddamn book sale I've ever been to in my life. And he leaves. He said, I will call you Monday. All right. So Monday rolls up. Ralph Nader's going to call me, right? Monday rolls around, and I never got a phone call. And then I get a fax at 5 o'clock. Mr. Green, Mr. Nader's been trying to reach you all afternoon. So I go, Michelle, Yeah, Michael. I said, Ralph Nader called here today. He says, oh, your friend Chet Ross has called here 3 times looking to talk to you. So it was Ralph Nader calling, and she thought it was my buddy.
Pretending to be Ralph Nader.
Right.
Yeah.
To be Ralph Nader.
Yeah.
So one thing follows another. So I'm talking to Bob Friedman, and I'm told I've been doing this events mostly with Nader and people that he knows, and so I'm working multiple events. And we're talking. He said, well, I'm a publisher, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, if you want some office space, we have extra office space. You can just take an office for free. Oh. So I kind of located my office, if you will. I didn't have much into their building, Hampton Roads Publishing. Well, Hampton Roads published a lot of Charles Tarrick's work, Putoff's work, a number of the remote viewers. So, I was kind of coincidentally exposed to these titles. And then in 2002, Bob or someone else from the firm approached me and said, hey, there's a remote viewing event in Austin, Texas. Why don't you go down and work that event? They don't have a bookseller. So I said, okay. So that was how I actually walked in the door at a remote viewing conference 2002. To my knowledge, I've worked every concept they had since then. Hey, this is a great group of people. I've got to meet, Lyn Buchanan, Skip Atwater, and McMonagle, and on and on and on and on.
Hang out with Ingo Swann, all kinds of
Ingo,
things.
yeah, absolutely.
And that's why I wanted to have you on, because once again, until you get involved with these communities, in any of the para communities, and they're also individual. Like I was telling you earlier today, this is the one that I go to that has more people with letters behind their names than any other conference. And you would think maybe UFO, UAP studies, there's some science there, this and that. No, it's remote viewing.
Exactly.
Out of all of them, it's psychic work.
I agree. That's what I see.
And it's mind-blowing. And for you being involved in this community for this long, how have you seen the community grow?
Well, that's an interesting question, only for the fact that for a number of years, probably by 2010 or 2011, after I'd worked a number of these conferences, I'd said to them, what are you doing to attract the next generation of people? Because it was the same people. Oh, there'd be somebody who would show up, but it was not the majority. It'd be like, I might recognize out of 100 faces, I might recognize 85 or 90 people. Not that I know them well necessarily, but, hey, you're the bookseller. How you doing? How's your year been? That kind of thing. I'm going, where's the next generation? And there wasn't.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, how is it that you're not promoting yourselves in such a manner to attract all this? So this conference, kind of interesting. Of course, COVID's interfered the last 3 years. We've had conferences, but not one every year. We were in Menlo Park last year, or maybe the year
for the
before,
50 year.
It seems to be the Vegas conference in 20 didn't happen. Okay. I remember Targ called me and said, Michael, I'm not going to Vegas. This is like 10 days out.
Yeah.
And then I got a call from Mother, I'm not going either. And then the next thing you know, hey, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
At this conference, amazingly, there's about twice the numbers we'd had at recent conferences.
It's easily double, if not way more than last year.
Oh, I think so. I think definitely more than Menlo Park, although there
if not 3 times the size.
Yeah, there were some new faces.
Oh, sure.
Menlo, not
I
much,
was one
a
of
couple
them.
of mega. Exactly. That's when we met. But this time around, they're up by a third, a half, 50% more, and they are younger.
Oh, we got
First
college age
conference
kids here.
Exactly.
We got mid-late 20s here, and it's great to see that. It's great to see this younger group wanting to carry on this work and wanting to get into this work and dig into it. And like you said, really carry it forward to the next generation. You don't have to necessarily be a scientist with letters behind your name to keep a journal, to contribute to the math of it, to contribute to the
data,
the overall data field.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what's really amazing and really awesome about this, is that as opposed to a lot of communities, Bigfoot, things like that, where sure you could have a picture, something along those lines. This is one of them where it is full-on quantifiable. Yeah. And you are actively adding datum to a set of data.
Absolutely.
That's being used.
It seems to me, one of the things I keep hearing repeatedly at the book table behind us is how many people came to this during COVID.
Yeah.
The amount of time they had.
Yeah, because of the
Sitting
spare
around.
time, they finally had
Right.
the time to
And
explore it.
Explore, or somehow felt themselves drawn to new things.
Yeah.
And somehow these psychic phenomena, whether it be dreams, precognition, or
Yeah.
or stumble across something that could just kind of trip their interest.
Yep.
To get involved, and here they are. I mean, and this is like a fair amount of people here, truly.
Oh no, this
Yeah.
is a good conference.
Yeah, this is
a good
great
conference.
Yeah.
I
And
know.
of course, they connected with Monroe Institute, and that helps feed it. I think that's a great
Especially
idea.
being right here in the Monroe Institute's backyard.
Exactly,
That's
exactly.
huge. It's awesome. It's been, I think, a great pairing, and I hope that they continue doing it.
Yeah, no, I
hope they
think it's good.
continue doing this conference together, because there's so many people in remote viewing use the work of Monroe Institute to begin their
Exactly,
sessions.
right.
You know, to get their brain focused and brain waves aligned into that pattern.
No question,
And
synergistic.
Now, you're also a yoga instructor.
I
Not
am.
that- now, in your yoga, do you use any of the field of remote viewing? Any of the
Well, you know,
practices
there is
of
one
getting
area-
into focus,
There
things
is
like
one
that?
area you can do that. Focus, yes. Okay, I am not an expert when it comes to yoga. I'm like a beginner. I have practiced this time around. I practiced years and years ago, but this time around, probably about my 13th or 14th year of having returned to the practice. And I did that for my own health reasons, particularly rather than chasing samadhi or turiya, these states of unbridled consciousness.
Yeah.
And I did it for my physicality, just, sciatica, whatever. I teach primarily, but not exclusively, Hatha yoga.
Okay.
Basic, well, very old technique, but very basic. Of course, all this has been westernized and modernized a little bit. We see it as stretching, physical activity, rather than the pursuit of this state of mind. If you read the Yoga Sutras, the second aphorism is basically Yoga Chittas Vritti Nirodha. And my loose paraphrase with that would be that the intent or the purpose of yoga is to quiet the chattering of the mind. What's the first essential?
Yeah.
To remote view.
Yeah.
You have to quiet the mind. Frequently say, take a deep breath or take a couple of breaths to allow yourself to relax.
Yeah.
Clear the mind. My yoga practice, I don't know how many times during an hour and 50 minutes, hour and a half, I will bring people's attention back to their breath, putting a soft sound to it by constricting the throat, for instance, to get that what we call ujjayi or victory breath sound to it, is a focal point so your mind will not wander. It's tied to the breath and therefore and to the body. So yoga is the unity, mind, body, breath, basically. Yoga means yoke or union.
Yeah.
So that happens frequently. There is a branch of yoga which I am aware of, not overly adept at, but I've been playing with it a little bit, that turns out to be much older than I thought, and that is Yoga Nidra. Shows up in the Vedas real early on. I just discovered this. I knew about it, but in terms of how it evolved, I didn't know how old this is. Conscious sleep.
Interesting.
Nidra, sleep.
So basically,
yoga is
the
conscious sleep.
idea of lucid dreaming.
Pretty much that. And what is it's a guided meditation. Or maybe you engage in some physical activity.
Sure.
Stretches, bends, folds, whatever, just to settle into ground. And then you assume, essentially, in most instances, Shavasana, the corpse pose. But instead of relaxing, clearing the mind, I refer to the Beatles frequently at the end of a class when I put people in Shavasana, like close your eyes, turn off your mind, float away.
Yeah.
From the Beatles, right? Essentially. Yeah. And assuming I'm quoting that correctly, but close enough. And but Yoga Nidra would be like a guided meditation that is illustrated, if you will, by the facilitator. Or it could be as simple, once you're in the position, envision yourself being on a beach. The sun is warm, but not necessarily hot on your body. The air is warm but not hot, so you're not laying there perspiring uncomfortably. You envision yourself in a comfortable place. You hear the sound of the surf lapping on the beach, and the way it recedes. Maybe you hear the crinkle of the sand as the water's washing back down. It could be you could be in the mountains. You could be doing anything. Because basically the facilitator is narrating this visual for you, which you follow is the practitioner. Research seems to indicate an hour of yoga nidra in terms of rest is equal to about 4 hours of sleep. There are studies and research done.
Wow.
And I am fascinated. The more I
Wow.
think about it, and I'm sitting here COVID, right? I should be adept at this. I have not been spending a lot of time with it, but I am convinced by October, November, I will be teaching yoga nidra
Epic.
on a regular basis.
I was quite literally talking with Bob Monroe earlier from the Monroe Institute, and we were discussing the concept. I still have my Voyager XL. They used to sell it at like Blackstone.
All right.
You know, like you could get it in like the Air Mall catalog. And it was a pair of glasses with lights that did the same, were flashing at the same
I'm
rate.
seeing purple on your fingertips.
Yeah. They flashed at the same rate that the binaural beats were going. So you got double stimulation. And one of the programs that it had in it was the 15-minute nap.
Right,
where in 15 minutes, it took you from an active brain state down to a deep delta, theta range, and then back up. So you got the equivalent of an hour and a half of sleep in 15 minutes.
That sounds about right.
And it was like, wow, what an amazing power nap. And I've just started reusing it, where it's like, you know,
that makes perfect
lay
sense.
down in my studio, use it again, and it's pretty remarkable.
Very remarkable.
And to say that yes, an hour of this equals 4 hours of that,
roughly,
Once you because once again, you don't have the double stimulation going. You are getting your brain waves to that pattern through a state of meditation, and through a state of discipline. So, to match those same brainwave patterns of getting 4 hours of sleep, absolutely.
No, it's
absolutely.
beautiful too. I mean, all right, so I said, the intent of yoga is quiet the chattering of the mind. Come on, how difficult is it to not think? That is work.
It used to be so much easier for me to not think.
Okay, there you go. I mean, we think. That's what the mind likes to do.
It's what it loves to do.
And of course, when I occasionally get to a state where, I'm not thinking. Well, what did you just do? You just thought, you idiot. Right? Pop yourself
there
right
went
out
that.
Exactly. There I was. But can I leave it alone? No. Well, but more and more, I'm able to achieve a little bit of that. I'm not going to say to anybody, I can sit there 10 minutes without having a thought. Wrong. Maybe 45 seconds. Yeah, on a good day. But it's amazing how much calmer I've become through time.
Sure.
And the not thinking hasn't seemed to affect my meditation or how quick I can react to something if I'm conversationally or engaged in something. And there's a real beauty to it. And of course, the intent and purpose of all this is kind of like, and yoga recognizes these altered states.
Yes.
But basically the notion being, samadhi is the 8th limb of yoga. In what they call Ashtanga yoga.
Okay.
And it's basically this stage where you've gone where the mind is quiet and you're tapping into this consciousness, maybe getting to what we would call the true self, not the ego self.
Sure.
Where your experience is transcendent. And above that, if you look at the Om sign, the little dot above the curly line, below the three normal states of consciousness, wakefulness, dreamless sleep, and dream state, and dreamless sleep, is Turiya, which is that unbridled consciousness. So I first started screwing around with yoga, and I'm not pursuing this. My life is not dedicated to pursuing samadhi or Turiya. My attitude is, hey, I stumble into it, okay,
cool.
I'm not going to spend 12 hours a day, every breathing moment, pursuing this. That's just is not that significant to me, and I'm not denying the existence of this.
Yeah.
What a blessing if it should
It's
hit me
just not the level that you desire to go.
That's not where I am.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm free to make that choice, whether it's intelligent choice or not. But it's out there. You can touch it. It's palpable.
It's there.
You can experience that.
And that's just it. Ancient cultures followed this for
thousands of years.
Eons. When you start looking at the teachings of yoga, it follows right along with the teachings of Kabbalah, like almost hand in hand. It's remarkable, especially when you start looking at the chakras and the tree of life.
Exactly, right.
Like it is almost verbatim the same. It is a roadmap to consciousness and to yourself. And here recently, I was telling you about the person who was listening to my meditation album and was like, I don't I don't know what happened. Like, I started having all these, like, a base emotional response.
Right.
And he's like, I'm a yoga instructor. I don't understand, like, why this affected my root chakra in this way. And I was like, well, you know, your root chakra is emotion. That's all it is base
but,
emotion.
Like I said,
So,
what's the guy holding on to?
yeah. And that's
Right.
exactly what I told him in the email in response is, like, it seems like maybe you just tilled over something in your garden.
Right. That's,
you know,
that's the word you use.
it's still there. You were weeding and everything, and you just put some dirt over it, you know, and go back and explore yourself.
Yeah.
All that tells me is that the binaural beats rang the bell.
Right.
Like, it hit your root chakra.
Exactly.
Like, and that's awesome. That's great feedback for me to hear. But here lately, I've had a couple of people, and I was telling this to Bob earlier, that I finally found that small range of people that binaural beats just wogs their head. Just makes their brain like,
Ring.
like, yeah. And it's the fact that, like, because binaural beats work with an offset frequency. You put a frequency on one side, a frequency on the other, and your brain divides and says, like, okay, well, here's the remainder.
Right.
And that's the target frequency that you're trying to work on. But some brains don't like producing that third frequency, and it kind of wigs them out. And I finally found a couple people like that. Most everybody I know that's ever tried binaural beats, after a few sessions, like, they're like, wow, yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's relaxing.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I definitely got to sleep a whole lot faster last night. You know, I definitely felt more relaxed when I woke up this morning. Things like that. So, and even the fact of using binaural beats, using meditation to get yourself to that state. Because, yeah, you can definitely use binaural beats to start creating the brainwave frequencies that go to astral projection, that go to these other realms that yoga will take you through years of practice. And I'm not saying don't practice yoga. That is a beautiful discipline.
Absolutely.
But it's a discipline.
It is.
And it's one of those, like, you got to do your work. You got to do your work. You got to keep doing your work.
The beauty of yoga, obviously, especially in our culture, is you don't have to take it there.
Yeah.
You can just get the fundamental health benefits of moving the body.
Yeah.
Detoxing by exhaling, fully, inhaling, bringing the oxygen to the body, generating some prana or chi, call it what you will.
Sure.
The physical movement. Hey, if you're stiff and sedentary and not moving, lost your flexibility, yoga is going to assist you whether or not you're interested in acquiring the chattering of the mind and reaching a higher level of consciousness or not. Proven good for fighting depression, reducing anxiety, overall body health. I mean, on and on. And maybe, again, not like some things, maybe not for everybody, but nonetheless, what comes out of that through time, whether you like it or not, to pursue it, is you start developing a slightly different sensibility.
A different core. A different core.
And, somehow there becomes, like, not a religious, but maybe, for lack of a better term, a spiritual component to that.
Yeah.
It translates if you get in a conversation. It's like, people are having these experiences.
And that's just it. It starts changing your brain waves. It starts changing the way you think. It starts changing the way that it's kind of the idea, and I hate to use this analogy, but it's kind of the idea of the junkie starts getting high during preparation.
There you go, anticipation.
The dopamine starts releasing before they ever inject. The anticipation of it starts getting them high. And it gets that way eventually with things like yoga, karate, anything like that is disciplining you in a certain way toward a certain goal. And once you start your means of preparation, you'll start slipping into that mindset faster and faster each time.
Absolutely. That's absolutely true. By the way, Ian, it's just like a one-off. Are you familiar with Steve Halpern's music?
Offhand, no, I'm not.
So Stephen Halpern, and I may be wrong on this, is considered like kind of the godfather of New Age music.
Okay.
So he's played a lot with Delta.
All right.
There's a number of albums. He has an album called The Om Sound out. He's Drum Spirit's another one.
I have actually heard Drum Spirit.
So
I didn't know who made it.
Of albums.
All right.
Just coincidentally, because that's kind of what his goal is with a lot of this music. To take you to those vibrational
Yeah,
states.
absolutely. And
through
and
the
when
sound.
you look at things like tribal drumming, stuff like
Right.
that, the beat of it is,
Yeah, exactly.
is
The medicine-
right.
the medicine beat.
It's
Right. The heartbeat.
it's right there at heartbeat level. It's right there at Schumann resonance. It's
Exactly.
ground yourself, get ready. And it's really interesting to see that, because once again, our ancient cultures knew about this stuff
Oh, yeah.
long ago.
Long ago.
And even one of the albums I'm working on right now, Within the Rocks, kind of deals with the fact of are the similar images that we see in petroglyphs across the globe, representations of water, things like that. When you start looking at some of these, they look like straight up square waves, saw waves, sine waves.
Yeah,
so
right.
is it
Yeah,
the fact
no,
of
yeah, I agree with
when these people were there, were they synesthetic in drawing what they were hearing or feeling?
Right.
Or feeling. And when I take some of these images and kind of trace over them in Photoshop and then reverse it and put it through an algorithm, the sounds that come out are wild.
Ooh.
Wild.
All right, I like that. That I'm going to have to experience. Okay,
But it's one of those, like, even when you go to ancient sites, Malta. Malta
right.
is a prime example. There is a chamber there that actively resonates in the theta range.
Okay.
It starts peaking theta waves in your brain when you start chanting in there. The resonance of the room presents those waves to your brain. Same thing with Stonehenge. Stonehenge was built to amplify sound
right.
inside of it. They know about these things so long. Ancient Greece, Epidaurus, you know,
Right.
you can light a match on the floor and hear it 300 feet up top.
And you're wondering, yeah,
Yeah.
what is what is it they knew that we refuse
We
to
use
acknowledge or don't learn?
$100,000 sound systems to do
To
that.
replicate that. Right, yeah, I get it, It is amazing how much was known.
Yeah.
Mostly passed by oral tradition, obviously. I mean, the Vedas just didn't happen one afternoon.
No.
That's, carrying forward history. The Bible didn't happen in an afternoon.
That's it.
Well, you got 1,000 years, 800 years more before it gets reduced to a Torah. The
Wasn't
parchment
even
paper.
written down till 60, 70 years after Christ's death, the first things.
Yeah, right.
Because they were expecting the parousia. They expected the second coming within their lifetime. And once they hit 70 and they were like, hey, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
right.
do me a favor. Just start writing this
right.
down while I talk.
How much tradition, and things clearly probably changed from generation to generation. I don't know that, or I do or do not know that. You don't know if things were verbatim for 1,000 years, and that was the training, and it conceivable to me it would have been.
Yeah.
And it's also conceivable to know. It's like playing telephone. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. The message gets corrupted down the line
quite possibly.
eventually, and it does not take long.
Right.
It doesn't take long.
But you
If
again,
the
going
care
back-
for preservation isn't there, I mean, there are absolute cultures, Native Americans, one of them, where most of their stories are not written down. They are passed down orally unchanged. Go to the Aboriginal people. They're talking right now about that possibly being unchanged for almost 10,000 years.
Exactly. So that's possible.
That
as well.
their
That's
oral
training,
history
focus.
has not been unchanged.
It is right.
That is remarkable. That is amazing to think
Right.
about. And when you start thinking about the knowledge that these people had, one of the things I talk about on the show regularly, Mike, is the fact that even 100 years ago, not even 100, I'm almost 50, my grandparents' age, like my grandparents grew up in a time in Louisiana where they still had horses.
Oh, I
You know?
remember that from childhood, actually.
Like-
Horse carts in the streets of
Yeah,
Cleveland,
man. Yeah.
picking up garments.
Yeah,
Swear
absolutely.
to God, trash.
Yeah, and not even 100 years ago, there were still many parts of our country where when the sun went down, unless you had a fat lamp or an oil lamp, it's night, son.
Nighttime, you're gonna sleep.
It's night. We were connected to our world in a different way than we are now. Life was
absolutely.
slower than it is now.
Sure.
The intake of information and the wear down on our brain to be connected to this thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm connected to the entire planet right now if I want to be. Where the hell is my phone?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Hold on. Let me put that on Facebook. That's a good hashtag. Precisely. And, it affects so many things. When you start, just to bring up Kabbalah again, the fact that words are sacred, words are vibration.
Right, they're vibrational.
Like this is where the whole
Sanskrit.
concept of
Vibrational.
Absolutely. Sanskrit is a sacred spoken language. And
Vibrational.
yeah, Absolutely. These words have power, so be careful how you use them.
Exactly right.
You know, and that's why the whole witch's threefold rule exists. Like, yeah, go ahead and curse somebody. It'll come back to you three
Exactly
times
right.
more. You better be doing some good with your work and your words, you know? And we have to do that. Our brain regularly, man, lives in this state of negativity in this world around us.
Look how much
We're in a constant state of didactic, A versus B, red versus blue, infrared, ultraviolet mentalities.
Well, look how much is out there that threatens you.
Yeah.
Disrupts
Yeah.
what might be otherwise some peace of mind. Although we form societies theoretically so we can be safe, that we can invest trust in each other.
Sure.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
What are the, I'm not going to elucidate them. I don't know them all. The things you need for fundamental society, so you have some kind of level of comfort that you can turn your back and not get a knife in it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That that your word could be a bond. That people have a common understanding of what binds them, right? What is right? What is wrong? Morality, whatever it is, on a fundamental level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was quite literally the founding.
Culture wars.
That was quite literally the founding of this show. And its original incarnation, Dudes and Beer, before I relabeled it, was the idea of America was built in a bar. And it was built by people who were lawyers, who were pig farmers, who were the mayor, who were the governor. They had different walks of life, different incomes, different political beliefs. But what they all did in that common bar was like, what's up with that? What are we mutually going to do about that?
Right.
And it didn't matter if you were one political party, they were the other. You shared a fence line. If they needed wood in the winter, you gave them wood. You needed food, we gave you food. We took care of each other because we shared a fence line, and we knew that we needed each other to live.
Yeah. And
we have been in numerous world wars. Not a single one of them have we killed more people than we did in our own Civil War, where we were fully willing to kill each other. And that's right at the vibrational level we are at right now as a society. And that's a precipice, man. We haven't been there as an American society in a long time. And we have to learn to slow down. We have to learn to think about that and about the long-reaching impact of that. The multi-generational impact.
Yeah, how is there not? All right, climate. Come on. When I was hanging out with Nader, late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, not that he hadn't been around before that, but, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, those were like Ralph Nader's things. One thing so we're going back to the 70s now. He was talking about, hey, they ought to put scrubbers on stacks.
Yeah.
Clean the air. Oh, that's going to cost too much money. He's going, well, it's going to cost something, but you're going to create jobs
doing it.
And
somebody's got to build the scrubbers.
You've got to keep, we want to keep the environment clean. I'm not saying he was the greatest environmentalist he ever had, but his vision was he could see this come in. He would tell you that, Rachel, I think he would say that Rachel Carson kind of got him going along that path, or enhanced his awareness with the DDT, et cetera, watching birds die, But like, come on. We are all collectively swimming in the same damn atmospheric ocean.
In the same water. In the same
water. And then, to get it, more precise, exactly, this is our planet,
Yeah.
I don't believe that God gave us, if you will, the earth gave mankind all these benefits to exploit. How about being a steward?
Yeah.
What is your obligation to your children?
Well,
to your grandchildren? Is many Native Americans or indigenous people would say to the seventh generation.
Exactly.
Well, if you were looking at the seventh generation, you'd find a hell of a lot more harmony.
Yeah.
On this planet, you would find less threat to species, a little bit more awareness, that maybe a frog has a right to life, or, right?
Yeah.
Douglas, when he was on the Supreme Court, raised the question in a book, hypothetically, do trees have standing?
Yeah.
With the notion of, so reverence for it, if you will, that we respect the life of this tree. Forget about its consciousness, now we communicate between the roots as we're discovering and all that wonderful stuff. We are all interconnected, whether we like it or not.
That's right.
We are all interdependent upon each other. And interestingly enough, I think the majority of our environment is probably less dependent upon human beings for their own well-being
Oh, it'll do fine without us.
Yeah, I think it'll
do
fine with
great.
it. Through time. Huh?
We are a blip on the life of the Earth.
Yeah.
A blip.
A blip. I mean, dinosaurs didn't do themselves in.
No.
They had external help. All right. Well, maybe that inured to our benefit in the long run. How well it inured to the benefit of the planet, I have no clue.
Well,
Can't pretend to go there. But there is a certain sanctity or sacredness about life.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't care what you do or do not believe in. How is this thing not a miracle? Even if whether we are or not, the only life in the universe, right? I mean, look how fabulous all this is.
I don't care if it was a grand creator or a lightning bolt in a puddle of ooze
who knows,
with nitrogen and carbon in it. Either one are just as miraculous.
It is miraculous. It is miraculous. So, wake up, Well, get woke, DeSantis. No, wake up to, how miraculous it is. Your breath is miraculous. I mean,
absolutely.
Again, going back to my yoga practice. Mm-hmm. We take it, breath, you take it for granted.
Our guest yesterday, Yaw, talking about the diamond being that we are. There's no difference between carbon and diamond. They're the exact same thing. The only difference is time and pressure. We are carbon. We are exhaling carbon all the time, and every time we exhale it, we're putting our frequency out. And sending and polluting. I'm polluting your chakras with my frequency every time I exhale.
You cut that out.
Sorry,
bastard. Put a filter on it.
but in all sincerity, I think when it comes to things like remote viewing, like you're saying, awareness, personal awareness, and that's what I think more than anything that I have seen amongst the community of remote viewers is that there is an awareness that they have of their place within the machine of the universe that I don't think another para group I am a part of or a member of or even sponsor a conference for has that root of like, wait a minute, there's something bigger going on here. And I mean, MUFON's something big too, don't get me wrong. But there is a different grounded connection to the universality with this group.
Interesting.
Than with anyone else that I've found.
I can't say that I've given that much thought or have come to a conclusion on that or, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
I just really haven't contemplated that. The vibration here is wonderful.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It wears me down. Literally, I am exhausted right now.
Because I keep telling you, you say, hey, come talk. I'm tired.
Yeah.
And it's not like anything's draining me. I don't feel like
being
I'm
in the presence of all the last year at the International Association for Near-Death Studies. I've done shows in Colorado. I've done shows at higher altitudes than Salt Lake City.
Right.
I spent 2 days in the bed, like crazy migraine, nausea, the energy of all of those NDEs, of all those people who have come back and have been shifted.
I imagine.
Man, talk about something that'll tickle your belly all day. It was wild, man. And once again, being here, that mental energy that is just exchanging all over the place is intense.
It's intense. And, underlying this is like, when I first heard about remote viewing, yeah, right, okay, hey,
I remember when I first ordered the SRI videotape from listening to it on Art Bell, going, I don't know, man. Like I'd heard Major Ed Dames, things like that, and I was like, yeah, okay, man, I'll order the videotape and see what it's about. And even then, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But the more, and I was probably 20 years old when I found that and heard about it. I'm almost 50 now. I'll be 49 this year. The more I have delved into it, the more my mind opens, and the more it is blown by the data that is there.
The data is mind-boggling. The interesting thing is experientially, and I don't know if you've had the opportunity at one of these. I went to Paul Smith's pre-conference training. Introduction.
Friday.
To remote viewing. Yeah, Friday night. Thursday night, actually.
Yes, Thursday, sorry.
So, what the hell? I'm here. I'm living locally, no skin off my... I got to bring the books in anyhow, so I'll show up a little bit earlier, I even sell a book or two, you know. So I have participated in a number of these exercises over the years. Not every one of them. I've never taken formal training, although that is something, kind of like Yoga Nidra. I mean, to get around it pretty quickly here. It's getting late. I'm 76. But there's still time. But so last night I engaged in this thing. And I actually stepped out just before they were talking about how to focus on a target. So I missed the 6 or 7 minute introduction to that. I walk in, there's a cardboard box sitting on the podium. And I'm supposed to see what's in the box.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? Well, it can't be an automobile because the box isn't big enough unless it's a toy car. Okay.
1/10 scale.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm looking at this box. I got a piece of paper, and I've been to enough of these to understand that, I clear my mind and see what kind of impressions I have. And I got to watch out for the left side of the brain because it wants to describe things and
wants to jab away.
Right. So for me, this was kind of fun. So, I'm sitting there, all right, so I draw a line with a right angle. Of course, then I look at the box and, box is a rectangle. There's a line going down.
Line
top
going
to bottom,
over.
and there's a line going over. Real visual.
All right, all right.
I got that one right. Well, that's not in the box.
The eyes are working.
Outside the box.
The eyes are working.
And I'm laughing at myself. Like, give me a break. Why am I even sitting here? And the next thing I know, right, clear the mind, Michael. Let it come to you. Right? What the hell is going to come to me? Come on. What am I going to project into the box is more like it. Is my fear. Okay? And then, of course, in this, you can't be afraid to fail. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so next thing I say, so I got this right angle. I have no idea what the hell that's all about. And I go like, gray. Do I see gray? No. I just kind of sense something that's gray. All right, write down gray, that's impression, then immediately orange. I'm going, well, that's got to be what they call overlay, just, again, the left side of the brain's going, right?
Yeah, let's go the opposite direction.
Get a little orange there. So I put down orange and I put a question mark behind it. I said overlay. All right, so I have no clue. And I'm laughing at myself, going, why are you even doing this? And then, okay, there's a spiral, not a circle. I didn't see a circle first. I see a spiral. Yeah, right. I like spirals, so I'm making some spirals on the paper. I'm going like, it's hard and it's soft. So then I'm going, it's crinkled paper. I'm a book sales guy, man. There are crinkled paper in all these boxes of books. That's how they pack it. So I kind of know.
Yeah, what spiral-bound book did I bring with me?
Right.
That's in my head now.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going like, all right, I know it's not crinkled paper, unless there happens to be some crinkled paper in the box. But, right, isn't going to be that. And I come up, like I say, gray, orange, black, soft and hard. Next thing I know, I'm drawing another spiral. Now look, I'm drawing another spiral. What the hell is going on? What's with the spirals? Okay, one ought to cover it. And I think that's about as far as I got with it. The time's up. Opens up the box. It's a damn egg yolk separator. If you look at the picture that they also show on the screen and look down at it, there's a right angle. Damn, all right, the thing is silver, not gray. All right, close enough.
Gray's just not shiny silver.
Then I'm going as an aside, well, where'd the orange come from, fool, other than the color of the box? What's the color of an egg yolk when you break it open? And I'm sitting here still thinking, and
what's hard,
part of
what's
it was
soft?
real solid, but it's kind of like the separator part's kind of soft. It's flexible. I didn't write the word
even
flexible
the egg.
down. And then there's
even the egg, hard, soft.
Huh? Now, whether or not that's good remote viewing or not, I don't know.
I would say you definitely were in range.
They'd say they had some hits.
Yeah.
All right, but I could have just as easily imagined it was a box full of Cracker Jacks.
Or like I was saying, the spiral-bound book.
Right? When I came up with orange, next thing I'm doing is thinking, because I have this circle from the spiral, it's a glass of orange juice. I don't know how you have a glass of orange juice in the box, but that's besides the point. So at that point, my mind's wandering. But over the years, when I've done these various exercises, the amount of correlation from all the millions or hundreds of thousands of things that could be in a box or in a remote location that has been the target, how many of these things corresponded? I mean, there's billions of objects on it? I mean, right? You can go on and on and on forever. I am amazed and how much of this translates, and it seems to be, all right, once, kind of random, good luck. But without having any training, but just having done some of these exercises over 15 or 20 years, it's like, I don't save these things typically, maybe I should. I am amazed at how close I've sometimes come. I've never seen an egg beater in a box kind of. I've never, I know what that is. Never happened.
Yep.
But the types of things they come up with, and having met Ingo and spent time with him, and the remarkable things that he was able to demonstrate, which beat all the odds consistently, and all the other people, Glenn Wheaton, I mean, just names on and on and on and on. These things that people have seen remotely. Or this precognition, which tends to be, I tend to dream of things.
Same.
Not every night.
I build things that I see in my dream.
There you go. I have dreams, precognitive dreams. I know something and then get an affirmation of it. Day later, a week later, a month later, including one time I was at sea, had no contact with my family. I dreamt that my sister was pregnant and she lost the baby. And then the dream changed, and it was my sister-in-law. I had not talked to my family. I've been at sea. I've had no mail. I've no phone conversations. I get back to Los Angeles. I back to the West Coast, San Diego. A couple of days later, I think it was about a week. I called my brother. Hey, I'm going to come up and visit. Oh, dropping off there, huh?
There you go, bud.
Hey, gravity works. I remember this one clearly, and I went up to visit him. I didn't say a thing about this. Weird dream.
Yeah.
And we're having dinner. And I don't know, my brother asked me a question. And it was such a question that I said, I had a dream. And I looked at my sister. I dreamt you were pregnant and lost your child. And then the dream changed. Norma, you miscarried. Literally, someone dropped a utensil on the table. They had found out that week that my sister was pregnant and that my sister-in-law was pregnant and my sister-in-law miscarried.
Wow.
I'm in the middle of the damn Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, you got
Hawaii. Right. I hadn't communicated to anybody.
Yeah, you weren't getting mail by chopper about it.
If there wasn't some kind of comment made at dinner that kind of triggered that portion of the conversation, I would have never brought this up.
Wow.
And I'm not telling you I've had thousands of these dreams. I have not. I've had maybe a dozen. And I'm not alone. I mean, people all over the planet.
I've had numerous of them.
Billions
I used to have them about friends all the time.
Yeah, people will tell you they have these dreams. Where the hell is that coming from?
Yeah.
If there isn't that kind of connection out there, if this phenomenon is not genuine or real.
And, when you look at, I know I brought it up numerous times in this episode, folks, but I'll bring it up again, non-local reality. We just won the Nobel Peace Prize for physics about quantum entanglement, the fact that particles, despite distance, can be entangled and influence each other. That is quite literally what this work was based on. Hal Puthoff's paper about how scientists going home and thinking about their lab work was affecting their lab work and affecting the experiments. That's what led to every bit of this, and every bit of that has been quantified. It's mind-numbing.
The entangled mind.
Man,
right? On and on. Exactly.
I've literally got to come and just max out a card at your library sometime, man.
Oh, please do.
Will you buy me dinner if I buy it all?
You can check it anytime you want. You just can't leave.
That's right.
Welcome to Hotel California.
That's it, buddy.
Yeah. Cool.
Man, it's always great seeing you. Always great having conversations with you for days on end. It was great meeting you last year. And the day before I came here, I was like, man, I really hope Mike's going to be there. That's going to be awesome if he is. So I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Absolutely. Let everybody know where they can go to find your bookstore. Like, what events do you work? Things like that.
I don't really have a bookstore per se. My websites are not well maintained. I trade under the name of MREVAK, MREVAK.com, and that's kind of my general my trade name. I maintain a site that's not very well maintained at the moment called CannabisLeapers.com. I work a number of cannabis conferences across the country. I sit on a board, a couple 501c3s. But I work at a variety of conferences. I'll be at, I believe I'll be at Cannabis Science East in Rhode Island in September.
Cool.
I will have been invited back for I don't know how many years. This has been, this is my longest running conference continuously, IRVA, as it turns out. I will be at the Council of Great City Schools in San Diego, which is, I think they may have expanded, but for years it was the, this is our 67th or 68th annual fall conference. So it's educators, administrators, people related to school systems, school boards from the 50th. I think they may have expanded. It might be more than 50 largest inner city school districts in the United States. So they always have interesting speakers. It could be anybody. So those are the three things around my immediate horizon that I booked. And I said, I'm going to do these. And COVID kind of changed the mix for me.
It changed the mix for a lot of us in the live event industry, my man.
We talked about that last couple of days, like, what events were those that didn't work?
So which events are left?
And I think a lot, again, I see was
there are a lot are coming back.
There's a lot coming back.
Beautiful.
People like the human interaction dynamic.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said about certain types of virtual events, but hey, there is nothing like sitting down and interacting with your fellow human beings.
One of the things I akin a lot of these shows to, Mike, is Comic-Cons.
Yeah. Oh,
and I don't know if you've ever been to a Comic-Con.
I got to work one.
But like if you're a comic book nerd, there is a brotherhood there.
Oh, yeah.
There is a camaraderie, and there are crews of nerds that I know that, like, they got their homies that they hook up with whenever they go to Dallas Con, whenever they go to Dragon Con. Like, there are crews that get together.
Oh,
and it's the story swapping and the sitting down and doing things, and that's what it is at Bigfoot Con, is the stories that people swap and the community that's there.
Yeah.
And when you're here, when you're at MUFON, a lot of the people are field investigators, so you're hearing a lot of scuttlebutt at tables about field investigative procedures and things like that. And here you're hearing about hits and targets and tasking,
and protocols, and
each one is its own little world and its own little community, and this would not be the same virtually. It wouldn't be.
No, it wouldn't.
I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't some great presentations out there. This is being sold virtually.
It could be, absolutely shared. But
the communal aspect, the being here with each other, for each other, and supporting each other in the task, in the tasking, and in the community is beyond all else, and that's what it's about.
And I am highly appreciative of the occasional hug I get here.
Same.
It's genuine, sincere, and warm.
It was nice for me my second
authentic,
year. My second year coming in, first year as a sponsor, how many people recognized me?
Yeah.
Oh, granted, I'm a 6 foot tall redhead that wears purple shirts.
Is that what color that is? What do you pay for that?
Yeah. Like my barber says.
I like the salt and pepper in it. Nice. Right?
But
I agree. It's, human dynamic. Come on, we are social.
Absolutely.
We have an obligation towards each other, ourselves, and our planet.
Yeah.
Come on, let's
steward each other.
Let's steward each other. It's getting late for me. I wish I really knew, or had the power bequeathed upon me. Just snap my fingers and make it all good for everybody. That's not going to happen. But a little kindness, a little compassion,
a little empathy,
a little love, a little empathy goes a long way.
Darn tootin', bud.
Namaste.
Hey, man. Thanks for coming on, man.
Brother, thank you. I hope this was worth your time.
One last time, look in the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find your books.
Oh, I know
everything
where to
else.
go. No, hey, you can find me. I'm Michael Green.
Try to find me.
You can find. You can try to find me. You can find me. Michael at that's MREVAK. Michael at mrevac.com is as good as any. If you like Lex Libris, LEXLIBRIS, law books, how I started. Lex Libris at earthlink.net. You can get to me that way too.
Cool. All right. Well, fantastic. While you're online checking out everything from Michael Green and his amazing bookstores and you think our knowledge vault is cool, folks, full of declassified government documents, things like that. Go check out his bookstore. Some of the books there are phenomenal. Like, you can get the entire printed out version of the Stargate
archives,
the Stargate archives with all the missing pages.
Not redacted.
Really,
that's
really
my
cool
understanding.
stuff.
That's a disclaimer. I didn't edit this stuff.
I haven't seen any black in any of those pages.
I could sell you a redacted edition.
Yeah, you should make one and sell it for more This
what I'm
is
thinking.
this was the preprint version.
You got a Sharpie I can borrow?
Yeah, it's purple.
All right.
While
With
you're
the purple,
online,
with the purple redaction.
that's right. While you're online checking out everything from Michael, folks, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, subscribe. That's where you can leave a message. If you are a experiencer of the paranormal, if you have had a cryptid encounter, if you have had a UFO, UAP encounter, if you have been abducted, if you're a government whistleblower and have evidence, we can take your images, video, phone call, whatever. Stop on by CuriousRealm.com/story. Fill out our form. We will leave it anonymous. We will bring it up on our show and present your case to our experts to try to get you some answers, folks. Stay tuned through this commercial break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of day 2 of the 2023 PsiFest here in Charlottesville, Virginia, from the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. We'll be right back with you after this, folks.
Thanks for having me aboard.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final piece of coverage from the second day of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We are here right now with Maureen Seberg, author of the brand new book, literally hot off the presses, folks, Fearfully and Wonderfully Made. How are you doing?
I'm well.
Welcome.
Thank you
It
so
was a pleasure
much.
talking with you outside.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit, because you actually write about the senses. You were an investigative journalist and actively write about the senses that we have in our body. What is it that brought you to the world of remote viewing, Maureen?
I think remote viewing or remote sensing, really, because remote viewers use all of their senses, don't they? I think it's the cutting edge of sensory science. So I want to know all about it. And I find it fascinating.
Well, and as somebody who's written many, many articles in Psychology Today, things like that, like you're out there in the scientific world talking about the brain and how it senses things, how it relates things. How did you get into that field to begin with?
Well, believe it or not, I was a crime reporter for the New York Times and the Daily News and other places first. And I am a sensory outlier. I am a polysynesthete. I have many synesthesias. Oh. And I'm also one of 3 American women identified to have the 4th cone class for color perception in my eyes.
Wow.
I'm something called
like
a tetrachromat. Yes.
You're like a parrot.
I'm absolutely like a bird.
You can UV and IR.
Well, I don't
wild.
see exactly the same as birds, but I see a lot the way they do, a huge amount.
Yeah, because their color range is slightly different than ours. It's kind of like the idea, I'm an AV technician, as I told you. A few years ago, Samsung put out on the market the first TV with 4 color chips.
Amazing.
Red,
right?
green, blue, and yellow.
Yellow was the new.
And it made a whole new millions of colors.
Yes,
and depths
especially
of color.
watching the nature programs, things that are outside. Because as a tetrachromat, I can tell you that it's exactly like Oz. Indoor, most of the colors, manufactured goods, the wallpaper, this frame.
Things under artificial light.
That, and also things made by people with 3 cone classes, 4 people with 3 cone classes. But nature doesn't follow those rules.
Yeah.
So I literally open the door and it's more Oz-like when I step outside.
Wow. Yeah.
So we're looking at, as a sensory outlier, I wanted to know about the realm, and I thought maybe I can be of service in this way as well, as an investigative reporter.
Well, yeah.
And look at this for other people, not just me.
Sure. And especially as an investigative reporter who has written, once again, many, many times about senses, the way the brain works, the way the brain perceives things. It really does give you a unique insight to the field of remote viewing.
I hope so. So I'll be presenting on new sensory potentials. it's a golden era in perceptual laboratories right now because they're awash in funding for AI, robotics, and so forth. But every time scientists try to measure human potential to create sentience, match or best our sentience in artificial realms, they are finding we are orders of magnitude more powerful than they used to know.
Yeah.
So for the longest time, they thought we could smell 10,000 scents. That's a lot. I don't even know if I could name 10,000 scents.
I'd say most people couldn't name 100.
Well, do you know how much it actually is?
Probably more in the order of 100,000.
It's a
if not more.
trillion.
Wow.
And some say it's infinite. And they have actually we beat some dogs and rodents in laboratory settings.
Wow.
The fact that we are not good smellers is a 19th century Victorian myth.
Huh.
And they have now put human beings on scent trails like hounds to see if they can follow them. They can.
Wow.
So we are super predators. We are the technology. We are soft tissue, high technology. No machine, no other animal can match us. So if you take these new potentials and you put it in front of a bunch of people who know how to remote sense, I'm hoping there are applications for the field.
Sure, absolutely. And as hopefully as many applications in the field as there are for the field of remote viewing in general, because the applications are far and wide. They're huge. It's phenomenal. I mean, I was one of the sponsors, one of the co-sponsors of the event is a company that uses remote viewing to help do city planning and help find future technologies to make cleaner electricity and things like that.
That's amazing.
That's a whole new world. Mm-hmm. Like you're saying, it's a world of
possibilities. It is a whole new world, and
there.
it's so elegant to just use your own body to solve something. It's clean. You don't need a lot of add-ons, bells and whistles.
Yeah.
It's you.
Exactly.
I'll give you an example from the traditional realm. There is a woman named Joy Milne in Scotland. She's a retired nurse who thought her husband started to smell different. Even when he was freshly showered, she was like, there's something wrong. 6 years later, he developed Parkinson's disease. She started going to support meetings for other families. They all smelled musky like her husband. So she raised an alarm, and now, with researchers from the University of Manchester, she has identified molecular biomarkers in the sebum on the skin, usually in the back.
Yeah, the oils that come off of our skin.
Yes, and they now have a swab test that can diagnose Parkinson's 10 years early.
What?
Which is the closest thing to
How
a cure as you can get.
I post news like this all day long. How did this miss my radar? Oh my God.
It. So not only that.
Wow.
Not only that, she can smell COVID. Do you want to know what COVID smells like? Do people want to know?
Oranges or bats? No.
Bats. No, it smells like the Wuhan lab. No, it actually smells like apple cider and infection combined.
Ooh.
So now she's working on swab tests for that. She can smell cancer and tuberculosis.
Wow. And of course, it has been shown numerous times that there are dogs that can sense cancer, smell cancer, smell illnesses, things like that. And once again, we have always put that to the fact of a dog has a smell palate 1 million times more sensitive than ours.
That's what we think.
Not stronger, but more sensitive.
That's what we thought. So this started because a neuroanatomist in the 19th century named Paul Broca theorized incorrectly that humans have small olfactory bulbs, the nerve center where we smell things. Yeah. In absolute terms, in terms of comparison to the rest of our body, our environment, that is just not true. But it caught on. It caught
Sure,
on back
sure.
in the day.
Yeah.
Even Sigmund Freud
So did bad
got
humors.
into it. Bad humors. There you go. And so it was all part of the zeitgeist at the
Yeah.
time. People were a little puritanical.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want us to be like the rest of the animal kingdom. We were something apart, right? we weren't sensual, God forbid.
We were just looking at the work of Charles Darwin and separating ourselves from the animal kingdom, things like that.
Beautiful context you just provided. But now we know better. We know better. And I like to say, if you don't believe we're super predators, read the headlines.
Well, that's where our eyes are. Mm-hmm. Our eyes, I mean,
They're in front. They're not
predators
on the
only have
side.
forward-facing eyes.
They're
Prey
not
only
on
has
the
it on the
side.
side to look for the predators. So
Exactly.
that's why your ears face forward, is so we can zero in on a target.
Yeah, and our ears are also, our hearing is even more powerful than our eyes.
Oh, I
Even
as an
more
audio
powerful.
engineer, I will attest to that. I
Yeah.
will and more than your eyes and your nose, your ears can be trained.
Wow.
Like
I would believe that.
remarkably so. You can act. I mean, there are numerous CDs, things like that out there for audio engineers like me, where you literally learn to recognize a frequency.
Oh, that's
by tone.
amazing.
Like, oh yeah, that's 225. Bring that down in the EQ. Being able to identify the frequency by hearing it. That's how
More
deeply
proof.
you can be trained with your ears. And it's remarkable. Our senses are tied to so many centers in our brain. So many centers are activated by our sensors, especially senses of smell, things like that.
Smell goes straight to memory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, though, I've trained these and these for audio and video over the last 30 years. Nothing strikes me faster than a smell. If I smell Zippo fluid, I
Takes you back?
immediately see my grandfather. Immediately. Even when I first put oil in a pan and throw flour in it and start cooking a roux, I see my grandmother.
Oh,
like the
isn't that
smell of a
nice?
cooking roux immediately takes me to her kitchen. Like
I love
am
it.
transported. And it's interesting to know that so much of our life is lived autonomically, Maureen. We go through life in a state of hypnosis.
We do.
Our brain wants us to operate in that state. It wants us to autonomically operate so it can be free to think and do higher
Problem
order
solve,
things.
right?
Do
Yeah.
higher order things. Even stuff like remote viewing would be more apt for your brain to want to do than for it to think about you breathing.
Yeah. That makes good sense, doesn't it?
Because that's one of those. Once you're out and they've slapped you and you've got oxygen going through you, your body just does it.
Yeah.
And you can try to think to stop it. Your body will make you restart it.
So
It will
interesting.
make you want to breathe. So, yeah, it wants to just put that on autopilot. I mean,
Yes.
how frequently do we drive home from work or drive to a relative's house and just pass 18 exits on the road and go, oh, wow, I'm almost there already.
Hypnotized.
You know?
Completely hypnotized by the road.
yeah.
In a trance state.
Yeah.
You know what else is interesting? Do you know how we always say, oh, he's very sensitive, and we're referring to emotions? Well, it
He
turns...
might just be very sensitive to you and your frequencies.
Exactly. And
You
I-
may not smell right to him.
See that? But what's interesting is they found our senses, particularly our sense of smell, but all our senses, are tied to emotion through the limbic brain. So here we are saying sensitive, meaning emotion, but it's all of it. And it's actually considered verbal abuse to call someone too sensitive now.
I wouldn't deny that.
I know we can take
Absolutely.
it too far sometimes, but I agree
That's a
with
good
that
one.
one.
That's a good one. I like
Because
it.
too many people get shut down who
Well-
are very exquisitely sensitive people
Hey,
who
I-
should be encouraged.
Absolutely. I'm an anxiety sufferer. When I work events as a corporate AV technician, I compare myself to a horse with blinders doing his job.
Wow.
Pulling a cart on a cobblestone street. The people passing by don't bother him, whatever. His focus is ahead on what he's doing. If I go to that same convention with no focus, like I'm going there to do interviews, something like that, it can become a state of anxiety for me.
I understand. You have so many moving parts, and I've watched this booth. I've watched this space. You have worked nonstop.
Thank you.
So it's amazing what you do.
And that's part of the reason why I work nonstop.
Yeah, you get it
Maureen,
done.
Well, not just that. It's the fact of it keeps me calm and engaged in the event and not, wow, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. There's so much going on. My tech soothes me. It puts me in a calming place to focus my
thank you for
energies.
soothing me and doing such a good interview. I'm really grateful.
You know, the same way that we go through life in very much a state of autonomic hypnosis, Maureen, it's hard for us to accept positive feedback in the world. It's hard for us to not just receive it, but hold it and keep it and consider it better than the negative feedback that we get, which our brains are wired since we became the super predators to survive. Things like that, like negative reinforcement can be good for your brain. It helps us learn fast. You know, we learn real fast. Fire burns.
Yes, fire burns.
You learn that faster than you do how to rub sticks together and keep warm and make food. Your body will remember, wow, that was painful. A whole lot faster than it will something useful. And we're wired that way. So it's hard for us in the society that we live in with the mass amount of information literally coming at us now. It's no longer the fact of we had to hop on a bike and go across town and look through a card catalog or a microfiche. We no longer have to search out the information. It's put upon us now. And that can unstabilize us. That can really affect a lot of things.
It's challenging in terms of you can overstimulate the senses too.
Exactly.
So I recommend in the book I've just written that people get out into nature, people meditate, people remove themselves from the cacophony when they can.
You've got to try to unplug. You've got to. For a while, and I should probably try to redo it. For a while, I practiced Black Sabbath. And that was the idea that whatever day you consider Sabbath, folks, no tech. No tech. Put the phone away. Cut the TV off.
That's a great idea.
Turn off the radio. Go read a book.
Yeah,
go
restore
fishing.
yourself.
Do something. You just be with each other. Sit and have a conversation. Play a game of chess. You know, we have forgotten this connectivity that we all have, and like you said, we are overstimulated.
Yes,
our senses are overwrought in our modern society, and it makes it harder to connect. It can make it harder to connect, and it can make it harder to build that connection of empathy with your common man.
Yeah, you feel disconnected,
now,
unfortunately.
When it comes to senses, when it comes to our brains, overstimulation, what can we do aside from just unplugging? What can we do on the daily to kind of help relieve our brains from some of this, Maureen?
Get outdoors. So the EPA did a study that showed North Americans and Europeans are spending 90% of their lives indoors, which is, it dulls the senses.
Yeah.
It's very bad for us.
Yep.
On the contrary, or by contrast, scientists studied Malaysian hunter-gatherers to see how their senses work. They're able to identify more smells than us, more colors than us, more everything.
Yeah.
And I know we are not all in the position to live that lifestyle, nor should we, but their superiority to us in that way should be a clarion call to get outside.
And that's something that we talk about on this show regularly, Maureen. And you don't even have to go back to ancient civilizations. Like I said a minute ago, I'm almost 50. You could go back to my grandfather in rural Louisiana back in the early 1900s, who maybe had a fat lamp.
Mm-hmm.
When it became night, it's night.
Yeah,
And
it was really
yeah,
nice.
we had a different connection to the world around us. You know, our great grandparents didn't necessarily need a farmer's almanac to know by the world around them when to put seed in the ground.
That's right.
They knew, like, oh wow, that's the third cold snap in a row. I better get busy putting the peas down.
Yeah.
You know, we had a connection to that we do not have anymore. There are a few people out there that still have it, like you're saying. And granted, that is very much in the Western world, that we are overwrought in this way. And yeah, without that connection to what intrinsically makes us, like not many people realize that when you're a baby, that soft spot on your head goes straight to your pineal gland. Like that is light going straight to your pineal gland, directly to it. Great for healing, growing, all kinds of things. Eventually that spot comes together. And yeah, when you start studying people, once again, who live inside, do things inside regularly, that's when you start seeing things like seasonal affective disorder, where you're deprived of daylight.
Yes.
That's where you start seeing cases of longer depression, things like that, because you're not active. You're not doing what our body has been programmed for millennia to do, Maureen. We have never been programmed for this.
I agree.
Ever. Our biology was not programmed to just sit.
Nope.
It wasn't programmed for that. It was programmed to interact, to hunt, to gather, to be interactive with the world around us. Like you said, those people in the woods have a sharper sense of hearing. They're able to identify things at a further distance. They're able to smell animals that they hunt, things like that. And ask any hunter out there, like, they'll tell you, like, yeah, you can tell when the deer are around. You can smell them. Like, I am an avid herpophile. I love reptiles. There is a distinct smell of snake.
Oh, yeah.
There's a distinct smell of what the musk of certain snakes smell like. And if you're out and you smell that musk, you know, oh, wow, yeah, there may be some garter snakes around, or there may be a water moccasin.
Be careful.
So, yeah, you know, you can learn to identify that animal's in the area just by the smell. And it's not like a skunk or something like that. It's not that pungent. It's very subtle. But it's there. It's there. And if you're trained to find it and trained to it and in tune with it, it's remarkable what you can do. Now, when it comes to this research, especially when it comes to senses, things like that, like right now, I just posted an article today about they're looking at the provability, they're looking at all the data right now, but they may have very well found a fifth force of nature in muons and the way things move. Where do you see the research in sensory going?
Yeah, so this
now?
is
What's the future of the work of sensory science?
This is coincidentally or not, a very interesting tie-in to what you just brought up. Now that they know we can see a single photon with our naked eyes, they're having people see, if they can, superposition and entanglement. And will they confirm long-held theories, or will they rewrite the book on physics?
Yeah. No, precisely. And once again, I have been hammering home for months now. Don't forget, everybody, we now have proved quantum entanglement. That won the Nobel Prize through peer-reviewed study, everything else. Particles can be influenced at a distance by another particle. Now, that's correlation to remote viewing, to everything. It's not the causation.
Right.
But
correlation,
that's some pretty big correlation.
It is pretty big.
Pretty big correlation. And when you're talking about a lot of things, especially with our senses, that's right there with quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
It really is.
Well, many of the senses are on that scale. we know we hear things with a diameter smaller than an atom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, seeing single photons.
Yeah.
So that's how refined.
And
that's why we named the book Fearfully and Wonderfully Made, because it is just extraordinary what the human body is capable of.
And what the human mind is capable of. It is an organic transducer. It's amazing. It's a big fat-celled radio receiver is what it is. We are like walking vacuum tubes. And when you consider that possibility, when you think about the fact that we can not only radiate information, but take in information via a distance. You know, we've all had that feeling when we walk into a room that something just kind of squirrels in our gut. And we're like, wow, something just doesn't sit right. Maybe listen to that next time.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
That's a sense. That's still a sense of touch.
Yeah.
You know, like if you touch something sharp and it hurt you, would you keep your hand there?
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying.
And we've been taught, not only with science, but with academia, if it's not in this box, it isn't.
Yeah.
You know, and that to me is dangerous science.
It is.
That to me is
And
dangerous science.
Remote sensors are observing. It is observable science. So I hope the field
give us an
continues
example
to grow.
of that observable science when it comes to remote sensing.
Well, for example, how about Joe McMoneagle knowing where Skylab would fall? And then it does.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Observable.
Without actively knowing its declination trajectory and speed and everything else. And even then, NASA gives an area, not a location. Here's this 10-mile swath that we're looking at.
Or an ocean. They say it'll be that ocean.
Yeah, yeah.
What was it, the Indian Ocean, I think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, maybe within 100 miles of that island or something, it wasn't like Joe's prediction of it'll be right here.
Yeah.
You
it
know?
was much closer than that.
Yeah. Pretty phenomenal. Let everybody know, Maureen, where they can go to get your new book, Fearfully
So
Wonderfully
it's available wherever books are sold.
Well,
and it just came out Tuesday. So.
I know. It is so hot off. As soon as Michael said that, I was like, well, that's the first book that needs to go in my stack then if it's hot off the press.
Thank
and
you
I've been thumbing through it. It's so remarkable. So awesome.
You.
Go by, check this out, folks. This will, of course, be added to the Curious Realm store. CuriousRealm.com/store is where you can find all of the books from our guests. That's where you can find all of the tools that we talk about for paranormal research. Make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. Everybody, like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. That wraps us for our second day of coverage here at PsiFest 2023 in Charlottesville, Virginia, with the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. We will be back tomorrow for our final bit of coverage. Stay tuned right after these messages for all of that, folks. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily.
Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back from commercial, and welcome to Day 3 of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia, brought to you by the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute this year. Our guest in this segment is Pam Coronado. She is actually a psychic detective, and you have a popular TV series as well. What is the name of the series?
Sensing Murder.
Wow. Now, first off, let's start at the beginning. When did you find out that you had this ability? Was it an ability you came to naturally or through training?
Both. So
Okay.
started naturally. I was an adult. I had a family. I had kids, husband, dogs, the whole thing. Normal lifestyle. And I started having dreams. So one night I had a dream that I was in the back seat of a car. And there was a man driving the car and his girlfriend. and I recognized this man to be my husband. Only this wasn't my husband. This is a man I've never seen before.
Sure.
But in the dream, I knew this was my husband, and I realized that they were about to kill me. And so I was driving in this backseat of this car, knowing I'm in serious trouble, and look out the window, and I see an angel, and she's motioning for me to come. So,
Wow.
like Peter Pan, I did. I flew off, like, take me.
Yeah.
And I looked back at the car, and I could see the car, and I could see the road they were driving on. And I told no one. I told no one.
Okay.
So I thought, people are going to think I've lost my mind.
Yeah.
So 3 days later, I'm looking in the newspaper, and all of a sudden, there's a picture of the man in my dream. And his wife is missing.
Wow.
And I was able to help them find her body.
That is incredible, Pam. That is what an amazing story.
Crazy story.
Like that is literally wheels hit the ground running.
Yes, and I thought I was going to do something else with my
now,
life.
had this ever happened to you before in your life? How old were you when this occurred?
I was like 30.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Wow. Never had you ever done any dream work, astral projection?
I mean, I'd
anything
always
like
had
that?
active dreams my whole
Okay.
life. I've always had
Sure.
a lot of really vivid active dreams.
Yeah.
But, I came from a super, super religious upbringing, and so we didn't talk about those things.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was all just shocking and upsetting and mesmerizing that this thing turned out to be real. There's something from having
Yeah.
a dream to it turning into real.
Yes. I say it on the show regularly. I build things in my sleep.
Oh,
And
cool.
if I have the parts, like I build them when I'm awake. Like
Yes,
if I see
yeah,
a piece
yeah.
of gear in a dream that
Yeah.
I can build, like I literally did it last week.
That is very cool.
So yes, very much the same thing. Now, how do you process that information? Because of course our dreams typically, our dreams are very much our unprocessed reality from the day. We go autonomically through so much. Our brain just reacts karate style, and most of it just shoves out of the way, and that's what our dreams are, is the resolution of that kind of stuff mixed with filter of life, things like that, wants, desires. But how do you differentiate from a normal dream
It's a good question.
to that kind of dream, Pam?
I always say there's a aspect of it that's real, meaning you're not walking along the street and all of a sudden you're flying, or you're swimming in a lake, or it's very
Reading a book with no words.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden there's a quality to it that's realistic. If I wake up and go, yeah, that could happen, then I know, this may actually be, more of a precognitive thing.
Okay. And do you keep a journal of these things as they happen and keep your eyes out? Do you have...
Here's a good one. Here's a
Okay.
good one. So this is just kind of relevant to the conference. It's
All
just
right.
silly,
Sure.
but it's funny. So I had a dream about a week before the conference that they asked me to be in a conga line, and they wanted me to wear this goofy tinfoil dress.
Okay.
So I wake up and go, oh boy, what's going to happen at the IRVA conference?
Maybe I'll just show up for my talk.
And I'm like, you know what? I have a broken leg. I'm not doing the conga. So sure enough, they
Talent show night.
they
came.
did the talent night, and they all start saying, line up behind Tom. And I didn't realize that I let David Silverman dress me, and he had put this cape on me and a boa that was gray color, kind of looked like foil.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, I'm
Wow.
like, we're doing the conga, and I'm
Dressed
in
in
this
silver
weird thing.
stuff. Wow. And yeah, like you said, it's a different feeling. It's a different feeling for you. And how do you associate that when you come out of the dream state?
I usually just record it. I'm very, adamant about journaling these things, and a lot of times they don't make sense in the moment. They seem nonsensical. And I think that's why people discount their dreams, because they're nonsensical in the moment. Yeah. But if you look at your dream journal 3 months down the road and you go, oh,
yeah, no, I used to have dreams about friends in college and tell them about things, and they'd come back a couple weeks later like, wow, man, that's weird. Now to this day, even still, when I have a dream about somebody, like I text them like, hey man, you doing all right?
I do too.
Had a dream about your dad last night, man. Everything cool?
Yeah.
All right, just making sure.
I'll do that too.
Because I did dream work for many, many years. The idea of following my meditation guide.
I studied under Alan Vaughn, so Alan Vaughn was my first mentor.
Wow!
Because somebody introduced him to me when I was having all of these dreams, and really was being murdered a lot in my dreams. And I was like, you got to help me.
And I was going to say, how do you process that? Because one of the things we talk about with Lyn Buchanan is, of course, getting into the world of psychic detective work. And is that something you really want written the spare space in your head?
Right.
Are you ready to deal with that visceral emotional connection with a victim that's about to happen to you? And not every cop can be a murder detective. Not every cop can go see a body every day, man.
That's correct.
Like even murder detectives go to therapists regularly. Even they see things in their dreams because of their jobs. So
correct.
How do you process that? How do you actively, I guess, clear that from you?
Yeah, people ask me that all the time.
Because that's thick.
One thing that they don't realize is that I compartmentalize things.
Okay.
So when I'm working on a case, I am focused on a task. I'm focused on describing a person or describing a location of a missing person or describe a car or a weapon. Or I compartmentalize it a lot. So I'm not really spending so much time in the horrors of it.
In the victim's mode, so to speak.
And I try now to not jump into the victim's mode or the perpetrator's mode. I want to just be a witness, like Lyn likes to say, a silent witness.
That's right.
I just like to watch from back here and observe.
Yeah, observe and take notes.
And then only the event itself, it's a need to know basis. If they know all that stuff, I don't have to relive it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You don't have to go through all of the horrible things that somebody went through if they've already figured that out.
Right.
And that's absolute truth. You don't have to go digging where you don't need to go digging.
Right. I don't want to carry that stuff around if I don't have to.
And when and if it does leak through, how do you clear that from you? Because like you said, when you're working on something, you're compartmentalizing, but we all forget to till something in our garden, or you till the weed right under the soil. You know what I mean? So
for me, it's nature. The more time I spend in nature, the better.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't know this about me, but I actually coach basketball.
Oh, awesome.
So spending time with normal kids who are not in trauma. They're just happy kids.
Happy kids having fun doing kid things.
That's my thing that just brings me right back.
That is fantastic. That's great to hear.
That and nature.
That is really awesome. And now, how did you come about, because of course you came to this when you were 30, how did you, because the one person introduced you to your first mentor, how many people have you studied with to get to the point where you are now?
Oh my gosh. So I studied with Alan Vaughn, who was a really well-known parapsychologist and dream researcher. And then Bevy Jiggers, who had a group called the USI Squad, and she taught active policemen how to use their own intuition.
Awesome.
And I trained with them as a group. And then I went on to study with Lyn Buchanan, Lori Williams, Paul Smith. I think I've had
so you've taken classes from pretty much everybody we've interviewed almost.
Yeah. Yes. Hours and hours and hours of classes.
But that's fantastic, though, to know that despite your natural psychic ability, that you have come to a protocol.
Yes.
Like remote viewing. Now, when you're viewing, which modality of viewing do you prefer to use?
Depends on the project.
Okay.
It depends on what they need from me. But
Sure.
if it's a missing persons location, CRV hands down.
Okay.
I'm going to do a full CRV session, formal CRV session.
Yeah.
But if they're just wanting me to describe a perpetrator or something, I'll just do that in clairvoyant mode.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess one of the questions I ask psychics, mediums, even empaths, how do you filter things in the world around you? Because I'm sure that's hard. I'm sure it can be very hard to not walk into a room and feel everybody.
The bubble.
Okay.
Yeah, the bubble. So if you ever imagine Glinda the Good Witch, she floats around in a pink bubble.
Yeah.
That's me.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of the sphere of white light concept.
And it's not that I'm rejecting people. I just don't want their energy. So it's like you be in yours and I'll be in mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just have a little protective.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. Because one of the things I like to do on the show is demystify things. And there are a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions when it comes to remote viewing and the processes of remote viewing.
Yes.
And even the fact of your precognitive dreams are not necessarily remote viewing.
Right. Correct.
You use the remote viewing to confirm your precognitive dreams. Yeah?
They're kind of separate.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of separate.
And now when you do have a precognitive dream, what's your process? Do you contact like your buddy at the police department? Anything like that?
No.
You see it pop up in the news and it's in your journal.
Right.
How do you move that process forward once something has linked up between local news or national news and what you've seen?
So I'm a lot less likely to do that now that I'm more conscious. Now that I'm more conscious working with my intuition and I'm less likely to have too many dreams about, world disasters and stuff. I still do.
Oh.
Right before I started having dreams, right before Ukraine was invaded.
Wow.
So I started having dreams about being I had one dream in particular, and I kept trying to tell everybody, and they were all looking at me like
you had three eyes?
Yeah. And I mean,
Which you
like
do.
people here. But I was like, something's getting ready to happen. Something's getting ready to happen.
Yeah.
And they said, what? And I said, well, I had this dream that I was actually sitting in some sort of an army truck. And I was a passenger. And all of a sudden, I saw this explosion in front of us and that dirt wave coming at us. And it was coming right at us.
Ooh.
And there was no time for us to get out of the way. And it blew our vehicle backwards. But we stayed upright. It didn't flip us over. And I knew I was a soldier in this dream. And, and then after it was over, we were all checking on each other. Are you okay? Are you okay? And we were all okay. And so I kept telling people, I'm like, I don't feel like I was here in the U.S., but I don't know where I was. But I'm telling you, there's going to be something. And that was just right before that invasion.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that is...
But what do you do with that when you don't
I was
know
gonna
where
say,
it is? You don't know where it is.
How do you process that? How do you once again compartmentalize something like that?
Right.
Because dreams can be very disturbing and they can stick with you.
They can be very real.
They can be very real, very very real.
Yeah.
To the point of like physicality can happen from dreams.
Yeah.
So, have you ever had any situation like that from a dream? Where something has maybe come through, or you were wounded in a dream and woke up with
not in the dream, but I've had
woke
it
up with a
happen
bruise?
I had it happen when I was filming Sensing Murder. So we were filming Sensing Murder, and it happened where they sat me down at the table and they'd done all my hair and makeup, unlike today. I'm putting that in there, my raw form. And my nose started bleeding. And not my nose, but the top of my nose.
Oh,
and
wow.
they couldn't get it to stop. And it was actually holding up production. And my nose is just bleeding. And once I go, wait a minute, because all the cases I was totally blind to.
Yeah.
And I said, just tell me if the victim was hit in the face. And they said, yes, she was bashed in the face. And I said, okay. And then I was able to let it go, and it stopped. But that was a real manifestation of... I was like, okay,
And that's on film? Or was that all pre-production?
That was pre-production. Yeah.
Man, that is remarkable, though.
That was crazy.
Because I've heard cases of that. I've heard cases of people coming back with bruises from dreams because they were in a fight, things like that. And sure, there's 101 ways. Hey, maybe you were sleepwalking and you bumped into something. Who knows? But not in that case. You were surrounded by and the production crew is not light. You're talking a good 15, 20 people walking around on a proper set.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And they were like, what is going on? You know, so they were all...
Yeah. What has it been like for you? Because I've talked to a few people who've had we've got our friend.
We have a friend.
I've talked to a few people who've had the reality TV shows in the paranormal world, things like that. What is it like for you to translate this to that world?
Say that again?
Well, what's it like for you to translate your skills, your abilities to a television production? Because sometimes, and many of the paranormal investigators I know that had shows that don't anymore are like, oh, God, I think every day that I don't do that show anymore.
Yeah,
man.
it was hard.
Because unfortunately, there's some like zazz that has to be put in there. They're not going to show the fact that out of a 14-hour investigation, there was nothing found.
Yep. Right.
They aren't going to have a nothing found episode on Discovery Channel.
That's what I always say.
There's going to be the verve.
It's a highlights show. It still happened. Everything I did was live.
Okay.
So I would walk in not knowing the case.
That's
at all.
awesome.
I'd meet the detective on camera. We'd sit down, go through their case. And that was all live.
That's great.
So...
way to go,
very
producers.
Stressful.
That's awesome.
Very stressful to have them go lights, camera, action.
Read.
Be psychic.
And go somewhere else.
But I learned how to do that under pressure. I really learned how to just pull in fact, I have a funny story about that.
Talk about discipline.
They sat me in front of the cameras in one particular case, and they hand me some keys to do psychometry on, and I'm getting nothing, right? My biggest fear. Sit there and go, I don't know.
They're cold?
And I'm like, I don't know. So I said, you know what? Can I just go out in the hallway and take a little walk for a second? So I excuse myself. I go out in the hallway in the hotel. I'm walking, pacing back and forth, and I'm giving myself a pep talk. You do this all the time. Knock it off. Sit down and do this job.
You got this.
Just stop it. Just sit down and do your job. And I'm really giving myself a talking to. I go back in there, grab those keys, and I go. Right. Well, the detective decides, it was such a drastic change in me, he decides that I must have talked to somebody out in the hallway. And I'm like, I did talk to somebody out in the hallway myself.
Yeah.
But they actually checked the footage from the cameras to see if I came out there to
get information from somebody else about the keys. Wow.
And I'm like, no, it was all self-talk. It was like getting myself together. Yeah.
Wow. What an incredible story.
Yeah.
And where can everybody watch the show?
It's still available. Sometimes it's on Netflix, and sometimes it's on Amazon Prime. It kind of jumps back and forth. The people get confused because there's a New Zealand version. Oh. So they'll go, I watched the whole thing and I never saw you. And I'm like, I'm in all the episodes. You can't miss me. So I think we did 11 episodes. So you're not going to miss me. But make sure you're watching the USA
That
version.
is remarkable. Yeah. And how do people get in touch with you if they have a missing person in their family or something that they need help with?
So I only work with families, that immediate family members, not like some distant cousin or an immediate family member or law enforcement. My website, pamcoronado.com. They can easily see how to connect with me there on a case.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time today. I know I just kind of like grabbed you while you were grabbing coffee. I was like, hey, I see you're doing nothing. Come on over here.
I see you're trying to get some coffee.
Yeah, I see you're trying to relax. Come be on camera. Seriously, thank you for taking the time. Your presentation yesterday was fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
And your work is absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Totally amazing. One more time, look at the camera, give them your website.
I'm Pam Coronado, www.pamcoronado.com.
Awesome. Well, Pam, thank you so much once again. While you're online checking out everything from Pam Coronado, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the shows. That's where you can find our knowledge vault full of declassified government documents. That is where you can fill out our experiencer form. If you're an experiencer of the paranormal, if you have remote viewed something that is world-shaking, world-changing, get in touch with us. CuriousRealm.com/story. Send us your case. We will present it to our professionals and try to get you some answers. Stay tuned through this commercial break for continuing coverage of the last day of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia with the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the final day of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia. We are joined by Joshua Lewis. We had you on for Finding Hope.
Yeah.
It's great to see you here, number one. I thought it was really interesting to see paranormal work coming into this, coming into the world, and coming into the world of remote viewing. Well, I mean, we were just talking with Pam Coronado about the concept of precognitive dreaming, things like that, and how it's different from remote viewing.
Yeah.
But that led her to the world of remote viewing.
Interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
And even the conversation you were just having a second ago as I pulled you over here regarding working on a remote viewing case and asking your spirit guides to help you with that.
Yep.
How have you, number one, how have things been going with Hope Paranormal?
Good. I mean, I'm just, just trying to improve the programs I'm working on that we're using, the Hope Spirit Box app and the HSB Pro, and trying to get that going. It was really great yesterday being able to share the work that I've been doing with a group that I'm not, may not be at first kind of open to what I'm showing all the way, but people received it pretty well, I felt.
I would think so. Well, I mean, especially when there's a demonstration about influencing a random number generator last night. So I can't see how they wouldn't be able to possibly influence your materials, influence your systems, things like that, which I'm sure is one of the great curiosities you have about the marriage of your technology and remote viewing.
Yep. I mean, I love remote viewing. I've done some with Debra before, and I've been very successful with the targets that I was viewing. I've done some astral projection. I've done some telekinesis, some PK work. So all of that stuff was because of kind of working with Debra and testing all these different areas and seeing what I could do, what I could affect.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because one of the things we discuss regularly is the concept of not just paranormal, ghost spirits, things like that, not exist. But is it the fact of when you bring a group of people into a location like you did last night, is their preconceived notion of that manifesting what's there? you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You know, last night we did an investigation, kind of a loose investigation.
Sure.
It really wasn't like an actual paranormal investigation. It's more of like we're going to do sessions and trying to, you know, the paranormal investigation, sometimes it's a lot of sit and wait and do nothing and wait for something to happen.
No, that's just it. Like, you could be there 12, 14 hours, 3 days in a row.
You're waiting for something to
get
move.
EVP, nothing.
Right. I'm going in with the intent of we want to communicate.
Yeah.
We're coming with love and respect. We're not trying to kick you out. We're not trying to figure everything out. We just know some of you may want to have a voice or want to, you know. And so I go in there and, you know, with just a few hours, we had 30 people or whatever it was. I did some initial sessions and we got some instant direct communication. I mean, it was a woman. She was polite. She was answering us. And then after, you know, I'd say 10 minutes, I said, is there anything else that you want to say? And through the app, she said, no, thank you very much. Very kind, you know, and we kind of felt okay to now move about to the other areas of the house. And people started breaking off into pods, you know, of 5 or 4.
Sure.
And they started using my app. And they'd come running back out in the hallway. They just said this. They just said that. We got this, you know. So everyone started getting their own communication with a spirit or two somewhere in the house. Because there was more than one. I mean, there was plenty of spirit,
well,
you know.
I mean, they're all around us all the time.
Right.
They're all around us all the time.
Right.
To think otherwise is silly.
Yeah.
You know, it's like saying, nah, that atom isn't there.
Right.
No, like, so when you're using the app specifically, how do you go about setting that up and getting it prepped to start a session?
It's great. It's a great question. So, again, the app has no words in it. Period. There's no words in the app. So all the sounds that are built in, the sound sources are just gibberish sounds that sound like human. They're human sounds, but no words. So, you know, again, the only way this really works is by tapping into our own intuitive ability. And some say, "Oh, I'm not psychic. I don't know what I have." You do. You all have that.
Yeah.
Everyone has it, whether you've discovered it or not,
Our
whether it's
brains
super strong.
They're just big transducers.
That's really the case.
They're big radio signals.
Right.
It's a big antenna.
The heart and the brain are there's a receiving an antenna and receiving situation going on there. So initially, we have to just make some kind of initial connection or attempt to connect in a way of just saying, you know, I have to close my eyes. I have to look into my mind's eye in the space around me and see if I'm feeling anyone coming in. Is it male? Is it female? Is it older? Is there something going on? Got to at least make a little attempt. And then you can choose one of the sound banks I have that's a man and woman voice mixture, because you don't know who you're getting maybe.
Sure.
Or you may say, hey, I feel a woman. And if you feel a woman, then you want to choose a woman sound bank.
Okay.
And then put that on and say, hey, I'm feeling a woman. I feel maybe an initial of an E or a whatever, you know, and then you open it up and you try it and you give a couple responses. A lot of times you're not going to hear everything in real time, so you really kind of have to go off some of your ability, maybe what you hear, but know that you're really there collecting data and you're going to go home later on and check it out. And that's where a lot of the gold is found.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah.
And what is the process of analyzing that data once you get it back home from the app?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just making sure you're in a quiet space. Normally, I don't like to review the footage or any of it that day or night of. So I'd like to get to the next day and removed from any kind of feeling that I felt there.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a fresh ears, fresh mind.
Good.
And it's going to take a couple days because you're going to listen to some stuff, think you hear something, think you see something or whatever it is.
Yep.
You need to leave it alone again for another day or so and go back to it.
Yeah.
And that's how I do it. And then I just, you know, that's how I go about it because I feel I'm a lot more thorough and objective when reviewing.
That's right. Well, I mean, I used to tell bands I recorded the same thing whenever I'd hand them the CD or DVD, like, don't go home and watch this.
Yeah.
You will destroy yourself tonight.
Yeah,
You will destroy yourself. Don't do that.
Same premise,
Don't watch it tomorrow. Like, get together at rehearsal Wednesday.
Be fresh.
And watch it.
Yeah.
Watch
I
it
like
with
that.
totally fresh eyes.
true.
And it's the same thing because if you, even the next day, even 2 days later, like, you may still be jazzed about something that you experienced there, something like that, and it will color your result.
I agree.
It will color your result.
I agree.
And that's always an issue that I've had watching any paranormal show with people, things like that, where they're reviewing footage. Oh, rewind that. No.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry, folks. That's done for the show, for Verve, and everything else. But
yeah. It's like urgency and stuff. It's not needed when you're doing this. You really want to take your time.
Well, and like you said, objectivize it. You want to be as far removed from it as possible.
Right.
You know. Do you ever go through and swap that data with somebody else to? Instead of looking
peer
at your
review
own data. Well, I mean, even without looking at yours. Hand it over to somebody else to look at first.
No, I got to be honest. I don't do that.
Okay.
There's very few that I'm going to be honest. There's very few that I could trust where I respect or value their opinion in evidence review.
All right.
I think there's a lot of people out there. I'm going to be honest. I think there's a lot of people out there, and I don't knock them. I'm not condemning anyone. I think there's a lot of people interested in doing this kind of thing and starting to do it. But I listen and I'm going, if you're not slowing down, if you're not at least trying to isolate these things, if you're not trying to display it in a way that it's a little bit more helpful for us to understand it. A lot of people aren't going to understand what they're watching. So, I mean, maybe there is some value in just releasing the raw footage, and I think that that's cool too. I'm not knocking that.
No, absolutely not.
But I think it kind of does ITC an injustice too. If you're not, if someone goes onto my channel and they watch any of my sessions, they should get a really nice picture, an understanding in a 10 or 15 minute video of what I just did in that session.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there isn't going to be long swaths of nothing. I do cut out a lot of dead air. So that you don't have a 45-minute video of nothing going on.
Sure.
You know, it's not to entertain you, but just to at least let you get to what's important in the session that I found. That's all.
Well, because I mean, you've got to get to the point of processing at some point.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to move that along. So
I believe that. Yeah.
I see that absolutely for the videos that you're making.
Yeah.
The reason you're making them.
Yeah.
And, I've always found. The techniques that some people use in the field a little spurious, and like you said, it's hard to trust a lot of people.
I've lost a lot. I mean, there's a lot less people that I follow now than I used to. Yeah, because it's just I've kind of seen, and I kind of hate that.
Is that a disillusionment on you?
I got to tell you, it's caused me to feel a little uninspired at times, or just a little disheartened. Yeah, I mean, it's like
it's kind of like the infightings within the community.
It really
is
like
that. Where
we were kind of talking about that yesterday a little bit.
We are helping none of this community or the research it's trying to do by doing this.
I agree.
None.
I agree.
None. Like the crazy people that were emailing the NASA panel.
Yeah, right.
Before it happened, that's going to help. That'll help get the scientists aboard.
Right. I mean,
that's going to.
It's hard, man. I got to tell you, I love this work, and it's so rewarding and it's beautiful. But when I keep away from people sometimes, and I just kind of stay to what I'm doing, and or I get to come around some good people that I trust, that I feel re-inspired, re-energized, then it's great. But when it's dealing with certain aspects of this can be really crappy sometimes, I guess. And it's the human aspect. It's not the spirit side.
No. Yeah, exactly. It's not the spirits that are the a-holes.
Yeah. I agree, man. Yep.
And with that in mind, how often is it that you maybe find a malignant spirit or anything like that?
That's a good question. In the beginning, I used to find more. Okay. I used to get more. I used to come in contact, I believe, with more. As time progressed and I made my intention clearer and I set my intention in a clearer way, and I just don't get the riffraff much.
All right.
If I do get someone or I get something negative, it's more on a human spirit level where it's more like their personality and they're not dealing with something well on the other side. And they may be sometimes critical of how I'm running the session. They may say, you're not hearing me, you're not listening, or I'm, this is difficult or something.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah, it's not even like, I don't get that demonic negativity. I just don't get that anymore.
Well, like you said, that definitely has to do with your intention. And how
I
you
believe
set
it
your
does.
intention and how you move forward with that. Is it also, I guess, a focusing of skill over the years as well?
I would say possibly, Chris. Yeah, I would say, that's a possible situation. I think that the more I've done it, I think that it's definitely helped me focus and stay more on a more narrow road, I guess.
Narrow
where
the
I'm not,
bandwidth.
and I'm not
focus in.
veering off, and so now there's not, more room for error, I guess.
Rifle instead of shotgun.
Yeah, I think so. And I feel very strong in my protection and my connection with my higher power, which plays a big role in that.
It does. It does. I mean, whether you're following a Buddhist path, Zen path, doesn't matter. It's about your grounding and your grounding in yourself.
That's 100%.
And now, when it comes to that, how does the presence of other people play into a session for you?
That's interesting. I'm going to give you an example. I do a lot of sessions for people that are looking for their loved ones. It's private sessions through Zoom. I give them a meditation for them to do. We get on the Zoom. We ask for the loved one. It is so rare. It is so rare that someone doesn't come through. And then I did this session a few months ago for a woman who her husband died of cancer. And I mean, this is like 2 out of 500. This has happened, like in a really weird way. And she, I can immediately tell she was very grief stricken, which is understandable, but she was really needy. Like she really she was like, where is he and why is he not? I don't feel him around. He needs to be here with us and helping our family and all this. And I was thinking internally as I was like,
wow, that's
talking
rough.
To her, that's rough to be calling on your loved one and acting like he needs to still be at home, kind of providing like a living almost. Like this man, died of cancer.
Yeah.
And he should be able to kind of...
That's a sad sense of abandonment.
It is.
It really is. It really is.
And she was just a little bit like...
Did that affect the reading?
It did.
Yeah.
And so he came through and he didn't want to talk to me.
Did he lay it down?
Yeah, he didn't want to talk to me, number one. He really wasn't in the mood to talk to me, one.
Wow.
2, he said, there's nothing but death around her. Like the feeling of death around her. And he goes, I want to travel the cosmos. I can't be there right now. And she did not accept that message.
Wow.
She was pissed.
Oh, man.
And so this is bull crap. Why would, and this is a weird story to tell, but I mean, I'm just being blunt honest. Like, that is like a 2 out of 500 situation. I mean, it's only happened one other time where the person didn't want to talk.
Yeah.
But man, and she goes, this isn't my husband. I go, okay, I don't know. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
But the answers were they weren't like, I don't know you and I don't know who this is or anything. It was like I love you and I do stop in, but this is too much.
Yeah.
You want too much from me.
Too thick. And
I can understand that too.
Well, we have a tendency as people, period. There's that whole Jerry Maguire concept of you complete me. That is the heaviest thing in the world to put on somebody, dude. That means that you are not a complete individual coming to the table.
Well said. Well said. No, it's true.
That is a heavy burden to place on somebody.
Very codependent. Still on someone who's in the afterlife.
Yeah.
That's too much.
That's thick, man.
That is very... Let the man explore the cosmos. The man died of cancer. Yeah. He's got to still live at home.
He couldn't have gone through more trauma before his parting. Yeah, And do you find a difference with spirits that do die in that way, that die through a means of suffering or anything like that? Do you find a different connection with them?
No. I mean, if someone dies in a real traumatic way, drug overdose, maybe murder, a sudden car accident when they were on the way to something important or whatever, those unexpected deaths, are really tough on the person in the afterlife at first. Because they're trying to accept what just happened. Yeah. Maybe they're looking at how their family is dealing with the sudden loss, and that's causing them pain.
Absolutely.
So there's all of that.
Yeah.
When you got someone that passes in their older age, that's been on the bed, that's been visited by the family.
White light family on the other side.
There's a lot of acceptance going on, and there's a lot of peace.
That's beautiful.
So,
that's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
that's great to hear. That's really amazing to hear. It's hard to quantify these things, we're left behind and they're left somewhere else. You know?
Right. But the evidence now, it's no longer just through readings that I'm gathering the information. It's not just through a feeling. It is a very much it's evidence now. I have compiled enough data to say this person, these type of people that die like this are doing better. These type of people still have some growth and some time before they're in the level of acceptance.
Yeah. And just before we got over here, hit record, you were having a conversation that I sidled up in.
Yep.
And you were talking about spirit guides, and even spirit guides in the world of remote viewing work, and the idea of, like, if you have a spirit guide, hey, ask them for your help in a session.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
And, how does one, I guess, identify their spirit guide? A, does everybody have a spirit guide? B, how do you identify them?
I believe if you're doing nothing with your life, and I say that meaning like if you're staying at home and watching TV all the time and just barely, you're working and going home and not trying to do anything, not meditating, not praying, you do have someone, but I don't think they're going to be always around you because you're kind of in a very inactive state.
You ain't flexing it.
Right. Once you start getting some hunger to, go after some more spiritual stuff and start seeking, you will be sent, or that guide will come into the picture more. If you start working on a certain project, you could say, hey, I'm working on a project. Can my higher, God, can you send me a guide that can help me? You really got to have a connection with a higher power, regardless of whether, like you said, Buddha, Jesus, Allah, Krishna. I don't care.
I don't care if it's the tree next door.
If it's the tree next door, I don't care. But have some kind of grounding and connection, conscious connection to that higher power. Ask for angelic or spirit guide help. You will get it, and you don't always have to identify who it is. If you have a faith and you're building on that faith, keep building on it and keep trusting that you will be given the help. That's what my experience has shown me.
Okay. And how do you, I guess, identify the presence of your spirit guide? For those who are uninitiated, don't know that, like, Johnny just popped in,
I mean, really just a couple moments of closing your eyes and focusing, bringing yourself to, the space within, behind your forehead, kind of like a little, I've always had this, especially after working with Debra Lynne Katz, PhD, I've always had this little space that I can go to within my head. It's like a little bat cave.
Yeah. And a place that you have constructed for your work.
Yes. And so I may check in with that and see if there's a guy there. Sometimes I don't see I don't see specific features or anything, so I just get the sense that they're there. Well, what if it's not them, and what if it's an imposter? I don't go down. I don't get that. I don't feel that, and I don't. I have a belief in my connection and in the light that I feel, and that's it. And sometimes I don't know what the heck it's all there, but I proceed forward with faith.
Well, and even keeping that thought in your mind, you are very well, once again, manifesting that.
Yeah. I think so.
Just by putting that out there.
Yeah.
Much like going into a paranormal investigation full of fear or something like that.
Correct. If you go, someone said last night they were afraid right in the beginning of the thing.
Feel free to hop on out.
And I said, don't go into it with that. You got to take a step back for a minute. If you're going to have fear, it's normal. But you gotta let it go. You gotta, because it really is the attraction for negativity.
Yeah. No, precisely, and an anchor for it, and an anchor for you at that point.
Yep.
As this stuff becomes more and more popular, more and more mainstream, what do you think people can do to kind of separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak, Joshua? What can they do to find proper investigators like you who are using proper method, who are journaling things, keeping spreadsheets of results, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of groups out there that are doing that. I'm not going to tell that, I do see a lot of other people that are really analytical with their data and what they're doing.
Properly so. But.
If you would have came to last night to the investigation, or if someone was there, I state up front, this is less of a paranormal investigation and more of like a session.
More of an exercise.
And it's really just, it's like, so there's plenty of people out there, I got to tell you that. Use your discernment, intuition, kind of watch and what resonates with you. If you see, that's really the best way, is to watch something. If someone says, oh, you're fake, or what are you doing, or whatever, and I say, listen, check out my stuff and watch a couple videos and you'll know just by watching. And if you don't like what you're seeing, or if you don't feel like it's real, then don't watch anymore or whatever. But that's rare that someone watches my stuff or in the videos and says, oh, this is crap. I mean, in a way that they can see that I just wear my heart on my sleeve and I really just put it out there, and it's for you to
make of it what you will.
Yeah, make of exactly.
And you do wear your heart on your sleeve. This is much more investigation for you. This is a mission.
I feel it is, yeah.
And that is great to see, especially with the creation of the Hope Paranormal app, things like that. Joshua, let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of Finding Hope.
Finding Hope in the Afterlife is on my channel, hopeparanormal.com. The Hope Spirit Box app is free on iOS and Android. Download it and check out the tutorial video. The HSB Pro is available all on the website, hopeparanormal.com. But events, the book, the app, I'm going to keep working with some institutes and trying to keep doing some of these conferences and sharing that work. Yesterday we shared that work and it was really great. A lot of people received it. I thought so.
And the one thing I say regularly about this field specifically of paranormal work, remote viewing, it has been quantified, and these people know what data is.
Correct.
There are more letters behind people's names than any other field.
It's true.
Any other field.
I said it. I was like, I don't have any letters behind my name, but there are plenty of people in the room that do here, and I work with one that has, and it's just, I'm going to keep doing it and keep showing people and hoping that those people keep taking notice, because they're the ones that could maybe help push this forward in some way, in the right way.
It's amazing work. You're doing great things.
Thank you,
Keep
Chris.
doing it, my man.
Always a pleasure, man. I really enjoyed our conversation yesterday and today.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's have one over lunch.
For sure.
Well, while you're online checking out everything from Hope Paranormal and Joshua Lewis, folks, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousJames.com is where you can go to catch all the episodes, like, subscribe. CuriousRealm.com/store is where you can go to buy not just Joshua's book, but the books from all of our guests.
Oh, yeah.
All of the tools that we recommend, things like that. I'll have to make sure to put a link up to Hope Paranormal app in there as well.
Thanks,
man. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks, folks. We're going to go eat lunch. We're going to come back with a couple more guests as we wrap our coverage for the final day of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia, with the International Remote Viewing Association and the Monroe Institute. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our final bit of coverage from the last day of PsiFest 2023 here in Charlottesville, Virginia. Coming to you from the International Remote Viewing Association and Monroe Institute. Everybody here is getting ready to actively go to the Monroe Institute. So we are doing our final interview. We have I'm sorry, I lost your Bob Berenger. I was just about to say, I lost your last name, Bob. It's just Bob.
Yeah,
hey,
good.
Bob.
Yeah, what about Bob?
But he is here with VibraVision. They are set up at the booth next door, and they've been showing an amazing video demonstrating psi powers. Yes. And it's pretty incredible. I guess probably about 3 years ago now, the show Superhuman, the movie Superhuman with Caroline Corey came out, and she premiered a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
And the idea that, like, people were like playing kickball with blindfolds on.
Yes.
Things like that. So let's get into a little bit of what VibraVision is and what it does.
Fantastic. So I'm here with Liz Elliott, and she's the representative for VibraVision at this show. And she's representing the instructor, Mike, and also his partner, Maureen.
Okay.
And they have brought over an Indonesian martial art that was held exclusively for the royal family. And so this is stuff that dates back to primordial times. So you're looking at ancient Sanskrit, you're looking at, the pranayama side of it, you're looking at what were the Egyptians doing, what were a lot of these other kind of, Sifu masters, if you will. And so dating back from then, and they've incorporated multiple different stacked modalities. So you're looking at essentially a type of applied remote viewing in action.
Okay.
And so there are multiple different modalities to be able to apply remote viewing.
Sure.
One of those starts with ICU Academy over in Essex, England.
Okay.
Now, they specifically work with prepubescent children, and they use the pinhole technique, which is basically like a straw, and you open up from that pin all the way into being able to see through essentially your third eye.
Okay.
They don't guarantee success with young adults or real adults, right?
It's hard to guarantee success in that, right?
So not really.
I would think.
No, so actually there's a science to all of this.
All right.
And there's repeatable practices that allow for us to be able to embody really this intention, attention, and expectation that you'll learn if you do go to Monroe.
Yep.
So I spent 3 years on the board of directors at the Monroe Institute.
Okay.
And I trained with Joe McMoneagle for the Remote Viewing 1, and then also I was first in the class for Remote Viewing 2.
All right.
And the big reveal, without the spoiler alert, is how does the CIA do remote viewing? And it was really simple. Intention, attention, expectation. And then for me, the epiphany was, well, you know what? That's stacked placebos. That's the recipe for faith. Yeah. So according to your faith, so be it.
Yeah. So
if we get our prefrontal cortex, you go hyperfrontality, then all of a sudden you're listening to your tummy, and your tummy will give you the gestalt.
Yeah.
Right? So then this is a repeatable practice.
Absolutely.
So the more that we sew back up our corpus callosum, then we develop new levels of physiological capability, new capacity. Now, what you do with that depends on your intention, attention, and expectation, right? How often do you hold space for this? Now, what's really cool with VibraVision, right, and specifically with Liz and what she's doing, is that you're now able to go through and say, how do we apply some of these other techniques? Kind of like Wim Hof, right?
Sure.
So Wim Hof and Stig Severinsen, they got multiple world records, and they're doing this cool stuff like pranayama.
Yeah, breathing technique.
There you go. So increasing vital lung capacity, right?
Absolutely.
So what are these guys doing at VibraVision, right? Moss Mike, Moss Nate, the brothers that brought this stuff over from Indonesia. And one of the guys, by the way, died on the volcano.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So had his NDE and then chose, looking over his body, to come back into his body and then bring forward this kind of psychic phenomena plus all of the practices that let us build up repeatable solutions. So what's cool is at ICU Academy, they're like, hey, let's do the easy stuff with the kids. And upon request, small previews for adults, but they're not going to guarantee it. When you train with VibraVision, you're basically saying, hey, let's go to remote viewing 3, right? Okay. So what would you do if you could say, instead of listening to a gestalt or writing a picture, what would it be like if you could go through and supercharge your body with hyperoxygenation and hypoxia, essentially Wim Hof technique stuff, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then apply that in physical movement. And so now all of a sudden you're like, okay, well now I can supercharge my body, and you can essentially push your chi, your prana, your life force, right? Or even the physics of your morphinogenic field. And then you push that out, you get sonar bounce back. And then you're able to go through and say, now how do I interpret what it is that I just experienced within my field? And so then that's really cool stuff on the VibraVision side. So vibration out and then vision of how you come back. So that's kind of the Americanized term that they've begun to popularize. But this is all based on the Merpati Putti, the white dove is the translation of how do you create peace. Now what's interesting is that the Indonesian royal family, they practice in these ancient solutions, and that's how they got to be the royal family. So if you can spy on your people, then you never have disloyalty, right?
Yeah.
But then there was like a whole bunch
Easy
with
way
the
to get
islets.
rid of a coup.
Huge, right? So there started being like this genocide stuff, and so the royal family was like, we've got to stop holding this to be in power and just love the people. So it was this peaceful solution that allowed for us to all become a better version of all one. So kind of a non-dual solution, right? So ALL space ONE equals ALLWON. And so when everybody's all one, then we've won. So there's your victory. So what Moss Mike has been doing, is carrying on with the VibraVision tradition. And then Moss Nate is doing kind of private classes right now. So, they can come to you or Mike can come to you, all the cool stuff. And what they're doing is really taking these ancient practices and bringing them into a way that we can actually have superhuman performance in a repeatable, consistent way for adults and everyone. And so what's really cool is if you look at the video, and then the ones on YouTube, if you just Google it, VibraVision, and then jaw on the floor, okay? Then all of a sudden you watch an adult reading a book blindfolded, but not just blindfolded. This dude's got like Band-Aids on that are taped his eyes shut, and then he's got not just a blindfold, but a mindfold. This thing's like 4 times bigger.
Yeah.
So this guy's got 5 different levels of you can't see nothing.
Yeah.
And it's an adult, and the adult is now reading the book.
Yeah.
And then they've got these kids that are like picking up weapons, and then they're like, going through obstacle courses and then using the weapons and not harming anyone and then touching stuff. And then they're shooting and moving in multiple levels without running into stuff. And then they're being able to like win in laser tag. And then they're playing video games, and then they're driving cars. So everything that you saw in the movie, The Men Who Stare at Goats, which was a satire because it was like early, right?
Yeah.
So it's an early release. And they say that humor is how it's like a rubber sword. It's how you make a point without drawing blood. So at the time, if Hollywood went through and released this and said, this is real, people would have laughed it out. So then you must make fun of yourself to be able to then provide that. What I came here for today, to this specific side event, is you got Lyn Buchanan.
Yeah.
You got the guy that George Clooney played, right?
He's amazing.
Okay,
And
fantastic.
It's such great conversations.
So I'm talking with Lyn, and Lyn's amazing, right? But what is he saying? He's like, look, he says the truth is, what they put in the one movie, okay, is a conglomeration of the whole unit's experiences over 20 years. And then, there's a whole bunch of posers, other guys saying, oh, I'm Lyn, the guy that George... It's not true. Lyn Buchanan, he's the guy. And then what was really cool is that I'm watching the movie. So I watched The Men Who Stare at Goats with Joe McMoneagle and like 20 or 30 of our closest friends in an RV class or whatever, right? And I'm looking at him and what I got out of this. Now, everybody, they may have got their own thing, but we're saying, hey, Joe, is this a true story, right? And Joe kind of responds back, and he's like, no, this movie's complete bullshit. And it was like, well, why is that, right?
Yeah.
And he says, well, that car over there, that one that was blue, he says, that wasn't blue, it was white.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? So it's the color of the car, right? So basically
It's
endorsing the rest of the movie.
The minutia.
Right, yeah, exactly. So the meat of it
That
from
wasn't
Joe
the
McMoneagle.
name. That wasn't the name of the street.
That's exactly it, right? So it's really cool that we got this like resounding endorsement from badge number 001, biggest psychic spy ever, cool kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then I've been praying like, so God, what do we do? As Joe's kind of moving into this more retirement kind of phase and enjoying his wife and life and surgeries and all of those things. And then what's cool is now all of a sudden, like Lyn's here coming to the surface saying, I choose to be the guy to be able to show these techniques.
Yeah.
And then you stack on top of that and you're like, hey, who happens to be here? The people are saying, let's take remote viewing and let's do the Men Who Stare at Goats movie.
Yeah.
Let's teach people to drive and shoot and move and apply PK remote viewing in action now. And the 2 white guy leaders, Moss Mike, Moss Nate, and they got a whole cadre of other dudes. Like Chris Harris is amazing. And that guy's got some Shiwaji, so like too legit to quit, but Shiwaji is this fulvic and humic acid stuff that releases human potential. So they call it the great carrier. So as you bring in and you bring more cellular energy, then you're able to release more and increase your vision.
That is remarkable.
Yes.
Now, for somebody to go through this, because of course, as Lyn says regularly whenever we have him on the show, like everybody's somewhat psychic. Our brains are
third eye spies. So that's the big reveal.
Our brains are just big transducers,
Huge.
radio antennas.
Huge.
But like he says, anybody can be taught to remote view.
Yes.
Controlled remote viewing.
Yes, of course.
That style.
Yeah, yeah.
But not everybody can be taught to be clairvoyant. Not everybody can be taught to, I guess, necessarily be precognitive and have a natural psychic ability.
So natural, right? If you begin to look at this, like let's just say that you wanted to go through and to develop a military state. You might go through and have people that might be like the CIA where Tom Cruise is playing and they'd smuggle drugs in. They destabilize the inner city.
Yeah.
Then you might have a predatory Department of Defense that might actually recruit people that were traumatized.
Yeah.
And then if that wasn't bad enough, then you might have the Department of Defense exacerbate the trauma. So then when you tell people to drop, they drop. And if you tell people to shoot people, then they shoot people.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to be really successful with special operations and you would grow out your long hair like Samson or Thor or, any of these other cool dudes, right? To be able to build better intuition on the male side. So when you look at, there is a lowest common denominator. There is a mathematics. And Third Eye Spies from, Hal Puthoff, the rest of the guys, the cool CIA guys, right?
Yeah.
What are they saying? At the end of the documentary, at the end of the book, they're like, everybody's psychic.
Yeah.
So just start with that as a foundation.
Yeah.
Prepubescent children, they have not spent so much time away from source.
Well, they haven't spent half their life in a box.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And then being programmed in their brain to be in their prefrontal cortex.
Yeah.
So what we're really saying is get out of your mind, move into flow state, okay, let go, because this one is 40,000 events per second prefrontal cortex. That's dial-up. If you ever tried to watch porn over dial-up, it doesn't work, okay? So cable modem.
Go back to the old school GIF format.
Yeah, you were saying, right? That's exactly it, right? Yeah, so it doesn't work, okay? So then you just got to be real about this stuff, okay?
Absolutely.
But then cable modem stuff, okay? So right here.
Yeah, the bandwidth
increases, subconscious, occipital region, okay?
Yeah.
But people say that our visual cortex processes information. It's not true.
Yeah.
There's brain cells in our tummy, okay? We've got a fiber optic sensor here. We've got a fiber optic cable, spinal column that goes down. And the brain cells that are in our tummy help us process.
Well, and it's interesting that you say that because for years I taught religion, Sunday school, things like that. And the one thing
I started there. My old man was a pastor.
The one thing, I was a seminary in my first year in college.
Yeah.
And the one thing I always taught them was, despite anything, trust your belly button.
Amen.
When you walk into a room and you feel like somebody pulled the kite string, pay attention.
That's it.
Pay attention.
Amen.
And there is that trust your gut. And it's interesting that you say that the two are utterly tied together.
Yes.
Let's get into that a little bit more. How are they tied together?
Sure.
And how can people, I guess, learn to kind of break that down? Because once again, science, everything, we have been told about everything, but it's in this box. And if it doesn't fit in this box, then it can't be.
Yes.
And now we're looking at quantum entanglement.
Yes. Spooky action
utterly
distance.
Utterly
100%.
proved. That is exactly what Hal Puthoff was talking in his paper that started all this.
Yes.
Scientists going home thinking about their experiment. Did I put too much in there?
Yeah.
And it starts affecting the experiment.
100%.
So
when you begin to look at it, right, you want to start from the beginning. We go physiology, neurology, psychology. It's all steady state. Right, and we can talk about those at a deeper ontology or an ontological or a taxonomy perspective, right? Or you can go through and say, okay, well, after we get steady state, then we go positive psychology, psychoneural immunology, positive sociology, positive philosophy, positive economy, positive stewardship, and then positive politicking if necessary. So these are all the things that we can do in action. What's really cool about VibraVision is, to stay on point, is that they're integrating a lot of these modalities so you can say, hey, let's bring our tummy into like more than the whole internet, right? So they show that there are more neurological connections in our gut than there are stars in the sky, and more neurological connections in our tummy than there are grains of sand in the entire beaches for the entire planet.
Wow.
Bingo.
Wow.
So that's why you go with your gut. Your gut's always right. When I went through and did my first Special Forces mission, I went out and they were like, trust your gut. Okay, and I'm like, well, what's that about? They said you got to be one with nature. I'm like, well, why didn't they teach me about that boot camp or in weapons school and even in the intelligence school?
Sure.
But you're going out there and they're like, if you don't become one with nature, then the birds of the air will alert on you. They'll tell the bad guys where you are, and the birds will tell them how to come and kill you. So you're dead. Yeah. Okay? Or you just go in and you'll tromps about, you'll make too much noise, and then the bad guys will hear you anyway, and you're still dead.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only way to survive is if you can meditate, calm your mind, and then don't offend the ecosystem.
That's right.
And then the birds of the air will assist you. You'll become one with them, and then they will become your integrated air defense system, and they will tell you where the bad guys are.
They'll alert for you.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So now what's really cool is that you can draw DE, you can do all the military stuff, you can choose, right, what your course of action will be. And most of that, from a recon perspective, is to avoid conflict so that you don't alert the enemy as to your true intent.
Sure.
Okay, so now all of a sudden we get that there's a military principle of becoming one with nature, also of listening to your gut.
Yeah.
And there's a buddy of mine, his name is Dr. Jeffrey Martin. He wrote a book called The Finders. And The Finders is really cool because the idea is like, are you a seeker or are you a finder? And if you find it, then you already know. So if you look at remote viewing happens in a coherent state.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we start with incoherence, okay, in your prefrontal cortex and your corpus callosum, and like, how are you doing this? Incoherence. Then you go into a state of semi-coherence, and then the magic can be perceived at low amplitude semi-coherence. Now, when you get to be fully coherent, then you get a chance to slide into any reality that you choose. And so there's a repeatable math on how to perceive miracles, be a part of miracles, and develop your superhuman abilities within all of us.
Absolutely.
And the real question is,
that's awesome.
Are we ready to get out of our own way? Now, part of that is, let's just look at physiology for a second. If you start on the basics of it, you would say, okay, what the bleep do we know? Might be a good documentary.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a great,
right?
It's a great primer.
Exactly, right? And so how far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? Maybe that's interesting. Maybe the next one might be, everything's energy, frequency, vibration. The next one might be The Secret of Water. That's a really good documentary.
That's a beautiful one.
So,
Great.
And what's interesting is that at Oxford, now here in the Western Hemisphere, we say, well, water is 72 to 90%, right? That we're water, right? Yeah. But at Oxford, at the university, with applied movement neurology and some of the cool guys that are over there, they actually went through and they said, you know what? We actually have water in our bones and in our cartilage. Now, here's the wild part of that. Because we know there is, but there's not the scientific measurement to find out how much. They simply remove that from the equation for a moment. So because there's water inside bones and cartilage, what they say is that the rest of us remains 99% water. So if you're 99% water and I'm 99% water, okay? And what's between us is this thing called humidity, which is also water.
Water.
Okay, then there's no such thing as separation.
Yes.
So this goes back on the seminary side to most people read, if you will, Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic, or only English, okay?
Sure.
But it turns out that the magician, the Pharaoh trainee, Moses himself, the Egyptian, okay?
Yep.
Because Moses is the true, if you will, non-dual player, okay?
Sure.
The Egyptian guy. Mm-hmm. Well, the whole country of Israel is out looking outside of themselves building a golden calf.
Yes.
So Moses actually, in this part of the Moses Code, the original cut of the Moses Code says, I am that, comma, so I'm non-dual, right? I'm non-dual, right?
Yes.
But if you force me to be, I'll also be duality. So if you want to go through and get really good at remote viewing or remote viewing in action like VibraVision, then you get out of your own head, right? And clearly I'm not paid by VibraVision. I'm not a VibraVision employee.
Yeah.
I do love and appreciate what they're doing, and I do love and appreciate what they're bringing to the world in such a way, right? So I can't speak on their behalf, but I can definitely share my experiences with these folks, right?
Yeah.
And the idea of us getting out of our brain. So it turns out, like, if you look at how does the military indoctrinate people? They have to do close order drill. Shave their head, get rid of their identity, and then remap their brain.
Yep.
Now, every time that you stomp your foot into the ground, you create an electrical overload, okay, that then creates soft tissue scarring in the back of your head. And they don't help you get rid of that. So we found a solution, ancient solution, Genshin Jitsu, because, again, after we finish that cosmic giggle, right? If you're in water in between us, we don't even call the water between us humidity. What do we call it?
Air.
Relative humidity, because it relates us.
Yeah.
That's the cosmic giggle.
There you go.
Okay. So then you get beyond that, right? So if you are 99% water, okay, because we just got rid of all the bones and cartilage, our inability to measure, and then we move into the next book is called 10% human, and 10% human says we're only 10% human DNA, and we're 90% bacteria. So how do you cultivate your biome, and where does your biome typically live? Is inside
in your gut.
Yeah,
your gut flora.
So that's how do you let your gut, which is 90% of who you are, shine through without reducing to cable modem. So below our neck, more neurological connections than the entire internet. So why would you ever? That's why the Bible says don't lean on your own understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. Acknowledge, right, the river of living water, acknowledge love in all of your ways, and then your path will be straight, okay? Because you're at a frequency of flow and love. So 500 above, according to Hawkins' scale, okay? Love, joy, peace, miracles, blessings, ineffable. Like, it had to have been there. Yeah. That's ineffable, okay? It was that cool.
Yeah.
Surrounded by miracles. So now all of a sudden, we get to the place where there's a hijack, okay? So again, what the bleep, The Secret of Water, this next one, 10% human, The body keeps score. That's where we build up soft tissue scarring, calcifications, crystallizations. You got to remove those. Jinshin Jitsu or body electronics from masterysystems.com. Very, very cool place to be able to do sustained acupressure, to be able to remove the energetic blockages that allow for us to be able to travel the stuff up our body. So physiology, neurology, psychology, right? So we're working that stack.
Sure.
Okay, so now that we're beyond that, The Body Keeps Score, very interesting book. We got to reset it. The next one after that is, quote unquote, This Is Your Brain on Parasites. Very much like This Is Your Brain on Jugs, like the 1980s commercial, okay, about how you fry your brains, right? Well, this one is that when we're infected with parasites, so look at the look doctrine, right? So you get two different parasite. The Bible says, my people perish for lack of vision. That's a single common vision. That's a non-dual vision. If you want a remote view, better, non-dual vision. Get your prefrontal cortex out of the way. Open up more bandwidth. Be able to see non-local information because you're not focused through here. But even from here, you don't perceive information in your occipital region, your visual cortex, the way that they talk about. We actually process information, so says Oxford, in our spleen, in our tummy. So we're seeing from our gut anyway. That's where the information goes, right? You get what I'm saying? So we go through, look at Wim Hof, look at anybody else, look at all of the other psychologists that talk about flow. Right? Get out of your own way. Don't lean on your own understanding. So now we have a guidebook that says, now that we choose to unlock, we can actually retie our brain. There's the Fifth American Ninja teaches Jeet Kune Do.
Yep.
Okay, in Gaithersburg, Maryland. His name is Michael Krifka. Very cool guy. He went from being a ninja master, weapons trainer, to then being a cool guy that teaches Kali, trained with the same guy that trained Bruce Lee. Yep. So Guru Dan Inosanto, and they teach cross-hemisphere martial arts where you go through and you establish a new connection, you reinforce it with the tactile response, and then you optimize it with an auditory. So every movement gives you 3 for 1. Now, if you look at women who had women's intuition, they're kind of cheating. There's a repeatable method, okay? What do they got? They got long hair. It's the antenna of the universe. They played patty cake growing up. They played double dutch. So they're already doing cross-hemisphere drills through their entire life. And they leave their long hair. And then guys, to be straight-faced, then we shave so we can be honest with one another when we're not actually using our psychic power to be able to be here. But if you look at, again, the Green Berets, you know, what are they doing? Special operations guys, MARSOC guys, right? SEAL Team 6. They're all growing beards. Better intuition. It's not just to blend in. Okay. Everybody around the world, the elder men with fully formed amygdalas and abdullah oblongatas, and you know that their, bodies are moving according to the way that men should move. And all of a sudden, they're laying a good foundation for us for how to be able to develop better intuition. So if you look at inner tuition, so it's like, did you do your deep work to be able to cultivate the space where you can then transfer information up, and then how do you put it in action? And VibraVision teaches that.
Well, and I guess part of the problem, I think, endemically with a lot of this is people's discouragement. People get discouraged very easily.
Would that be because they're in their own head?
And no different than like, well, I prayed for it, but it didn't happen. Was it supposed to happen?
Nice.
Was it supposed to happen?
But how's about the other one? It's the effectual, fervent prayer of a righteous person avails much, right? And the righteous is the alignment in the one. The effectual, fervent prayer, right? The fervency is your tummy, working like a subwoofer.
Exactly.
Okay? So if you have fervency and you allow it to come up, then all your prayers will be answered because according to your faith, so be it. So we actually have the laws of how prayer works if we allow it to. But that is get out of our mind. And what's really cool, there's a BioWell gas discharge visualization system that will measure the effectiveness of prayer. So they've got a Sputnik device that uses real physics from Russia. And if you have a stray thought, you create like a new multiverse, or you break down the current one with greater entropy. So we were over with, so Joe McMonagle just finished his last surgery, okay? And so then he had like gangrene and all kinds of stuff in his spine, and they were thinking he's going to die. So they bring him in, okay, for like a top off with good energy. So they do Reiki energy, which, by the way, started from a Christian professor who then says, how do I apply Christian principles plus any others that actually work? And so you go over there, and we're sharing good energy with Joe McMonagle. Now, I'm measuring this entire process with Russian equipment that tells us what's going on. As soon as everyone comes to a coherent state as a group, the entropy in the room goes to 0. The healing energy, the coherent field from everyone, from a quantum perspective, enlivens Joe, shares energy, allows for him to be in a whole better place. Okay, there's a reason why he did it. There's a reason, but then as soon as, like when you do the whole football thing, like you huddle, and then everybody says break, and you're done. Basically, as soon as they said, "Hey, break, we're done," everyone went off, and you could see the thought on the machine. There's a new thought. There's another thought. There's another thought, and all of a sudden you get this decline, this huge decline in stable field.
Decline.
Right? Yeah. And then entropy, if you will, goes through the roof. The breakdown. Yeah. So thought is entropy, right?
Oh,
and so what's really cool is that we actually get this new place of, if you will, creation. But what is it that we're creating? And are we listening to what already is?
Yes.
So there's really easy, repeatable math if we take time to explore the methods. And what's cool is that you got guys at Vibravision who are taking remote viewing and saying, okay, let's apply that. And that's beautiful. And we've also got other world record holders and cool people that do mind over matter, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't mind, it doesn't matter.
That's
so you have guys that like lift 1,003 pounds and 1,366 pounds and all kinds of stuff because they get out of their own way.
I have been preaching the doctrine on my show of a long time. You have the right to revoke consent anytime you like.
100%.
You have the right to, and it will cost you less energy to literally not give a damn.
Yes.
Than it will to be bothered by it.
Yes, 100%.
And now you have all this extra energy for other things to actually make good stuff
But
happen.
that almost sounds like the law of attraction and non-attachment, right?
Kinda.
Yeah.
But how do you get past that, once again, box paradigm of failure?
So how's
with somebody who's new to the system?
How's about cleanliness next to godliness? How's about the ancient scripture or the ancient text that says your body is the temple of the whole Spirit or the Great Spirit or the Holy Spirit, depending on, whatever doctrine, okay? So the idea is that if your body, again, that last book, This Is Your Brain and Parasites, if you're already infected with parasites, then how do you come to coherence? You can't. First thing is clean up your body. Look at walnut husk, look at ivermectin, look at other kinds of things that allow for us to be able to get better diaphragmatic movement. Yep. Let us increase vital lung capacity. Let us practice. Now, you can go into a cave for 40 years, or you may go and train with like Dr. Hill or Dr. Drew or Dr. Hart, and these guys like run BioCybernaut, or they run the 40 Years of Zen thing, which by the way came from BioCybernaut, or these other kinds of things where you can say, let me learn and visually have neural feedback so that I can come to a place of semi-coherence. The woman who's here has something called a mind mirror. They use that, Pennington, right?
Yeah.
Judith Pennington. So she uses mind mirror, which gives you a visual observation of, is my mind at work? You can use the Muse. There's a lot of different...
I love my Muse.
There you go, right? So now you're saying, okay, have I come to a place and I'm able to see if my mind is actually thinking about something? And can I use that maybe to do my deep work? Yeah. So one of the cool things at Monroe, they've got Tom Campbell who teaches My Big Toe. And so look, Tom won't brag about himself, but I got Air Force Master Sergeants that watched Tom put laser beams together that blew up shipping containers. Okay, like at Aberdeen Proving Ground. Sure. So now here is basically the CIA's #1 quantum physicist building the Star Wars system that doesn't exist and blowing shit up that he won't admit to, but that other people dime him out about. So completely unclassified, right? Because now I'm not connecting the dots there. I'm just saying that's interesting, right? But then he comes to that place of saying, hey, on the physics, there really isn't any such thing as time and space.
Yeah.
So if there isn't...
No, they are construct.
Right.
They are construct. We gave time its definition.
That's it. So then we can be the masters of time and space, right?
Absolutely.
We can be our own heroes guy, our own Hiro Nakamoto guy, right?
Yeah.
We get a chance to detach and slide into any cool reality we want. Well, here's from my experience. I went and trained with Dr. Hart over in Bavaria, Germany. And they said, we want you to find a time and space. This is really good for everybody because you don't need $1 million worth of equipment like what Dr. Hart has. But it's cool to watch. It's
great to have the
If you got the money and you want to go watch the cool thing, go hang out with him, right? So, but with that, I'm there, and he says, I want you to go back to a time that you didn't understand something, because hindsight's 20/20. And the further you go back and the bigger the event, then the more visceral your feeling will be now. So here I am, I'm on the machine, right? And we get there, dude, and I scored like top of my class in the Intel school, right? I've been certified genius for a long time. 70% of the certified geniuses failed out of the class that I scored top in, okay? So I get over there, and I find this guy, this Polish dude. Massive respect for Polish people, by the way. Polish dude has 3 times the amount of electricity that I have in my mind, and I'm a certified genius. And I'm going, what is that? I'm feeling like I got a 2-inch tool, okay?
Wow.
Okay,
wow.
So then this guy, he'd been stacking modalities. So he's using binaural, solfeggio.
Okay.
Then psilocybin, LSD, ayahuasca, all in the same ceremony.
Wow.
I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
So like this guy's like awesome. Yeah. So we start off, he's running 1,800 microvolts of alpha. I'm running 400 and maybe 86. And I'm like, I got to be there. 3 days later, I'm there. Now, this dude's cheating, okay? Because in addition to the stack, he's also doing lingam yoga, just basically dick yoga, right? So he's breathing all the way down, right? And then he's pushing all that stuff back up, which basically is Tumo or the pranayama breathing that Wim Hof does, okay?
Absolutely.
So now all of a sudden, he's got more oxygen to be able to grow his brain back together. So you don't have to do this for 40 years. In 3 days, that guy went from 1,800 microvolts to 4,300 microvolts. So normally, like a lie detector test would be like this. This dude was like Lucy. I mean, the whole thing was completely blacked out.
Yeah, just a square wave.
But by that time, when I increased my love and life force from 486 or whatever to 1,800, I didn't care anymore because I wasn't being competitive because I was already okay with me. Right?
Yeah.
And so what was really cool is that he says, go back. So there was a time in my life where, you know, like, I got locked out of my house, like my parents forgot about me. They went inside, they got high. There was this kind of story. And I got cold and my nose was running. I got hungry. And then there's a time where I stopped being hungry or cold or shivering. And so maybe that's like 10 p.m. And maybe by the witching hour, right? Like I'm shaking my fist at God and saying, this wasn't our deal. So like Doc says, hey, go back, right? And tell yourself. Turns out 4-year-old version of me didn't need an eloquent speech because I can't fancy myself to be eloquent by that time. Just showing up in my own vignette allowed for that 4-year-old version of me to be the hero and to go and have his beautiful life.
That's awesome.
And I watched that.
That's awesome.
Now, get this. From that moment where I repaired that break in my own timeline, I collected cosmic interest. And since me loves me, and while I was still there, I deposited more love, fixed the pothole in the road, added some joy and some peace, and saw the miracle of it. And then like a diving board, I collected cosmic interest, cosmic compound interest from then till now. It's 40 years later. And when that happened, immediately the electricity, life force, love within me went from 486 microvolts to 1,800.
Wow.
By me loving up on an inner version of me beyond time and space.
Yeah.
And this is what Tom Campbell teaches in his My Big Toe timeline, different kinds of experiences. We rise above love, and all the rest of it can be whole, and we don't get hung up with attachment on anything.
Yeah.
We're also able to listen to, if you will, what's outside or what's inside in a better way. So we get to tune in to what it is that we'd like. And that's what Chinese traditional medicine says that thought, from a morphogenetic field perspective, that thought is the thing that you tune into. And if you focus on that, then it will pierce into your morphogenetic field, okay? And then it begins, they say, with the skin, but it's actually morphogenetic. Then you get muscle memory. Then it goes into your bones. You feel it, right? And then into your marrow. So it depends on how long that you become the thing that is the object of your attention. So that's where it's really important in RV or in applied RV or what they're doing in VibraVision to be able to tune into the thing that is important.
Yeah.
And prayerfully, that's love or above.
Yeah, and once again, in the videos to see, like you're saying, kind of psychic echolocation.
Yes, it's exactly what it is, 100%.
And the fact of being able to feel an object in motion.
Huge.
You know, that's remarkable. That is incredible.
So increase the bandwidth, right? Increase oxygenation. Learn to work in a hypoxic state. Learn to be able to essentially have an MAOI inhibitor through breath control that allows for you to be able to move out of your body through movement and then be able to be your own overwatch, if you will.
Wow.
Right? So there's a technique. The other one is that psychic echolocation or chi or prana or life force echolocation, right? It's two different. Or you have the pinhole. All roads lead to Rome. There are many techniques. Yeah. Which one do you use today? Which one do you cultivate? And do you choose to just listen to your gut? Because your gut's always right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rarely led me wrong once I learned to trust it.
100%.
And even the fact of like waking up with answers to things, going to bed looking for answers to things and figuring things out.
So that's what Edison did, by the way.
Yeah.
So Edison goes through and has like whatever 1,000 patents. And what was he doing? He was moving into theta space, which basically rating the Akashic records, which they kind of got reinforced after that because some wild stuff. But this dude's going out with ball bearings and metal plates under his lazy boy. And he's thinking about stuff. So Edison was actually drawing out and patenting solutions that it was 100 years later before we had electron microscopes to validate scientifically what he was pulling out of the Akashic records. So we can pull non-local information from anywhere in time and space. And that's actually the name of the company that Lyn Buchanan has, is the remote view beyond time and space. So that's beautiful. Well, we can heal beyond time and space. We can live beyond time and space. We can regrow our telomeres. We can be any age that we choose to be. So what is it that we enjoy the most? And and what's cool is that you see people like Moss Mike, Maureen, Moss Nate, the rest of their guys, Chris Harris, a lot of their other instructors that are there, that have taken and applied some of these ancient techniques and brought them to the Western world in a way that we can visibly see and knowingly repeat at any age.
That is incredible.
Yes.
Awesome stuff, and really, really powerful, as you're saying, because, yes, we all have the propensity to be psychic. It's whether or not you have learned to flex the muscle.
Amen.
And learn to flex the muscle.
Amen.
Even meditation, anybody who meditates regularly will let you know, like, take a year off from it and then try to get back to that same place. It's going to take you a couple months to retrain the muscle, to lose the monkey mind, to get back to that place.
Well, that's the cool thing about Dr. Drew, Dr. Hill, or Dr. Hart, or anyone that basically practices neural feedback. They got another place, Center for Brains, in Jupiter, Florida, is super amazing. So that's Dr. Mike Cohen. There are a lot of places where people can do neural feedback, and then you can go quickly. So the idea is go into a cave for 40 years, don't think about anything, and let just, through basically osmosis, right? You're just going to grow your corpus callosum back by not doing anything. Or you can go and actively train, right? And then you wind up with a better outcome sooner. So all of us are psychic spies according to Third Eye Spies. All of us have the ability to cultivate and to reawaken and to remember, if we choose, to allow more of whole great spirit within us so that we can experience any number of miracles that we choose.
Incredible, Bob.
And you are. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it, man. I'm so glad we had this conversation. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about VibraVision, where they can come to you if they need
so right
work
here,
or help.
Yeah, so you've got support at vibravision.com is what's on the flyer. There's a QR code, which maybe if we put closer, maybe
there you go.
there, right? Maybe you guys can take that and maybe get some kind of cool, go there, register. They are running special discounts, right? So you can see this. So if you register with this or you contact Liz, I'm confident she'll honor the discounts and pricing. I think they're looking at like $6,000 a week. They've got 3 classes, intermediary, entry, intermediate, advanced. So you basically look at RV1 and RV2 with Monroe or a couple of the other guys that are teaching. They've got some other cool techniques that they're utilizing. And then you look at, hey, can you really take and apply these concepts in real life so that every aspect of your life becomes more and more and more of a miracle.
And a point of connectivity.
Huge.
Not just for yourself, but for everybody around you.
Amen.
It's fantastic.
It's time for us to move into a better non-dual state.
Absolutely. Bob, thank you so much for the time. I greatly appreciate it. While you are online checking out everything from VibraVision, folks, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all our everything. The knowledge vault full of declassified government documents is there. You can share your story on CuriousRealm.com/story if you have had a connection with the paranormal. If you're a remote viewer and need to connect with more people in the remote viewing community, feel free to give us a call, folks. Drop a line. We will get you in touch. Stay tuned next week. This week we had a great time here at PsiFest 2023. It's been fantastic. Next week we will be on the road yet again, folks, at Texas UFO Con. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned always. Thank you always for tuning in. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And remember, stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault on our website, CuriousRealm.com. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast services, as well as YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV through the APR TV app, available on all app markets. Curious Realm is a proud member of the HC Universal Network family of podcasts. For more great content or to become a sponsor of Curious Realm or other podcasts, visit hcuniversalnetwork.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.